when you have no.
We are living through a great choke point in the history of this country. What you saw in 2020 and its aftermath was a deeply Christian movement. The institutional character of Christianity is
When you have.
we are living through a great choke point in the history of this country. What you saw in 2020 and its aftermath was a deeply Christian movement. The institutional character of Christianity is often rejected as part of the problem, a part of what has to be rejected, even though it is that institutional structure that has provided people with the ideological framework that enables them to judge it as evil. Essentially, what Christianity has that Islam does not is a concept of the secular. Islam is a totalizing way of leading your life. I think Islam is uniquely indigestible for a secular mindset, and people don't want to admit that.
So that's what we're reviewing today, Tom Hollands' Dominion. It's been a while. I think it's been about 3 months or something that we've been back.
Oh, it's been longer than that.
Longer than
It
that.
was been postponed like 4 times. To be fair,
And
I have
so
moved
long-
countries.
Yeah, so long that you've moved countries, Camille's moved countries. Yeah. So Tom Hollands' Dominion. This is the book. If people don't know what it is, who have been in this space, I mean, I'm not sure I know how to describe what it is. And it's broadly a historical book that has many purposes. You might be interested in the book from a political or historical perspective, but I'd say predominantly its role is apologetic. It pops up in apologetic spaces, particularly with an overlap in sort of political apologetic approaches where, you know, the aims are to sort of either mythologize or talk about political projects from the point of view of their intersection with moral frameworks that have to do with Christianity and religions. I'll grab my dog in a second if he's making too much noise in the background. So yeah, to begin, I guess we can give some initial thoughts and things. But what we're going to be doing is going through, yes, bits of the book, but this episode isn't exclusively on the book. It's also going to be on what apologists have to say about the book, and also what Holland has to say about the book that's outside of it, because those are separate things, as will come up kind of again and again and again. So over to you, James, if you want to give your initial thoughts on things.
Yeah, so let me just give a brief summary of what the book is and what I think about it. Hang on, where are we? Got the wrong tab up. Here we go. Yeah, so I have read the book, much to my annoyance, I suppose. It's quite a long book. It's about 600 pages, I think. And it's not like, I mean, it's not the most difficult read, but it's not the easiest read either. It depends, what you're trying to get out of it. But I would say primarily in terms of like content, just like number of pages, number of words, it's mostly a work of popular history. It's essentially a history of Christianity focused on emphasizing how Christian ideas and practices have influenced different developments in the West. So he focuses on things like secularism, human rights, care for the poor, slavery, like the Enlightenment and Christian influences on that. There's quite a lot on the monastic movement in the Middle Ages, things like that. So he walks through right from I think he starts with the Greco-Persian Wars right up to the present day. So the book's divided into 3 sections, basically the ancient world, the medieval world, and the modern world, like from early modern onwards, like 17th century onwards. And then each chapter I don't actually think the book's very well organized, but each chapter is sort of consists of maybe half a dozen like snapshots, or it's focused around people, right? So he'll pick a person, mostly famous people from history, sometimes a little bit more obscure people, and then talk about what they did that was interesting and how it was influenced by Christianity. Yeah, and that's each chapter has 4 to 6 of those, and then the book is just consists of all those chapters. I think that maybe the first couple of chapters are a little bit more historical in focus, and like one of the chapters focuses mostly on Paul, over the course of the book, he sort of is covering more and more history, so he sort of condenses more and more. So that's essentially what the book is if you read it. Like, it's mostly history, and then interspersed with that is sort of he makes some commentary about the history. So I want to make a comment first of all on the book as a book of history, and then the book in terms of its like I guess apologetic aspects, or the argument that Holland is trying to make. So as a work of popular history, I think that it is not very good. Now, this is contrary to what a number of reviewers have said. The book was sort of generally praised. You'll see a number of commenters have said that the last chapter, the modern chapter, is the weaker of the three, and I definitely agree with that. We'll see that going forward. The book becomes progressively more polemic as you go through. The earlier chapters, Holland hardly makes any like real arguments. It's just like sort of going through the history. But as you move closer to the modern age, it gets more and more polemic, and he makes more and more assertions or arguments, or like his own personal comments on things going forward as you go through the book. But in terms of history, so one of the reasons I think it's not a very good history book is that it sort of plucks people out of historical context and starts talking about them. He does give a little bit of context as you go through, but I just don't think it's really enough. If you didn't already know about the historical context in which he was talking, I think you would have a real trouble in really following why he's talking about these people, or why they're significant, or how they fit into the world at that time, because he doesn't really do much. Doesn't really do that very much at all. And you know, at times I would be like looking up the figures on Wikipedia just to check, like, wait, exactly who is this figure? When did they live? Like, what country we're talking about? Because he's just not very good at like making those details clear. He starts off usually by like jumping you in a story, which I think is a good like hook, because it can give you like, oh, you know, what is this about? And like, what is this person? I find that a very annoying way of telling history. It's almost more like historical fiction than history. Like, I'm not saying it's actually fiction, but in the sense of like, it's just harder to get the historical context about what you're reading about and why it matters, right? So I don't think it's a good way to learn about history. There's also a question about like why he selected these figures and why not other figures, and issues like that that's never really discussed. He also just tries to cover too much material, I think, to be useful as a historical work. So like, I think the part that I found most interesting was the part that talked about the late Roman period, just because I find that period interesting, and that there's some interesting discussion about how Christian figures interacted with the Roman government and things like that, which was kind of like interesting. But again, if you didn't really know much about that period, I think that you wouldn't really get much out of that, because you just wouldn't understand the broader context that those are occurring in. So I would not recommend it as a way to learn history. It's also just quite verbose. I think that the book could easily be shortened by about 50% and not really lose anything of substance. I find though his writing style to be sort of overly flowery at times and wordy, and trying to be grandiose. He seems to be a fan of Tolkien, and I feel like he's trying to ape Tolkien at times in the way that he describes things. But I don't think he's got it. But that's just my opinion about the style. So yeah, in terms of work of history, I would not recommend it. I think there's just much better sources to go to. Bear in mind that Holland is not a historian. He, I think, has an undergrad in history, but like he's not.
The first thing I was going to say, well, we can share his Wikipedia to see.
Sure.
But
wrong one.
This is Joe Schmidt.
This is Joe Schmidt.
Yeah, if I go to the correct Wikipedia, I've got so many tabs open. This one. He has an undergrad in English from Cambridge, and I think that, you know, this, in my view, is one of the things that functions. Oh, maybe that's a bit small. I can, this is one of the things that I think functions sort of sociologically in the apologetic space, because there's a lot of impetus that's put on association with these kind of old universities like Oxford and Cambridge, right, in the apologetic spaces. That's why you've got the rebranded Ravi Zacharias, ministry, and people are always like, Oxford mathematician, Cambridge this and that, has argument for God's existence. And I think that that's partly why Holland has the success he has, because he has this, he's gone to sort of like funded schools and then gone to Cambridge and done English. But I mean, not to gatekeep with credentialism, because I think people can do good work in subjects as well without having like particular credentials. But he also isn't trying to be an academic historian. You know, he has an undergrad in English and he's a popularizer of history. That's fine. You know, he's written these books like Rubicon, for example, which are these kind of accessible, popular accounts to history, but they're not the same as, you know, engaging with something as a historian would. And I think that that's partly why this book is kind of very geared, I think, towards a Christian, and particularly like a Christian evangelical sympathetic type narrative, right? Where there's not a lot of critical scholarship that gets raised or engaged with. And I think that that's often why you're lacking the context as well, because there's enough context to sort of be consistent with the way that an evangelical would tell you about situating the Bible and the stories that the Bible has to relay. But there's not really enough to kind of present you with how out of step with contemporary history that is, right? In terms of places where the two might come apart, or where something that's in the Bible might be a kind of piece of political propaganda, essentially, against something that's going on, or something like that. I mean, luckily, we have someone with us today. I mean, you didn't read the book right in advance, no. But Camille's doing a PhD in classics, so he's. I
also have a PhD in political science, which is super useful.
And Camille is a visiting scholar at Oxford, so we've also got, you know, Oxford v Cambridge going on today. So for the antiquity and classics stuff, we can. You know, depend on we can blame Camille when we get things wrong.
So what are you saying essentially is that Tom Holland is a historian in the same way Lydia McGrew is a philosopher?
And historian,
and also historian. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, so I want to emphasize, someone doesn't have to be a historian to write a good history book, right? This is a popular history book, so it's not a scholarly treatment. But it's just important to understand what it is, right? It's not a scholarly treatment. He doesn't engage with really sources at all. He doesn't talk about interpretive frameworks or analyze how different scholars have interpreted. I mean, you know, he covers so much that it would be difficult to do that, but that's partly why I think that this is not a good project to do. But if he did do that, he would need to completely restructure the book. And like, that's clearly not what he's interested in doing. That's not his project, right? So let's not pretend it's a careful or detailed historical analysis of any of these historical developments, because it isn't. He doesn't have the credentials for that, and that's not what it's intended to be. Now, it could still be a good popular history work. I don't think that it is, because I don't think that he provides the context necessary for people who don't have a background in these events to really understand what he's talking about or how to fit it together. He plucks out particular events that happen and doesn't really give them much context. And I don't think that's a very good way to teach history, not when you're covering such a broad time span. And so I don't think it's a good work of popular history. Then coming to the question as to whether it's a good work of apologetics, or whether he does a good job at establishing his argument. His argument is essentially that...
well, let's just before you introduce that, right?
Sure,
it's to say this book isn't explicitly written as a piece of apologetics either, right? It's not clear...
Not explicitly.
And it's not clear where Holland was at in terms of his personal views at the time of writing it. Though I would say there's enough evidence to say he's always been very sympathetic, or at least at the time of writing, he's very sympathetic towards Christianity, and has since then been, you know, attending church and become a Christian. I mean, that's fine, right? But it's just to say that there is this kind of thing going on behind the scenes. And, you know, some of the clips we will play are about him, for example, praying for like a healing, and then attributing like getting a cancer diagnosis, and then that going into remission to like faith healing and stuff like that, which I think reveals at least that there is a bias going on behind the scenes, where it isn't necessarily being made clear. And that's what goes on in terms of how this book gets presented. And I can already see that in the comments is, oh, he's not even a Christian himself. He's just this historian. Like, just let him write his history. You guys are so biased criticizing him just because he wrote a history that's sympathetic towards Christianity. And it's like, no, actually, like, you know, he's quite deeply entangled and engaged with this stuff. And, you know, isn't just this kind of secular historian or whatever.
Does he identify as a Christian?
I'm not so sure, but
so he's like not a Christian. He just like casually prays to Virgin Mary.
Yeah, but this is the thing. So then I've heard like Justin Brearley say things like, "Oh, he is, but like he's not ready to come out
So he's
publicly
in the
because there's
closet
so
at
much
the moment.
persecution. Yeah, I don't know. So I don't really know what's going on there. I don't know if you have anything, if you want to just carry on where you were, James, or build on that.
Well, I'm much less interested in what Tom Holland believes or identifies himself as, and I'm instead interested in, one, what he says in his book, and two, how other people have used and interpreted and described his work. So whether Tom Holland calls himself agnostic or a Christian or a cultural Christian or whatever, I just don't really care. Like, I don't know why that's really important for anything. If you read his book, it's very clear that he's very sympathetic to Christianity. Now, I don't think I can recall a single passage where he is explicitly critical of Christianity per se. Now, he does criticize certain things that Christians have done, although I think not nearly enough, but we'll get to that. And it's not explicitly a work of apologetics, but I think, he claims that he's trying to be objective, but he then also says that, he has his own perspective, which, it's fine to have. But the point is, I think that if you read the book, especially the last couple of chapters, it's very clear that he's very sympathetic to Christianity and the influence that it has. And almost everything that he says is either kind of like neutral, or he is attempting to frame the influence of Christianity in a positive way. As we'll see, right? We'll go through all the examples of that. So I think that it's clear that he is at least, in the book, he is making an argument that Christianity has been a force for good in the world and continues to be today, or even if he doesn't say that that's his explicit purpose. Like, that's what he
he's not
argues.
Clear, I would say, about. I mean, that is a point that is very easy to read out of the book, but I would say he's not even really clear in what he is saying about those sorts of things.
Yeah, overall, yes, but if you look at the particulars, that is what it amounts to. Like, there's how he summarizes it, which is he just says things like, well, I'm trying to show how influential Christianity has been, like, for good and ill, right? And how many things that we take for granted today how many ideas and practices have Christian roots, right? Mm-hmm. That's what he says that he's doing. But then if you look at the actual specifics, especially more things towards the modern day, it's almost always casting Christianity in a positive light. And so that's like what he actually does. And that I can easily see why someone who is a Christian or is sympathetic to Christianity then reads this and comes away with an impression of it being, of great apologetic value, right? Because I think that is what Tom Holland does in the book, even if that's not what he says that he is doing.
Mm-hmm. Was there something?
Yeah, no. As you mentioned, I didn't read the book because I couldn't be bothered, to be honest. Like if it was, let's say, 50% of its actual length, I would probably go through it.
Which it should be. It's too long. I agree.
Yeah. No, it's so I haven't read it. Probably not going to be honest. But I know some of the arguments and some of the talking points kind of through from osmosis, right? And I'm mostly here because I'm already in the house, so I might as well,
Couldn't get rid of him.
Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be here. But so would you say that it's the case that the kinds of claims that he makes in the book are relatively modest, but then the fact that he has this book published gives him a platform, and then he can make much more grandiose and less intellectually rigorous claims, and those kind of are propagated?
I think that would be descriptive of what has happened. Now, I don't know whether I can say, Okay. I don't know if you'd agree with that though, James. But
look, it depends what you mean by the claims he makes in the book, because he makes a lot of claims. Like a lot of the book is just him narrating things in history, right? So if you like to describe it in terms of amount, like you could say, oh, it's just a sort of history book, and so that's how some people present it, right? If you strip that away and focus on his interpretive claims or arguments or his conclusions, right, his commentary, which is only a small fraction of the book, but if you focus on that, I think he makes a lot of very bold claims, which kind of go under the radar, partly because they're buried in all this other stuff and partly because he pretends that that's not what he's doing. But it's then also true, I think, that then the book gives him a platform to make even bolder claims. For example, in the initial video that you presented, he talks about how Islam is inconsistent with secularism and things like that. Now, he hints at those sort of positions in the book, but he doesn't say them as boldly and explicitly as he did in that video, right? There's a lot of things that he does what I find objectionable. Like, it's sort of like in the sense of what he presents and what he says about it, where it's you seem to be implying something, but not actually saying it. And so the book allows him cover then to actually be more explicit in interviews or talks or other contexts. So I think that it's a bit of both. I think he does make some bold claims in the book, but it kind of hides them. But then it does give him a platform to make even bolder claims that are sort of extrapolates from what he says in the book.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of this video is going to be giving our kind of like evidence and reasons why we've reached these sorts of conclusions that we're just giving at the start, right? So obviously we're not substantiating that yet.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying what I think. I haven't justified it yet. We'll get to that.
but I would say like one of my conclusions is that, you know, this is like very selective history, and the idea that this doesn't have some at least tacit apologetic purpose or isn't like biased towards a kind of evangelical Christian mythologizing of history, I think it is misguided, right? To represent this as somehow like just a neutral historical book or like something like that, I think is just way off the mark, particularly given Holland's kind of and quite selective engagement with critics as well, where he's always appearing on, you know, Christian podcasts and then praying to the Virgin Mary and getting faith healed. So, you know. Okay, so how do you want? Should we begin, James? Do you want to read your quote? Do you want me to read random quote bits from this, or?
I don't think it's necessary to read my quote. I already explained how he describes the purpose of the book, but I think that that's not actually the purpose of the book. That's just what he says it is.
Since I haven't actually read it, I would like. So I've just like read, heard the talking points, right? So it would actually be good to kind of explicitly outline what's supposed to be the explananda, what's supposed to be the explanans, you know?
Wow.
Because like my suspicion is that what's probably going to be going on a lot is that there will be a lot of vagueness about what kind of things are supposed to be explained. Those things are probably not going to be operationalized, right? And there's going to be a lot of vagueness in terms of what's doing the explanatory work. So then there's that creates like a room for shifting the goalposts, gerrymandering the evidence, like the explanation around the evidence, Mott and Bailey fallacies and stuff like that. So then like the theory is protected from either being falsified or like not being able to explain the data, right? Yeah. So does he like, what's the thesis statement?
Well, I think that the thesis statement itself is potentially Mott and Bailey, right?
And, 100%.
And it might be Christianity is related to a lot of things that have happened in history, right? That would be
okay.
Or it could be, you know, Christianity is necessary for all the good things that exist, and atheists are morons who are soaring up the branch they're sitting on.
So okay, so it's not the case that the book is structured so that he begins by outlining like what his thesis is and how he's going to defend it, and then goes on to give evidence.
Even that is enmeshed in narrative. Because
no, he doesn't. The structure, as I explained it, it's a series of historical anecdotes with commentary interlaced a little bit and increasingly more towards the end. Like, so the antiquity chapters don't have much commentary at all, really, whereas there's much more at the end. Look, maybe I will read his official thesis statement, but I don't think that this is actually the thesis of the book. This is what he says is the thesis of the book. So this is in the introduction. The ambition of, quote, the ambition of dominion is to trace the course of what one Christian writing in the 3rd century termed the flood tide of Christ, how the belief that the son of the one God of the Jews had been tortured to death on a cross came to be so enduringly and widely held that today most of us in the West are dulled to just how scandalous it originally was. This book explores what it was that made Christianity so subversive and disruptive, how completely it came to saturate the mindset of Latin Christendom, and why, in a West that is often doubtful of religion's claims, so many of its instincts remain, for good and ill, thoroughly Christian. So that's what he says is the purpose of the book.
So this is basically what Bart Ehrman did, but in like 200 pages, you know?
Which book is that?
Bart Ehrman's book only just came out, I think. Do you know what? Like, that's
Triumph of Christianity.
I think it's one of his most recent books.
It's basically his historical attempt to engage with this apologetic that's put forward of kind of like how Christianity won out in whatever you might want to say, the ideological kind of space, political space. And I would say it's more focused on that particular time period as well than sort of Holland's kind of reaching everything all in one. It's more focused on sort of early, you know, Rome after the kind of time of Jesus, really, but predominantly. So yeah, I would say that that's a much better, that's what this book should be if you cared about the history, I would say. I don't know if...
Okay, so So it's based. Okay, so if the thesis statement is just like this is an explanation of why Christianity became popular, so that would be like legitimate.
Yeah,
you
and
can,
that's
like,
what
yeah, you can
Ermenism is.
you can ask and answer that question in like a completely normal adjusted way.
Yeah.
I have some my own hot takes on like why Christianity became popular as opposed to some.
But
other
Holland doesn't address that question.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
Well, or he implies addresses to that question.
Well,
right?
sort
Yeah.
of, but he talks about why it was subversive, so how it differed from Roman culture and practices and religious beliefs, and then other things that it affected throughout history. And then he moves towards talking about how essentially everything that's happened in the West in the last 500 years is sort of traceable to Christian ideas.
But traceable is like, what?
Well, and that's what I was going to say, right? Because he's not really trying to explain anything in a sense that I would recognize. The book is essentially, especially the latter part of it, is essentially a giant exercise in the genetic fallacy, in my opinion. He's basically saying, well, it's traceable to Christian ideas, therefore, and he never really says therefore, it's just like a ... in most cases. Therefore, well, and he makes some vague statements about like, if you, what is it like? If the roots die, then what happens to
like
the branches or something? But like, it's impossible to really say what he means by that. So he doesn't make any very specific claims. For the most part, but then in specific points, he does say that like this wouldn't have been possible in a non-Christian context, which is a much stronger claim. So that's why I was going to say that like what the ostensive thesis statement is different to what he actually claims in specific parts, which is often much stronger.
Okay.
And you really have to look at the specifics. But I would say it's not correct to think that he's trying to explain anything in particular. He's outlining history, highlighting what he thinks is the importance of Christian ideas, and like drawing historical links between different things, and then making implications that Christian beliefs is like causally important or necessary or something like that. But he's mostly quite vague about exactly what he's saying.
I would say it's all implied, and like here's how I'd example that, right? So in the introduction of the book, he talks about he says some 3 or 4 decades before the birth of Christ, Rome's first heated swimming pool was built on the Esquiline Hill. So he's kind of like he's trying to immediately paint this picture of Rome being kind of privileged for some, and then he's going to talk about kind of some of the horrible ways that like slaves are treated, for example, and considered. He'll talk about other surrounding cultures in a similar way. And then he's going to be kind of like, well, look, now people get offended if there's not pronouns in the email. What changed? And then he talks about like kind of an excursus of Christian history, but he's never like saying what that connection is. And that's where I'd say, like, in response to that genetic fallacy claim, that it's not like, I think that there is room for like that historical explanation, right? To say these are the contingent states of affairs that are the things that cause something to be this way rather than another way. But you have to specify, the nature of that causation. You can't just kind of vaguely imply it and let people, because it's not clear if he's saying, okay, we still need to maintain Christian beliefs, otherwise we will lose the things that we think are good, or that these are like sociologically necessary in human cultures to have the good things that we think are good, or to not have the bad things that we think are bad about Rome. He just doesn't really say any of this stuff at all.
When it comes to his like popular appearances, is he basically then advocating for like brainwashing? Like, is he saying we need to brainwash people?
No, it's more, I would say, and of course we'll watch some of these clips, but I would describe it more as dog whistling to the far right. Now, he himself, I wouldn't describe as far right necessarily. It's not clear what his political stances are, but when he's going on podcasts like Triggernometry, for example,
he's a useful idiot for the far right.
Yeah. So, like, for example, on Triggernometry, let me just share the thingy, because I think even the Oh yeah. So there's one video called "The Great Awakening," which is from a few years ago. So that probably from. I have no idea.
By the way, the last chapter in the book is called "Woke," which is interesting.
I have no idea what tab. It's not this one.
I think we're good.
Yeah, I've paused it now, but there's a trigger. I've got so many tabs open. Where is it? Not this one. Predicts the future. Tom Holland on Christianity Part 1. Is it this one?
Greyback. So Nathan and Camille are in jolly old England, and I'm in the US of A.
So just see how like this is like marketed, for example, right? Historian Tom Holland. I mean, we know that is like kind of
Not true.
Not true. As
The same way Luke was a historian, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you could say history-themed podcaster Tom Holland or something.
You could say popular historian, but you need to clarify that he doesn't publish academic work in history and does not have academic credentials in history, which is implied by the word historian in most contexts, right? So that's misleading at best, and I would say false.
And then you can obviously see in the video underneath, right, that's branded as the Great Awakening. So this is obviously all going to be very critical of like secular people, politics that isn't explicitly right wing, blah blah blah.
Sponsored by Venice AI, like it's all the stereotypes.
That's actually interesting. Like on one hand, he's being like a useful idiot for the far right, but then the things that he's explaining are things that are like incredibly woke, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like human rights, fucking feminism.
Well, this is kind of what he says, though. He'll be like, "Oh, there's this like secret knowledge I've got that they don't realize, which is that actually they are indebted to Christianity, which they hate because they're secular." But then this is what I say. It's not clear then what the conclusion is. Is the conclusion meant to be, therefore, the right-wing Christians who seek to undermine those things are idiots who are wrong? No, because he'll go on their podcast and just moan about Islam.
Yeah.
I mean, if I just play the introduction actually of this bit, it might give you an idea.
We are living through a great
this
choke point in the history of this country. What you saw in 2020 and its aftermath was a deeply Christian movement. The institutional character of Christianity is often rejected as part of the problem, a part of what has to be rejected, even though it is that institutional structure that has provided people with the ideological framework that enables them to judge it as evil. Essentially, what Christianity has that Islam does not is a concept of the secular. Islam is a totalizing way of leading your life.
Just to say, by the way, for those who don't have context, the guy who is in the clip is a Green Party MP. So,
secular.
He's not.
Islam is a totalizing way of leading your life. I think Islam is uniquely indigestible for a secular mindset, and people don't want to admit that.
So you can see it's like, it's all framed in terms of incompatible civilizations, then implied that it's sort of loosely related to culture/race and the like differences in those cultures/races, and it's all dog whistling to the right, who will be, like kind of like the Dennis Prager thing you see in America of like Judeo-Christian conservative values.
Yeah,
there's no hat-tipped, even though he's talking about liberalism, which is it good, is it bad, who knows, is a kind of Christianity. There's no like, well, there is this liberal version of Christianity that's has a more suspicious hermeneutic, is more historically engaged and informed, and you don't have to be like a fundamentalist or there's also none of that kind of in his delivery of any of this stuff.
Yes, we'll get to this. He has a section on what he said there in the book, although he's less explicit than he was, as I said there. But yeah, it's interesting how Triggernometry frames their that video as about essentially clash of civilizations and about Islam, because Tom Holland's book is mostly not about that. Like, he has a section about it, but it's mostly about Christianity, not about Islam.
And I think what he has to say about Islam is generally like pretty bad.
Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. Tom Holland is not good with nuance, though.
Yes,
as we'll see.
So in the introduction section of the book, so he talks about Roman stuff, and then where should I begin reading this bit from? So he talks, the condemned man after his sentencing was handed over to soldiers to be flogged. Next, because he had claimed to be the king of the Jews, his guards mocked him and spat on him and set a crown of thorns on his head. Only then, bruised and bloodied, was he led out on his final journey, hauling his cross as he went. He stumbled his way through Jerusalem, a spectacle and an admonition to all who saw him, and onwards along the road to Golgotha. There, nails were driven into his hands and feet, and he was crucified. After his death, a spear was jabbed into his side. There is no reason to doubt the essentials of this narrative. Even the most skeptical historians have tended to accept them. that quote, the death, like as in he's quoting, the death of Jesus of Nazareth on the cross is an established fact, arguably the only established fact about him. Certainly his sufferings were nothing exceptional. Pain and humiliation and the protracted horror of the most wretched of deaths, these, over the course of Roman history, were the common lot of multitudes. So there's a number of things going on, even just in that short passage, right? I mean, one of which is that he seems to implicitly be contradicting himself. Firstly, where he presents Mel Gibson's account of the Passion of the Christ, and then provides a historical quote saying, the death of Jesus of Nazareth on the cross is an established fact, arguably the only established fact, right? So if that is the only established fact, then presenting Mel Gibson's Passion of the Christ as established fact before, and I say that obviously he's not, but what he's doing is uncritically taking everything that the Gospels have to say, which is clearly performing a whole bunch of functions, each of which is historically interesting to get into, right? Why the author's saying the things they're doing? Are those going to be things that we should trust as historical witnesses versus embellishments or midrash on the Old Testament, fulfillment of prophecy, things like that? And you can speak to those things. I mean, thoughts on that kind of passage?
Well, it's actually interesting because when you read the Gospels, you don't get very grisly and gruesome descriptions of the actual suffering, right? It's just like one verb for like each step of the process. But what you don't find is like Greek ekphrasis, for example, like a very vivid, visceral description of the whole process, right? Like I would say that the Gospels are actually an antithesis when it comes to describing the actual crucifixion to this kind of like horrific portrayals as in the Mel Gibson's movie, right? Like the Gospels definitely don't want you to kind of like visualize the process very thoroughly, or at least they don't do anything to do that,
Yeah, and a lot of that, like when we did the Shroud of Turin episode, there's this really good paper talking about like how certain features of the shroud, right, about like the markings and stuff from the scourging, are actually later medieval like embellishments essentially
on the story.
Yeah,
it's not found in the Gospels.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to say he didn't read any of the Gnostic scriptures, because in the Gnostic scriptures Jesus is fine, like he doesn't get crucified, like because either he doesn't have a physical body or someone else is the crucified.
Well, I mean, he's talking from the Orthodox Christian perspective, but I still think the fact that this is only on 1, 2, 3, the 4th page of the introduction, right? The fact that he's kind of introducing this in such an emotional and uncritical way, I think clearly shows that there is this sort of intent to have an emotional impact on the reader and persuade them to be sympathetic and almost maybe feel guilty for what happens to Jesus, which is then kind of inclining you to sympathy of belief and talk about how bad the Romans are. Well, that's a representation of human nature without Jesus or something. And the kind of storytelling is already beginning as like a metaphysical theory at the same time. James, any thoughts?
Holland, it seems to be entirely disinterested in, at least in this book, in the question of whether Christianity is actually like true, or whether its key claims can be historically supported or make sense metaphysically. He seems really only interested in establishing that it's been important and influential and maybe essential for certain things, but we'll get to that. And I think actually you can, like, in certain parts, he talks about the importance of myth and sort of implies that like myth could be something that's maybe not literally true, but has like figurative importance, or like says deep truths about humanity without being like literal. So at times he implies that Christianity could be kind of like that, or could be interpreted that way at least. So like that's one thing that's sort of strange about apologetic appeals to dominion, because well, it depends who it comes from, right? But if it comes from actual sort of Christians, because you could actually just accept everything that Tom Holland says, and that have no support whatever, provides no support whatever for actually the truth of Christianity. At most, it would be like, well, it's sort of been historically valuable or useful in some social sense, but that's certainly not what like Christians you normally say about it, about why you should become a Christian.
I see what you're saying, and I agree. But I think that even if I would say whether someone is going to become a Christian or not be a Christian, that like the way that he is he's sort of offering a theology embedded in the history, whether that theology is like a secular mythology, these are useful myths, or whether that is like an explicit theology, like something to do with God, but here are the ethical principles to take from this historical narrative and its relationship to history. And I think that does miss the mark, where, an engagement with history in a less biased way will show us a whole bunch of different ways that people have grappled with their circumstances, and will show, like, say, many good things about the Romans that we lack, right? And many bad things about Christianity that he de-emphasizes and should be avoided, because if you're unaware of that history, you'll probably lean into kind of extreme fundamentalist versions of Christianity with complete blind spots for how many people have gone into this ideology and kind of harmed people in really bad ways as a result of it. So I think that whether you're going to be a Christian or not, like what Holland is doing here is like bad, right? As like a
well, I think when Holland thinks about Christianity, he primarily thinks about it in terms of like 20th century Anglicanism, like mainstream Anglicanism, essentially,
which was extremely woke, right? Like this is the paradox.
Well, that's part of it, but the other thing is that a lot of the things that he says are just hard to interpret if you think about it in a broader sense. For example, think about that video. He said, unlike Christianity, Islam is a totalizing concept or totalizing worldview. Like, also Christianity isn't. Like, what about when Jesus says you have to give up everything to follow him, and like, he'll pit fathers against daughters and all that sort of stuff. Like,
everything,
how is that not totalizing?
Every single facet of the world is related to Christianity and indebted to it in an intrinsic way.
Not to mention all of the historical figures that he talks about throughout the book, like many medieval figures and people like that who've gone to extreme lengths and given up everything and all of that because of their particular beliefs about Christianity. And somehow it's not a totalizing force. It's like he doesn't put these pieces together, that taken seriously, Christianity is just as totalizing as any other religion that is this demanding, just as Islam can be and Buddhism can be and Hinduism can be, depending on how you practice it and interpret it. Right. And Christianity makes some extreme claims theologically about what you should do and how you should relate to God and other people, which are just as totalizing as anything that Islam has to say, in my view. Not identical, but very extreme. And to say that, like, to then sort of talk about this even in historical context and then kind of just ignore that is bizarre to me. I really think that Holland hasn't thought about this clearly, because throughout the book, he talks about Christianity as if its theology is kind of like, it's radical, but it's also mild in some sense. You'll see what I mean when we go through, but he doesn't acknowledge, like in places when he sort of equates Christianity, not equates, but when he compares Christianity with secular humanism, implying and makes sort of connections and just ignores, or like deism is another case where he compares Christian beliefs with deist beliefs, and he just ignores the vast differences between about what they're actually saying. And I think he just really doesn't seem to take Christian theological claims seriously in some sense, because of the way that he papers over radical differences between what Christians believe, or many Christians have believed, and what other philosophies or other worldviews have believed. And likewise, when he says things like that Christianity is not totalizing it. So it's really weird how he says Christianity is so important and influential, but he doesn't seem to take its theology very seriously.
In a way, I think that there's a weakness in those sorts of claims that he's making about Islam and Christianity, which is how amorphous and varied the terms are and what they apply to. Where, I mean, basically, I think any project that attempts to make a kind of story about how Christianity is this and is good in these ways or is bad is kind of doomed to failure from the start, just because there's so much that it applies to that's all mutually inconsistent with each other. Same with Islam.
I want to ask Camille something. Camille, what do you think Holland has to say about like Eastern Orthodox Christianity and its intellectual heritage and history?
Probably not much. Like,
as far as I can tell, absolutely nothing.
What does he say about Mormonism? You know?
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't mention Mormonism.
Yeah, well, does he, for example, discuss that, like, so Christianity probably had some influence on the inception of Islam?
Well, that's why is liberalism Christian but Islam isn't?
Like, he doesn't discuss that intellectual heritage.
What I wanted to say is that, like, it's actually provable when you do like some like critical historical work on the text of the Quran.
Yeah.
That, like, the authors of the Quran were specifically interacting with non-Orthodox forms of Christianity.
I thought it was Arian. Was it Arian?
Probably Marcionite, but like honestly, who the fuck knows,
Yeah.
right? Because we don't have that good of a survey of what was happening in that area when it comes to like non-Orthodox Christianity.
Yeah.
So that's actually like a pretty substantial evidence, like that's pretty substantial influence of like Christianity on something that then like exploded in popularity.
Well, I thought Islam was influenced by Christianity, but the Christian scriptures had become corrupt, so Muhammad needed to bring them back in the pure.
No, but yeah, but like so that this is something that
Holland doesn't want to give Christianity credit for Islam, though. He wants to give Christianity credit for a bunch of other things, which we'll see, but he doesn't want to do it for Islam. But you could make the point is, I don't like there is some influence, obviously. I think it's like it's overly reductive and simplistic to say that like Christianity caused or is necessary for Islam. But the point is that argument I think is basically as plausible as some of the arguments that he makes in the book. Like it has the same character, as we'll see. But he doesn't explore that at all. Yeah,
but because the Christian groups that were present in the Arabian Peninsula that were like interacting with like first Muslims were not Orthodox. They were like one of the earliest words in the Arabic language that we have recorded is a word for Marcionite. Okay. Because when like the first Muslims started expanding, they encountered still like Marcionite communities for like what was originally the territory of the Byzantine Empire.
Right. So let's go on a bit in the introduction just to see. He talks about the kind of universalism of the Catholic Church. I think he also downplays the politics of Rome and how much Christianity as a social technology was subsumed. There's this meme, right, where Joe Rogan many years ago talked about how Constantine invented Christianity I think is this in a Dan Brown book or something? Constantine invented Christianity to control people or something, and obviously that is overly simplistic, and a lot of apologists and Christians react to that by being like, yeah, that's so dumb because we know that like these Christian movements antedate. But I actually think it's kind of like the like the bell curve meme of like where there's actually a more base take, which is kind of like, well, yeah, actually it's not it's not this Dan Brown novel thing, but absolutely there is this, the part of the reason Christianity succeeds is to do with the way that it fits in with and makes sense in a Roman context for people with power to use this to it's not quite right just to say just control people, maybe to consolidate power, to mythologize about values so people won't rebel or whatever. Like there's all sorts of complicated different reasons, but absolutely a part of the success is to do with the Roman Empire having reasons to adopt this kind of story as opposed to other religions. And I'm guessing you'll have a lot more.
It would be fun to ask like medieval bishops in the papal state how totalizing they think like Christianity should be, because they like literally were trying to build like a country, which was a theocracy. Yeah. Like, but now, like today, it's just like 3 buildings in Vatican, right? But like at some point, they like directly controlled a substantial portion of central Italy, and the reason why they failed was not because Christianity is inherently not totalizing. It's because they like lost specific battles in like specific points in time, and like if those like historical events played out differently, then we would just have like an authoritarian theocracy, right?
Well, I think part of the reason I was saying this about Rome as well is because in Holland's narrative, it's kind of like, so the Catholic Church is Christianity, and this comes back to what you were saying about these like non-Orthodox Christianities, and I feel that that's in a way unfair because that is so related to the Roman political decision to have to offer a kind of consistent theology, whereas the truth is that Christianity is far more varied than that, and many of the theologies were sort of selected out by the pressures applied by Rome. And all of that is very interesting history. It's interesting sociologically in terms of the dynamics of kind of early religious movements and a state that's very powerful and how religion is shaped by that. And it's interesting just from the point of view of trying to understand like what's true, but it all just gets washed over, and I feel like that is some of the most influential causal explanation, because it's like you take that away, that dynamic, and you do not get what we have today. You get something, I don't know what you get, but you get something very different.
Well, you have to play a lot of Crusader Kings to kind of explore those alternative histories, you know? Like, what happens when the Pope becomes an Ashkenazi Jew?
Unless there's anything you want to say, I'll read just a little bit more.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah, so at the end of this introduction, Holland says, "Yet over the course of the past 2 decades, my perspective has changed. When I came to write my first works of history, I chose as my themes the 2 periods that had always most stirred and moved me as a child, the Persian invasions of Greece and the last decades of the Roman Republic. The years that I spent..."
That's already like saying something, you know? Like if you are someone who is interested in how like the Orientals invaded Hellas, you know, and then in the decline, like moral decline of the Roman Empire, I think the only thing that's missing is you being really into the Second World War, but only specifically the Eastern Front. You know?
Okay,
What's wrong with being specifically interested in the Eastern Front? Asking for a friend.
They never should have overextended their supply lines.
Oh boy, we'll have to do another bad apologetics on that one. Anyway, let's move on.
So the years that I spent writing these twin studies of the classical world, living intimately in the company of Leonidas and Julius Caesar, big fan of Lycurg and Laura here, of the, I never know if it's pronounced, is it hoplites or hoplites?
Hoplites. Well, I mean, hoplites is like the Greek word, right? Nominative plural, but hoplites is just like anglicized.
Well, the reason is because in Rome 1 Total War they say hoplites, so but then in Rome 2 they say hoplites. So I was like,
I think they just like didn't care much about native pronunciation, you know, in the first one.
So of the hoplites who had died at Thermopylae, and the legionnaires who had crossed the Rubicon, only confirmed me in my fascination for Sparta and Rome, even when subjected to the minutest historical inquiry, retained their glamour as apex predators. They continued to stalk my imaginings, as they had always done, like a great white shark, like a tiger, like a tyrannosaur. Yet giant carnivores, however wondrous, are by their nature terrifying. I feel like if Tom Holland had like a Scouse accent as well, just as I read this, I'm thinking, if he didn't have the accent he had, there's no way that like this kind of thing would be as successful and popular as it is. But the more years I spent immersed in the study of classical antiquity, so the more alien I increasingly found it. The values of Leonidas, whose people had practiced a peculiarly murderous form of eugenics and trained their young to kill uppity Untermenschen by night, famous for their the Spartans, were nothing, rather than the Germans copying Lycurg and
exactly,
were nothing that I recognized as my own, nor were those of Caesar, who was reported to have killed 1 million Gauls and enslaved 1 million more. It was not just the extremes of callousness that unsettled me, but the complete lack of any sense that the poor or weak might have the slightest intrinsic value. I just want to caveat on that point that I don't believe that the poor or weak have intrinsic value, because I don't think that makes any sense. I just think they have value to me. But obviously, views vary, and I also suspect historically that won't be true, that nobody ever in history believed that the poor or weak had any value whatsoever.
We can discuss that later, because there's more on that. He's just introducing it here, so maybe we can come back to it.
Why did I find this disturbing? Because in my morals and ethics, I was not a Spartan or a Roman at all. Very sophisticated observation. That God had faded over the course of my... But the problem is, I feel in that sentence, that is actually just it, right? It's like, because I have the perspective I have. Like that, you don't need to connect it to some like metaphysics of like natures that are causing things through history or providence. It can just be, I occupy the perspective I do in history, and that is what I have the values I have, rather than these other values that I think are wrong from the perspective I occupy. But that my belief in God had faded over the course of my teenage years did not mean that I had ceased to be Christian. For a millennium and more, the civilization into which I had been born was Christendom. I mean, in the 80s. I don't assumptions that I had grown up with about how a society should properly be organized and the principles that it should uphold were not bred of classical antiquity, still less of human nature, but very distinctively of that civilization's Christian past, or I should say past. So profound has been the impact of Christianity on the development of Western civilization that it has come to be hidden from view. It is the incomplete revolutions which are remembered. The fate of those which triumph is to be taken for granted. The ambition of dominion is, I think, was this the bit you read then, right on the end, James?
Yes, that's the last bit. You can read it if you want to.
The ambition of dominion is to trace the course of what one Christian, writing in the 3rd century AD, termed the flood tide of Christ, how the belief that the son of the one God of the Jews had been tortured to death on a cross came to be so enduringly and widely held that today most of us in the West are dulled to just how scandalous it originally was. This book explores what it was that made Christianity so subversive and disruptive, how completely it came to saturate the mindset of Latin Christendom, and why in a West capitalized that is often doubtful of religion's claims, so many of its instincts remain, for good and ill, thoroughly Christian. So that for good and ill is kind of it. It is, to coin a phrase, the greatest story ever told.
Well, it's actually interesting because it seems to me he didn't actually read the Gallic Wars, right? Because like Gallic Wars are basically a propaganda where Caesar is trying to frame his conquest as necessary in order to protect Rome from external enemies. You know, it's basically just like he depicts his campaigns as an unfortunate string of like responses to provocations, aid that Rome is obligated to provide to the external allies, preventive wars that are necessary in order to intercept much greater catastrophes and stuff like that. And when you read it, it doesn't read like this is written by a psychopath who doesn't have any like moral compass, and is just like gloating about like killing millions of people. No, this is propaganda, which frames the conflict as a protection of weak and unprivileged people who would otherwise be brutalized by barbarians invading Italy, right?
Yeah.
So like, what the fuck, you know?
Yeah. It's definitely Holland's interpretation of the history is this is why I say like it's kind of propagandized mythologizing, where I feel a fair historical reading would, rather than introducing it in this narrative form with all the valence language, would just be like, oh well, here's like all the different bits that, not that you can offer the facts without any interpretation or any moral valencing or whatever, but it wouldn't be that, you know, it wouldn't be like, and when Christ bled for you, like, you know, through the wounds that you caused. It's what, you know, it's almost that as like as a historical introduction. Anything you want to say, James, or happy to move on to?
Yeah, I think we can move on. So it'd be good to see maybe some examples of specific things that Holland has said or other people have said about Holland's work in some of the videos you've linked to, and then maybe we can go through some of the specific details.
Okay, cool. Let me just close some of the many tabs that I have open.
We need the word in the English language for like having so many tabs open that you don't know what's going on.
Over-tabbing.
Attention deficit disorder, computer caused. So I thought this tweet is also an interesting place to start, because it's Holland, like, you know, this is, as a Dawkins era atheist, I underestimated Christianity's role as a civilizational operating system.
Oh, tech bro alert.
I took its moral foundations for granted, assuming they were so self-evident that all humans would reach them once basic needs were met. And obviously Holland has retweeted it with these eyes. But I mean, I think this is the thing, right? This is partly the, it might be a bit small for people but this is partly the effect of, you know, like Holland's work and the apologetic. I mean, even look at though the guy whose account this is. What the hell is that profile picture? I don't know. Oh, it's Half-Life 3. It's not. I thought it was like a Crusader. I thought it was going to be one of these Deus.
But I think when you scroll a little bit, you will discover that the self-evident
Wow.
values are like fascism.
Oh well, look what we've got immediately.
No
This
mainstream media will be covering this, but what is it?
So what this was a video of this was a girl in Scotland who pulled out these knives, and it was shared around by the right wing in the UK and by Musk and others as well.
But there's no context here. I have no idea what's happening.
Yeah.
Like, is this a Renaissance fair or like what's going on?
No, it was this girl's like on some council estate in I think Glasgow, and there was a guy who was on holiday here, not an immigrant, and I think she was like threatening him for some reason in the actual. But the video got presented with the context of that she's defending her sister from a migrant who came across on a boat. But none of that was true at all. Like, the whole story has been published by actual journalists about what, the context around it. So everyone who is sharing this is like some kind of evidence of a migration crisis where little girls in Scotland have to defend themselves.
Well, that's the narrative. Well, you can't get that from the photo. The photo is completely uninformative.
Well, I think it's so ubiquitous in those right-wing circles that
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, so when I see it, I know
Right.
exactly what's implied. But
that's what I mean. Like the entire value of things like this is mean value, because without the context, what you told me is a narrative about what the background is, and that's what's doing the work there.
Yeah,
and the narrative is false, as you say. But like that's it's anyway.
So I guess the point is though that so you get this kind of like jumble of amorphous claims about Christianity's role as a civilizational operating system. I mean, to what degree is it good? To what degree
the hell is it a civilizational operating system? That's why I say tech bro alert, because like it's just a meaningless statement.
It's like when you have Linux, installed on an operator like on your computer. It's something like that.
Is that what they're thinking? What happened when Christianity was adopted? Like it's like installing a new operating system, because that is not what happened.
Yeah, I think that it's a way of explaining social or political changes by using a term to refer to the practices that exist in a community. I guess I would say I don't think it's completely wrong, but it's just an overstretched metaphor, right?
It's not helpful.
It's not helpful because it's so overstretched and vague.
Yeah, I agree.
And the two are obviously very disanalogous to one another in many ways. Like it's not like, I mean, there's almost this platonic thing going on in the metaphor. If you think of like a culture or whatever as like an operating system that just amorphously exists apart from what people are saying and doing and like about themselves, like no, it just is what they're saying and doing. Like people are just being, there isn't like some amorphous Christian force. Christianity is a description of people doing those things where I don't know, it's a weird way of mythologizing your present place. And I think what this person means by all this is that we need some kind of like Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson Christian thing to save the West, right? Would be my guess. So they've not taken away from any of their inquiry into history. Oh yeah, like Jesus' values are kind of good. Let's maybe have more progressive taxes on people who are trillionaires and redistribute some of that to help the poorest people in society. Something, it doesn't have to be exactly that, but that's not what their takeaway is. Their takeaway is like, we need to get rid of like pronouns in email and be more isolationist or something like that, which is weird, to say the least. Okay, video clips. Which one do I want to go to in order? Okay, let's start with this Glenn Scrivener interview. So Glenn Scrivener is a Christian apologist who's based out here in the UK. I think you're familiar with him, right, James?
By name, I think.
Yeah. I think we've definitely did some of his videos on the Apologetics before.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't recall.
And you'll recognize the accent, because I think is he New Zealander or Australian? So he's going to sound a bit like you. But he's had Tom Holland on so many times. I don't know if it's because they just both live in London. And this video is from 5 years ago. So this is at the time where Holland is kind of, I would say, like emerging and being promoted in the apologetic space. I don't think, before this he was kind of like a unknown, and then it became this thing, I'd say, in the past 5 or so years. You can see being recommended though you know, a video from a few years later. He's been interviewed just 1 billion times by the same people. So let's play a little bit of this.
I have lost my faith.
I'll speed it up, by the way, as well when we get into it.
I have lost my faith as you know, as a liberal. I've lost my faith. I don't really believe in it, but in my gut, I still do.
So just to say,
that's cringe.
Yeah, well, you've got to remember this was at the time where Justin Brealey had amazing success with. Do you remember that Unbelievable debates? And it was like Dawkins versus someone or something.
Yeah.
And so I think Glenn was trying to kind of copy, you know, that intense, the big ideas. But just that statement in the opening, like, I've lost my faith in liberalism, kind of odd. Like, I mean, there's so many questions that you would hope would be asked around that. Like, what do you mean your faith in it? Do you mean like a religious faith? Do you have to have a religious faith in liberalism? What do you mean by liberalism? Do you mean like, you know, that you don't believe in rights anymore? Well, they still exist. Like, so who cares about your faith in it because it's legally enforceable in this country? Like, what are you going to do? Do you know, like, what is he saying? Is he saying I want a different political system? If so, what different political system do you want? What is the claim, you know? Or is he saying I discovered Christianity is necessary for liberalism, but then he's saying if I've lost my faith in liberalism, why isn't he still believing in liberalism, but now just thinks Jesus has something to do with that, you know? Like,
well, yeah, I mean, it depends what he's going to say, but you could think that some version of Christianity is necessary to ground liberalism. I mean, I don't agree with that, but you could hold that view. But why does that mean that you no longer believe in liberalism? That doesn't really make sense. I lost my faith in liberalism because I think that you need some basis in the divine or whatever. So now I'm like a Christian reactionary nationalist. Like, how does that? I'm not saying he said that, but like, what exactly is supposed to follow?
I found out that Christianity, that if Christianity is true, then you should be a liberal, and that's why I became a Christian and not a liberal. Like, what?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It doesn't make sense.
And this is all before AI as well.
Reset back to the beginning. Thought it said resist
instead of return with the big, you know, with the V.
Reset back to the beginning. Yeah, this is a revolutionary statement.
I think it's a little bit too loud, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's the point. It's supposed to be loud. It's supposed to overwhelm you with its like divine, you know, grandiosity.
And it's like after all that happened, like all the drums and everything, right? But then it comes to you think it's about to begin.
Reset is about going back to the beginning, back to the book of Genesis, and looking at that ancient origin story to see if the ancient text
is the first book in the Bible.
Yes. Is
that true?
Yes. I agree.
You think date-wise?
It wasn't the earliest written.
Yeah.
Fuck no. Probably Amos, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe parts of Amos. Yeah.
can still speak today. On Reset, we are going back to the beginning today with Tom Hollands. He is the author of many books, including Dominion, The Making of the Western Mind. Tom Holland, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks very much for having me back.
Hey, yeah, we had a little chat, I guess, about 3,500 years ago, or November, as it was known.
What's that, sorry?
Well, we've got the camera on him as if it's an interview, but he's talking to a laptop. Like I've never seen that setup before. It's very odd.
He did do this for a while, for quite there's like a series of interviews where it's all in this setup. My favorite one is with there's like this woman who always appears like the strictest head teacher in the UK. I don't know if you're aware of her.
No, never heard.
Oh yeah, because she does a similar thing where she's like, I'm an asshole to the kids because we need Christian values or something, and that makes them get good A-level results or something. I don't know. And woke is the problem. That you know, a lot of this is very politically.
I think this might have been filmed during COVID. No, if it's 5 years ago.
Yeah, but it's just like I don't know. I don't like the like better to just have two heads on screen. I think than this camera set up.
Already have
talking
all
to a
of
laptop.
Expensive equipment. It would be shame not to use.
What's the crap in the background as well? Like this old suitcase. Look, the handle's broken.
Old money.
You can see.
We had
also the fact that the camera angles are changing in the room is odd. So it's like if you've got one high quality camera, just put it on yourself. You don't like rather.
Yeah, like this is particularly odd. Like we're filming this screen of him. I don't know. I think it's confusing.
At least he's got the mic pointing the right way.
And he's got full screen, and also MacBook Pro, expensive for the congregation. To Glenn, naughty.
a little chat, I guess, about 3,500 years ago, or November, as it was known in the old money.
Yeah, pre-COVID. I mean, this seems a very, very long time ago.
Pre-COVID, but it was post the launch of the hardback edition of Dominion, and now the paperback has come out. And I want to begin by asking you about the paperback cover.
You know what I just noticed as well, going into the description here, we have just a whole bunch. So Douglas Murray, Catherine Burble, I think she's the toughest head teacher. John Bayer, he's, I guess, a theologian. He's probably the most one I would actually listen to. John Lennox, Rebecca McLaughlin, Rupert Sheldrake,
Paul Van der Clay.
Yeah, you know where Rupert Sheldrake is, right?
Oh, that rings a bell. Remind me.
Dogs, morphic resonance. Dogs who know their.
Oh, yeah.
Esther O'Reilly. That's Ethel McGrew. That's the fake name of the McGrew's daughter, who is a full-time apologist now. So she's got gone into the industry.
Fake name?
Yeah, she used to be under a fake name because obviously being an apologist comes with such a high social cost that she had to use a fake name to avoid the persecution. But then
I'd be embarrassed too.
But then she started using her real name, and absolutely nothing changed. So take what you will from that. Okay.
And what are the Gnostic Gospels?
Why is it so? Where did all those bits go? I want to see the key moments bits. Thesis of the book. Right.
The thesis of the book essentially is that Christianity is the most transformative and revolutionary ideology that has ever existed, and that in its distinctively Western form, it continues to completely saturate the way that people in the West view the world, not just morally or ethically, but an issues as fundamental as how the things that they take for granted about how, say, sexuality operates.
Okay, so evaluating that claim, I'll go first with the things that come to my mind. So one thing that came to my mind was maybe like something like capitalism or market-based economies. Something seems to me like the Industrial Revolution. Like these are things that have ideologies associated with them, which seem to me to be more transformative than Christianity.
Agricultural revolution.
Yeah. But
the invention of the wheelbarrow, discovery of fire.
But then I know what he'd do with many of these things is relate them back to Christianity in some way. But then I was thinking, but even if he makes that kind of move, I think that you can do the same with Christianity, where Platonism antedates Christianity and seems to have had more of a profound impact upon it than anything else, right? Like people using Platonism and Platonic Greek philosophy to interpret and reinterpret the Bible and to come up with a systematic theology. I mean, that's just ubiquitous throughout. In fact, what he is talking about by Christianity, in my view, is essentially Platonist Christianity, not this kind of like varied thing. Anyone else though on just the claim that he made there, rather than maybe what I?
So I mean, like it seems to me that this is an equivalent to a freshman political science like theory, right? Because like when you begin to study political science in your first year, people are usually like extremely confident about their opinions and about their like ability to form correct takes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, and they are also very passionate about studying political science, but also they are not very well read, and they are just like not very knowledgeable. Mm-hmm. So you have this kind of Dunning-Kruger effect, and because everyone is like kind of in the same class, in the same community, you have constant conversations going on, usually in the pub. Basically every evening,
shooting the shit.
Where people are presenting these like grandiose theories.
I figured it out.
So those are extremely ambitious in terms of the scope of what they are supposed to explain, but at the same time they're extremely reductive because they try to explain very many things about the world using like one or So examples of these would be Marxism, just like racial supremacy. Political geography, which is just the idea that like you can explain the features of culture in terms of the environment, like physical environment where people live. Or it could even be just like a primitive, like humanist worldview where just like the Enlightenment had to...
What's the book? It's not Steven Pinker, is it? The Better Angels of Our Nature, is it?
That would be kind of in that category, right? Yeah. So basically, like this seems to me what like kind of similar, or it has like a familiar resemblance to these kind of theories, right? Obviously, what happens to these first-year students is that as they get more well-read and as they get kind of more educated, they burn out and they realize that the world is much more complicated, that it's much more difficult to construct these theories responsibly. It's very difficult to actually provide evidence. And if you get to a PhD level, you might even realize what are the issues, what are kind of the fallacies, the intellectual shortcuts and failures that make these kind of theories appealing, right? Mm-hmm. And I think it would be very easy to take the similar kinds of observations that he's trying to explain and just brute force them, try to explain them using these other primitive
class analysis.
You can just do very basic reductive class analysis.
Yeah, it was when the Roman upper class adopted Christianity that then
you can just say, look, the reason why the Enlightenment happened in Europe and not, let's say, in Asia is because the white race is genetically superior. Well, and that would be wrong.
Yeah,
but it's the same kind of wrong as attributing these social outcomes to an influence of Christianity, It's just ignores a bunch of data points. What the fuck happened to Ethiopia, Ethiopia supposedly was evangelized by Matthew himself. It's been Christian for 2,000 years, and it's a complete shithole, right?
Well, you can't say that on the Digital Gnosis channel.
Well, Russia, but one of the apostles, I think it was Andrew, went to do his mission in Scythia.
Okay.
But now, Russians are just objectively subhuman, So what happened there?
Yeah.
So you have to ignore a bunch of data points that are inconvenient, and then you have to be very vague about what it is exactly that you are explaining. You have to explain all of the kind of negative aspects of those societies in terms of those ideologies being corrupted. So obviously Marxism was all good, and the gulags were just those were the people who abused Marxism to gain political power, genuine Marxists, right? It's very easy to sell people these very simple reductive pseudo explanations.
Yeah. What do you want to speak about that, James, or Holland's initial claim about how no ideology has been more influential?
Oh, well, I mean, that would be an interesting thing to discuss if, from a comparative historical point of view. Now, of course, in order to do that, you would first need to distinguish one ideology from another, which is very difficult to do, particularly in the case of Christianity, because, and this is something Holland, he mentions a few times in some of the earlier chapters, but doesn't discuss in any length or address, which is that there's no such thing as mere Christianity, at least not today. There's Christianity that we've inherited through thousands of years of developments, culturally and politically and theologically, but also a large influence from pre-Christian Greek philosophy, which has very explicitly influenced a lot of Catholic teachings. I mean, also Eastern Orthodox as well. It both drew a lot extensively from that, very explicitly so. So can we say then that Greek philosophy is basically essential for Christianity because they borrowed a lot from that?
It's
not really meaningful to try to separate these two.
Yeah, in 19th century and in early 20th century, people were very excited about this idea, and they wrote books about the Greek miracle. How actually the most revolutionary movement or the most revolutionary moment in history was the invention of Greek philosophy in Asia Minor, because that just completely changed the course of human history, and all of these ideas about the divine, about God, about the realms of ideas started developing, and that there were people who were essentially again Western chauvinists, or specifically German chauvinists, or Italian chauvinists, the people from the ethnicity who thought of themselves as the true inheritors of the fire of Hellas, who genuinely put forward these very reductive ideas about how actually human rights, democracy, and equality have their roots not in Jerusalem but in Athens, and how the success of the West in modernity is directly a product of not of Christianity, but actually of rejection of Christianity in favor of Renaissance and returning to these ancient roots, rediscovering the
real
the rule. which that's bullshit, right? But it's just as much of a bullshit as what Holland is selling, you know.
Yeah. But I think even in terms of like that point of even the Christianity Holland is like basically is it that the oldest thing gets the credit, you know, like, so because the nature of this relation between a thing and, you know, is Christianity even to talk about Christianity as a thing is a bit weird because it's just so much that I don't even. But you know, I feel very much more like we're drawing the boundaries on what Christianity is as we engage in this kind of practice, rather than we're just seeing it and then we're like, what's the causal nature of it? But is it, you know, is the precedent just whatever the older thing is, that is like the real ideology, so to speak? You know, is that the nature of his claim? Because it could be the case that everything Christianity was a necessary precondition for us to get to where we are, and Christianity should now be jettisoned because it is in conflict with the values that we now happen to hold. I'm not saying that is the case. I'm just saying, like, what is the point that why does it matter how impactful an ideology was?
I don't think he's very clear about that, because he kind of flirts with the idea in the book that you don't need to be a Christian, you don't need to believe in Christianity for these things to still be important, like influential and relevant. Although elsewhere maybe he said other things, but I don't think he's very clear about like what the policy or like contemporary application of this is.
What's the policy? This is what I was asking. Like, is he like arguing for a policy of brainwashing? Like, is it the case that you personally don't have to believe that like Elijah flew to heaven on like a chariot of fire?
But we should teach it to
kids. We should teach it to kids, because otherwise they are going to be Muslims and like rape
or Romans. They'll be Muslims or Romans.
Well, actually, there's a quote here right at the end of the book, which I think encapsulates what he says here. So he has a lot to say about secular humanism, which I want to.
Is the last chapter in your book called Woke, by the way?
Yes, I said that before. That's the last.
Okay, right. Yeah. That's. I didn't know. I wasn't sure if there were different versions of the book. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think I have the paperback, but I mean it's an e-copy. But my page number is. Oh, you've got a paperback too, but I think your cover's different. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
So the last chapter is called Woke. It's by far the worst chapter. We'll come back to that. But I just want to focus on this specific point, right? Because about like what he's saying or what the implications are. So, quote, if secular humanism derives not from reason or from science, but from this distinctive course of Christianity's evolution, a course that in the opinion of growing numbers in Europe and America has left God dead, like that's in the Nietzschean sense, right? Then how are its values anything more than the shadow of a corpse? What are the foundations of its morality, if not a myth? End quote.
Well, yeah, that's just such a.
So he doesn't really answer that question, but he's like, you can do a lot with that. Like he's leaving a lot over to interpretation.
It's all metaphor, though, right? It's like, if for example we believe the Second World War, that we shouldn't have a world war, but we've forgotten the causes of the Second World War, then the cause of our belief that we shouldn't have war is a corpse, and therefore what. Sure, you could make the case that we should remember the causes of the First and Second World War so we don't repeat exactly those sorts of circumstances or whatever again. But if we still had values that we don't want, like a war in mainland Europe, with respect to actions that are around having a war in mainland Europe, it doesn't really make a difference if that is the value that, if the reason for having the mythology is to enforce that value in some way. Maybe if there's more information there, but the point is, like, what is in that metaphor that he's making about corpses and indebtedness? Like, what is the point?
It's just fallacious, right? Even if it's true that secular humanism derives entirely from Christianity, that tells you nothing about whether
you should believe
Christian beliefs in order to be a secular humanist or to apply those principles. It's just complete fallacious. He never engages with that in a like theoretically thoughtful perspective. He just sort of presents it as an open question, right? Which I think is one of the reasons why he's really bad at making these sorts of arguments, because he doesn't actually give the argument. He just presents his conclusion and then kind of vaguely leaves it like, well, where does this leave us? Like, well, why does it leave us anywhere? Like, what
what's the problem?
There's a problem. Yes.
What's the problem I'm supposed to have? No worries. Camille's just going for a poo, by the way. He said that.
Thanks for that.
And she didn't say
that. Share this.
I said that. He didn't actually say it. But that's what is annoying then about the metaphor, right? Because the metaphor he's using is just ammunition to apologists and ideologues as well. Because it's like, well, you've got a dead corpse, right? Whereas I've got what? Like, I've got the resurrection and eternal life or something. You know, it's just like lazy propaganda, basically, the way that metaphor is operating. Like, so what if I have a dead corpse? Do you mean, like, is the way that you're using this metaphor of dead corpse operationalized such that you just mean that is historical? Well, then, yeah, sure. Like, do you disagree it's historical? Like, what's wrong with that? Like, why should I care about your metaphor of it being a dead corpse? And why should that make me revive the beliefs that are historically related to values I have today, right? That, you've said.
Note that I could modify this statement well. So let me read a modified version based on what we were saying before about the influence of Greek philosophy.
Yeah.
So if Christian theology derives not from revelation, but from the influence of Greek philosophers, which, in the opinion of many, have now not much influence in the contemporary world and are not widely believed in their own terms, then are Christianity's values anything more than the shadow of a corpse? What are the foundations of its theology, if not a myth? Right? Yeah. Like you could just make the exact same claim. Well, if one thing is influenced on another thing, and that first thing is no longer taken seriously on its own terms anymore, then what do we have left?
Or even more so, right? You could do it in terms of like the myths that preceded Greek philosophy, like
you could go back. You could go back further. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, because those are more explicitly just kind of like stories about the gods, rather than them being like systems.
Like Iliad.
Yeah. So it would be some ice cream.
You want some?
I've got my own ice cream in there that I might get in a bit, actually. Yeah, but cool. So let's play a bit more. So
relations between men and women, how society is structured, the nature of progress, all kinds of things that people might be tempted to take for granted and just assume exist out there in the sky, but not at all.
I think that this idea of believing that your values exist out there in the sky is very unhelpful, and that people should
just first of all, that's what Christians think, right?
Well, yeah. There's this kind of like Freudian slip thing or something going on there, where it's like, so therefore believe a story where your values exist in the sky, above the whatever it's called, the dome or whatever that holds the salt water.
He doesn't establish that anyone actually thinks that their values just exist out there in the sky. Now, it's true that a lot of people don't think very carefully about where these things come from and how they're justified, but that's true for literally absolutely anything. Like, most Christians don't think carefully about where Christian values come from or their theology derives from and things like that. So I don't think that's really a fair criticism of like secular humanism or whatever, that a lot of people don't think carefully about it.
But even if someone says, sure, my values are grounded in the sky, right? It doesn't matter that they're saying that, because it's them saying it. So their value, someone's values are always coming from them. It's just you're just disagreeing. It's people disagreeing about things, right? Regardless of the kind of grounding.
Yes, and so what you should be asking is, what is the justification for different positions, and how well do they work in practice, and comparing different outcomes.
Or I would say, with respect to values, rather than asking people what's your like meta theory about these values, it's like, what do we disagree about in terms of our values and what we should be doing, and just have that discussion rather than some silly discussion about.
What were the values that he mentioned?
None. I think he was just saying,
he mentioned something about women and how society is structured. Very vague things. I'd prefer to discuss those specifics when he actually goes into more detail, if he ever does get to that. If he doesn't, then I'll pull my quotes out.
But... Well, let's
between men and women, how society is structured, the nature of progress, all kinds of things that people might be tempted to take for granted and just assume exist out there in the sky, but not at all. They're very culturally contingent, and they're very specifically bred of deep the deep roots that the West has in Christian history and theology.
Where do you find people most objecting to that thesis? Where do you find people most considering their views to be neutral or obvious or universal? Whereas I guess your argument is those things would be contingent on Christian history and how it's shaped us. But where do most people kind of trip up on this?
Well, one of the inspirations for writing this book was an event I did in the wake of a previous book called In the Shadow of the Sword, which was about the world of late antiquity, and had at its climax the emergence of Islam. And the argument of the book was essentially that the Muslim understanding of where Islam had come from was, in its canonical account, quite late. So in Christian terms, the earliest life that we have of Muhammad is essentially kind of 200 years after his lifetime. So in Christian terms, that would be equivalent to, say, the Gnostic Gospels, some of the Gnostic Gospels. And what do the Gnostic Gospels tell us about the lifetime of Jesus? Probably not very much.
Is that like first century Mark obviously puts Christianity on a much better historical footing. What do you want to talk about? Some of the lay of the land around time periods and how the two compare?
Well, I mean, 200 years after the, like, let's say crucifixion of Jesus would be 230, right? So there's absolutely no way that like some of the Gnostic texts that we have are that late. I think they are probably a little bit later than like the canonical Gospels, but I also think that like canonical Gospels were like being rewritten, and they probably were not stable in, let's say, mid-2nd century still, right? So yeah,
yeah.
And I don't think that the canonical Gospels tell us a lot about, like, historically accurate about Jesus either. So I don't think he like cast demons into pigs. So
yeah. I guess the thing is that he's trying to kind of like set up this big disanalogy between the historical provenance of the two.
But I actually think that you can, like, if you want to construct a biography of the founding figure, you can actually do a pretty good like sketch of the personality of Muhammad from the Quran itself, right? Because it is giving some like biographical details and these kinds of things, and those are supposed to be Muhammad's own words, you know. So that then the question shifts, and it becomes when the text of the Quran was fixed, and whether the people who were fixing it, how like informed they were about actual like genuine biographical details of Muhammad's life, and how much they were propagandizing basically about him. But I don't know that much about it.
But I guess the point that I think is important is that I don't think that Holland is making a very good argument, at least, that there is this massive like historic disanalogy between the two. Like there's quite a long period of time, enough time for all of your primary sources to die. It's unclear.
And also I don't think that, for example, the author of the Gospels are trying to portray events as they actually happened. So like even if they had like, even if they were in a position,
except from Luke the Doctor, who's writing for Most Excellent God Lover.
No, I mean if they were like, even if they were in a position where they like could in theory write down events that actually transpired, I just like don't think they were interested in doing that.
Yeah. I'm writing to you, Most Excellent Lover of God, about how the disciple called the Jew betrayed Christ, the Messiah. Okay. Anything you want to say? Sorry, James. Or
well, he hasn't explained why this later origin of writings about the life of Muhammad is relevant to anything. So I kind of want to hear the rest of the claim.
Okay. Cool.
Much. They tell us much more about what people say in around 200 AD thought. And so likewise, the argument of In the Shadow of the Sword was that the received accounts of Muhammad's life and how the Quran emerges tell us a lot about what Muslims thought in, say, the year 800, but very little probably about what was going on within the lifetime of Muhammad. And this was obviously, to lots of Muslims, quite a controversial and sometimes upsetting thesis.
Unlike Christians who are incredibly receptive towards New Testament
studies. Yeah, exactly. And
that's an interesting take, to think that something written, say, 150 years after an event can't tell you anything about that event. Because if you hold that, you kind of have to jettison most of ancient history, because most of the writings we have are not contemporaneous. They're from at least 100 years later.
Even a lot of the stuff that you're going to depend on to make Christianity work, right? In terms of what goes in the canon, what's out of the canon, what do you think about the state of persecution? Like, there's a lot of stuff there that's in that sort of range in terms of dating, right? That Holland is going to depend on in the case of
I think that's a bit dubious. I also have issues here because the text of the Quran was finalized within decades. I think was it Uthman, I think, who finalized that? So that was within the 7th century.
That's the story, right? But the problem is like
whether that story,
whether that's true. I see. Well, but that's that's exactly the same position with the Christian Gospels as well, right? Like whether
when you have like a church father saying, here are the good sources and here's when they were written or whatever.
The thing about Islam, though, is that at least in theory, right, that they have this this science for establishing when statements about the life of Muhammad are to be accepted, right? That you have to have a chain of authentication, right? So so-and-so said to so-and-so said to so-and-so, which I think is much better than what Christianity had, which was basically nothing.
Why they have that? Do you know why they have that?
Why?
I think it's I don't think this is controversial. It's like a conscious and deliberate improvement on that not being the case for Christianity.
Yeah,
you know?
right. No, that's interesting. That may
This
be the case.
This is the same reason why, for example, Mormons have the signed statements like
Yeah.
of the witnesses, right? Like at some point, people realized that like this is an issue, and they started developing strategies to fix that. For example, assigning the Gospels to like apostles and stuff like that. And then obviously religious traditions who came later were already trying to preempt these kinds of problems because it became obvious.
Yeah.
So this sort of argument is, I mean, you need to look into the details of what he claims, but from what he said here, the idea that, well, these early writings came like 200 years later, so they should be distrusted without any comparative claim about any other historical documents. And like, just because something was written later doesn't mean that it doesn't contain material that was earlier. Like, you have to look into the specifics, right? And assess how plausible is it that they were using earlier materials which are reliable versus, later confabulations. And that's an issue in any historical analysis. It seems a bit selective here to present it only in the context of Islam.
Yeah, Islam can all be dismissed because of that, but Christianity is just so different.
But I actually think that, like, if it was the case that we don't really know what was going on in Islam for the first 200 years, that actually creates an opportunity for like reform, because that like if the origins are like mysterious, you can tell whatever story about the origins you want, right?
I suspect we'll talk about reform at other points, but I think Holland's claims about the different kinds of Islam, the different kinds of expressions of Islam that are possible, are they've got to be mistaken historically, because we know that Hamas do not have the same theology as was had in Spain in the Islamic.
He talks a bit about this. We can address that later.
Yeah.
And I remember one Muslim at a talk I was giving saying, why have you done this? You'd never do this to your own beliefs, your own, if you think that they're myths, why are you not questioning your own myths? And I felt that was a very germane question. And
out your doubts. Good stuff.
The values and assumptions that I had were essentially those of the Enlightenment, of kind of liberal secular humanism. It never crossed my mind, for instance, in writing In the Shadow of the Sword, to think that God had actually spoken to Muhammad. And I wasn't being neutral in thinking that. That was the position of someone who's not a Muslim. So therefore, it's not a neutral position. And so in the wake of that, I did think, well,
Hang on, sorry. I think I didn't listen properly. Is he saying that he's saying what hadn't he questioned? He hadn't questioned.
No, he wrote the book from the position of someone who believes that it's not false. The case that
Right, but he
said he'd never questioned his fundamental values of like Enlightenment liberalism or something like that.
Yeah, so because he wrote a book about Islam from the position of a skeptic, he now had to think about his own values from the position of a skeptic, or what? I don't know.
That apparently is something that never crossed his mind before, which honestly is telling if that's true. But also, that's not what he does in this book. He doesn't subject the values of secularism and Enlightenment liberalism to like critical analysis. He talks about them purely in the context of being influenced by Christianity, which he does not subject to critical analysis either. So if that's the motivation for why he wrote this book, he did a terrible job at following up on what that person was prompting him.
But like, you can do a degree in Cambridge and never reflect on your values.
That's also problematic, right?
Yeah.
What are the beliefs that I hold dear? What are the values that I hold dear? What are the assumptions that I take for granted? And I thought, well, I'll try and trace them back as far as they will go. And it was already kind of clear to me that actually the Enlightenment myth, the idea that there'd been a period of light in ancient Greece and then darkness and then the light switch had gone on again with the Enlightenment, was mythical, a restructuring, if you like, as it turned.
Just to say about this,
unlike
Dominion.
Yes.
I mean, it's true, but it's like, at what resolution are you looking at it as well? Because there's some truth to that myth. There's so people often say,
manuscript production. You can show the graph if you look at manuscript production. You do get the U shape. There's some truth to that.
Or like the meme with the Dark Ages or whatever, where it's like knowledge on the y-axis.
You know what's a really good graph? The concentration of lead in the atmosphere, because
it signifies
it signifies industrial production, right? And there is a dip when the Huns came, because they plundered the Western Roman Empire.
But I know the thing is, right, like I know that some people will be like, well, look, there is like complexity and there are changes in the cultures, say, like as the Roman Empire withdraws, right, there are new political and economic structures that emerge in the British Isles, say, there's different theological innovations. And sure, so it's not. I think it's incorrect to evaluate all of this as if knowledge is just like one variable that changes.
Yeah.
But it is true that there were also like disadvantages. You know, there was that society wasn't as integrated, it wasn't as internationalist. There was a less sophisticated legal system,
and also like a lot of people died. You know,
Yeah,
because like the cities were plundered.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. But then you can also say, well, some of this is an overstatement also by sources who are trying to, you know, like have political purposes to say that about what's going on. Not
Yeah,
all
so
of it.
a lot of the early Protestants were actually propagated this myth of like the Dark Ages as being, well, essentially an exaggeration of what happened as like a complete time of like intellectual degradation, because they wanted to be critical of the Catholic Church, right? So the time the Catholic Church was dominant in the West was the time when like nothing happened intellectually, and only after the Reformation. So a lot of that, and Holland does talk about that a bit in his book.
Yeah,
but
well, just the point I wanted to make though is that there's all this complexity to thinking about a thing like that, right? But he sort of reduces it all to like, well, there's the idiots that say this, and then that here's my meta narrative instead of like Christianity knowledge graph go blue kind of thing. And it's like, well, that's just another stupid story that isn't actually as interesting.
This is what I was saying, right? Like, it's just
Can I also point out that he seemed a bit confused about, so he had a Muslim come to one of his talks and challenge him, well, why haven't you done a critical analysis of your own beliefs? And so his response to that was, I guess I haven't done that. Maybe I should. Let's do essentially a genealogical analysis, tracing my beliefs back and back. He literally said that, right? Tracing them back and back. Now, my comment to that is, Holland, a genealogical analysis is not a critical analysis. You can look at the influences historically and not critically analyze the actual content or validity or accuracy or whatever of those beliefs, which he doesn't really do in the book at all. So I don't understand why he thinks that one really has anything to do with the other. They're just complete. Well, it's just, again, it's a genetic fallacy.
Yeah, it's about it. Like, sure, that might be a component of
it may be a component, but it's only one component.
But his methodology is overall bad because he's not actually thinking about how to contextualize.
You know, it's the classic thing, like that Hitler was a vegetarian and promoted animal rights, which is true, but like that doesn't have any bearing on whether those beliefs are good or not. Like it's just. Yeah. And this is such a basic point. I don't understand why he doesn't realize this.
Yeah.
Turned out, I think, of Christian myths, of Christian ways of seeing the world. But one of the things I wanted to set myself with Dominion was basically to look at almost everything that I took for granted and say, well, how far back can I trace it? And invariably, it
why
went
does that
back.
matter?
But that's also
why does it matter how far back you can trace it? Like, that doesn't tell you anything about whether it's true or not.
That's true, but then also but everything just happens to stop with the Persian invasion.
Well, that's the other thing,
which is your interest as a kid.
He clearly doesn't trace it back as far as he can trace it.
I mean, that's not what
he starts in the 5th century BC and then leaps towards Jesus after that.
Because I've not even tried to write a book about this, but I can go back further with some of these things than he can. Right?
He also doesn't say very much about Greek philosophy. Like, there's a little bit of it, but if you were doing that justice, you should spend a lot more time on this because it's very important.
There's a lot of cool work that is done in like sociology or like empirically driven economics and stuff on, like what did ancient society, what archaeological evidence do we have about like the composition of ancient societies, how they functioned, like what sort of events can we infer probably played a role in the advancement of human societies and things like those are genuinely interesting questions that, there's something to be said about, right? And there's evidence for these things. Like I was reading something about the composition of sort of society in Britain during the time that Stonehenge was built and how it looks like they sort of foraged for hazelnuts, but also at the same time had livestock. So they weren't like hunter-gatherers, but they gathered stuff, but they weren't like just an agricultural society. And just that there are interesting findings you can empirically discover, and then you can make inferences about like what people's values were and discover artifacts. But why does it just stop with this storytelling about like Leonidas was a bad guy and then Jesus came along and like it's almost like it's like a bad evangelical sermon or something. It's if you kind of take away you don't treat it with the seriousness and just look at like the milestones he's planting here.
Yeah, so I've just double checked. So he devotes about 15 pages out of 550-ish to talking about Greek philosophy. And I don't think he does a very good job when he just doesn't say that much about it. But like, if you're going to try, if the claim is I traced all my ideas back as far as they could go, that's just not enough to spend on that, because that is very influential, not just for Christianity, but also for subsequent, like, Renaissance and Enlightenment thinkers looking back to that. Like, it's very influential in the Western tradition. And it's just bizarre to say that he traced it back as far as he could go when he spent so little time on that and doesn't go back any further.
How many pages does he spend on Greek atomism?
I think there's like a paragraph on that.
Yeah, because that was influential as fuck,
Right.
you know?
And that's another thought, right? Is like, but then what are the causes of Greek philosophy, right? And that is, I think, a really interesting question that's difficult to get at, and is going to relate to potential technological advances, potential economic circumstances, wars,
geopolitics.
Not to the Enlightenment, and generally not to ancient Greece, although Greek philosophy does indeed have a huge influence on Christian theology.
Why don't you
But
talk
then
about it
in the fundamentals,
What's that? Sorry, James?
Well, why doesn't he talk about it more then? Yeah, he mentions it a little bit, but it's really not a strong influence, a strong theme in the book.
when I trace those threads back, they lead back to Christianity, and that was why I wanted to write the book. Just as when I wrote In the Shadow of the Sword, the most vituperative criticism came from Muslims who said, this isn't a myth, this is true. So with Dominion, the most vituperative criticism has tended to come from people who believe in the Enlightenment myth, the idea that it all begins, or humanists who believe.
I don't get obviously, right? What's his point here?
Maybe you should let him finish the sentence, because I think he's going to clarify that.
Okay, yeah.
That their values are just kind of immanent and not culturally contingent, or can be traced back, that they just exist everywhere.
Okay, so
what kind of a humanist says that? I guess maybe some.
I think there's
they just exist everywhere. What?
I think there's something to this, right? Where I think there are some people who are quite uncritical and sort of historically detached in their views, where they view maybe the values they have as like inevitable or something, as if those values don't exist, as he said, as the product of kind of contingent history, or as if that they would be the values. No, I think in fact this is a part of, I forget if it was the right book I was referring to. Is it The Better Angels of Our Nature? Or is it, there's like a book, is it Steven Pinker?
Pinker in The Better Angels of Our Nature talks about how violence has declined over time.
Yes, I think that's the book.
I haven't read it though.
Yeah, but basically that book has been picked up by anthropologists because he's kind of like uses very sparse bad evidence from certain time periods to go like, look, here's what the rate of violence was in the past, and here's how it's like less now, right? And it's kind of similar sort of meta narrative, and he's like that. So there's this arc of moral progress that's like inevitable as technology has advanced, and we can see like the curves like overlap or something.
So what Holland is criticizing is kind of this like Star Trek idea of the future, where like inevitably every civilization
there's
like,
a thing called progress,
every civilization kind of converges on like the same set of values as it gets more like morally progressive and stuff like that. Now I can definitely see that. I can definitely like one of the kind of like talking points or ideas that people in these like, let's say, secular humanist or like secular spaces have is the idea of moral progress, and specifically the idea that like objectively we are like progressing towards better and better, but the response that you could like I would make against that is just to like point out the historical contingency, just like relativism. I wouldn't say, look, this like what you shouldn't say against this is that actually your values are privileged and they are Christian. What you should say against that is that no, like your cultural values are not privileged. They are not like inherently better than other people.
I don't agree with that. I'm a secular humanist, and I do think that my values are like objectively better than a lot of values that have practiced across history, right? And I think you can defend that. But that's not to say that they're inevitable. That's a completely different claim, which annoys me.
You haven't been lens bush built into like moral subjectivism or like quietism or whatever he says.
Well, I don't find his arguments very convincing, but that's maybe a discussion for another time.
I think that so there is sometimes people will use explaining things in terms of objectivity or meta theorizing as a persuasion technique for the first order value, like sometimes. So maybe if Tom Holland's project is successful, maybe it's successful against some forms of that. But that doesn't change anything about the first order values. Like there's no entailments from your view being contingent to then you not having that view anymore in terms
yes,
of
exactly. That was my point. So like maybe there are some humanists who talk as if what did he say again? Like humanist views are exist in all societies, universal, or self-evident. Yeah, well, the self-evident claim is interesting because he talks about that a fair bit. But that's funny because that's not my experience with talking to humanists. They, in terms of the idea that humanism is universal, because usually they're very critical of historical and contemporary societies where humanist values are not respected, and that precisely they want to promote humanist education and scientific education and discussion to try to promote humanist values because they're not universally held everywhere, and we want to promote them. That's my experience with generally what humanists say.
So basically, it seems like what he's talking about here kind of applies to maybe like Richard Dawkins, right? And that's why it fits quite well with what apologists are telling as being the opposition. It might fit somewhat well with some other people, but it's not. It really isn't like a good engagement with the plurality of views that exist out there, right? And that undermines, I think, its usefulness as a project that's supposed to be engaging with contemporary secular worldviews and pointing out the relevance of contingent history to those kind of views and values that people hold. Okay, let's
But I think that these are myths, and nobody likes having. People don't like to be told that their myths are mythical.
I think there are myths that some people tell about the values that they have, but so what, right? That's not good. That isn't going to persuade them away from those values if they hold them, even if they were to go, yeah, that's like a myth that I have a kind of permission structure or coherent framework from which I tell a story about the values I hold. Recognizing that as a story might be a part of the step to get someone to change their views about their values. But then in the case of Holland here, right, it's like, sure, so you may have deconstructed that part, but then what is step two? Like, what do you now have a proposal?
Well, that's what I was reading with the quote, right? He just leaves it with a couple of questions that are very open. And it's not clear what anyone should do about that.
Therefore, no pronouns in bio anymore. Because Jesus would be unhappy.
It may be the case that your beliefs in humanism are based on myths, but does that mean you shouldn't be a humanist anymore? Nothing follows about that. You have to make that argument. And also, the other thing, he's sort of laughing about, oh, no one likes it when you deconstruct their myths. Well, maybe it would be interesting if you subjected the myths of Christianity to a similar critical analysis as you at least pretend to do in this book with secular humanism.
Here's a bunch of
his other book with Islam. And he sort of admits that it's a myth, right? But then he says, well, myth doesn't mean false, right? But okay, but like it would be nice if we had a more fair comparison, right, of the different worldviews and see how they differ.
Myth doesn't mean false, right, in either case.
So it's just a big muddle. He doesn't treat different views consistently, and he's not clear about the implications of what he's saying.
Yes. Well, I mean, speaking from
I find it upsetting as well.
Sure.
So I have sympathy.
So had you been mostly brought up and formed with the sort of the Edward Gibbon myth that's...
Okay.
Question, can you...
I'm going to skip to this question, by the way. Oh, and thank you, Coy York 15 for becoming a member. Welcome to membership.
Have Christian values without Christian belief. And he also said, kind of riffing on Plato, that God is dead, but his corpse...
Wait, riffing on who? Was that guy before or after Christianity?
And he also said, kind of riffing on Plato, that God is dead, but his corpse continues to send shadows on the walls of the cave, so it looks as though he's alive. And I think that the state of the West at the moment is...
I'm sorry, Tom, there's an Airbus A320 taking off behind you.
We're so Christian that almost everything we do remains kind of rooted in Christian assumptions. And
like when I took a poo this morning, was that rooted in Christian assumption? Like everything we do, obviously. Okay, so that's hyperbole. Why do people use hyperbole to communicate? Well, to emphasize certain points. Why does Tom Holland want to emphasize Christian assumptions? And how do you even evaluate the extent to which Christian assumptions are present? Because I genuinely don't think there are that many Christian assumptions that go into most of the things that I care about. Like I'm doing my master's in statistics in my free time. I don't have to assume anything about Christianity to do that. I make food most days. Like I don't assume anything about Christianity to do that.
Well, he's not talking about ordinary people. He's talking about people like him who, read books all day, I think.
Yeah, or people on Christian podcasts, right?
Yeah,
it's like no wonder they're thinking about Christianity. Like there's just a selection effect in place.
But again, so this is something he does not do in the book. He does not explain what he means by a Christian assumption. Is that assumption that Christians have?
Yes.
Is it assumptions that are distinctive to Christians? Is it an assumption that requires Christian theology to defend? What exactly is that?
Well,
and how is that distinct from all of the influences on Christianity? Because he traces it back to Christianity, but then doesn't analyze further back, as we've discussed.
Well, we can see
there's a real lack of analysis here about what he's even talking about.
And at 4022, the timestamp says most fundamental tenets of Christianity. So hopefully,
might have been good to start with that.
yeah. But that's
then just after that is the Third Reich. Nice combination.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It all begins with it's like, so liberalism is weak and decadent and false. All our values are indebted to Christianity. And by the way, have you heard about the Third Reich? Just to close out.
That's where it ends.
Yeah.
He actually has strong implications that if you abandon Christian theology, you end up with Nazism. He doesn't say that, but I'm going to back that up. I'll show you how he implies this. I think it's really dodgy how he does that.
Yeah. Anyway, Liz.
I think that the question remains open, that once you have generations that grow up that are not familiar with, not just with the practice of going to church, but with, I think, just as importantly, the kind of the basic biblical stories that have structured the way that people think for centuries and centuries, in this country, in other Western countries. You are kind of deprived.
Taiwan and Singapore,
Czech Republic. We've been fucking irreligious for 90 years, you know.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen? He's about to say what's going to happen.
Exactly. What is going to happen?
Yeah. I mean, do you know anything about the crime stats in Czech Republic? I mean,
they are comparable to Slovakia, which is like 90% Catholic.
Yeah.
Driving the roots of their fertilizer. And so the question becomes, what happens to the blooms? And I don't really know the answer to that. I mean,
yeah, there's like fertilizer and flowers growing.
Supplying the roots their fertilizer. So Christian theology and stories is the fertilizer to the roots.
But he didn't actually say like anything. Like he didn't say what is the prediction, you know?
You need like nitrogen-rich fertilizer.
He said he doesn't know.
Oh, he doesn't know.
The thing is that doesn't make sense, right? Okay, so let's break this down. His metaphor is that Christian stories and theology is the fertilizer. The roots are the fundamental assumptions of our civilization, right? Which are fertilized by Christian views.
Because we all remember when we were young and we just axiomatically derived our, our teachers.
Well, he's unclear about that. I'm just exploring the metaphor. I'm not trying to justify the metaphor.
Yeah, I know.
In the metaphor,
I'm satirizing his metaphor, but
the metaphor's silly, but let's work with it, right? So fertilizer is Christian beliefs, theology, stories. Roots are cultural assumptions that are nourished by those stories. And then the bloom is like good things, I guess, like tolerance and liberalism, democracy, the things he talks about in his book. Yeah. So let's just think about that purely in terms of the metaphor. What happens if you deprive a plant of its fertilizer? Well, the roots, will wither, and then the bloom will wither, right? And it will die.
The root might grow bigger because it's
well, that's actually possible, right? But in general, if it
biodiversity, because you don't kill all the insects.
But
and stuff like that.
If the fertilizer is necessary to provide the plant with sufficient nitrogen, then it presumably will not be able to flourish, and therefore it will get sick or die.
Do we have the Haber process in this situation?
The Bosch-Haber process, yeah. Well, that's what we need. We need like cold hard rationalism, so we don't need the natural fertilizer. We'll just replace it with synthetic. Enlightenment, baby.
It's just all manure. I mean, yeah. That's a
but the point I'm trying to make is, if you take his metaphor seriously, it's very clear what the implication is of depriving the fertilizer. The plant will wither and die. Like, that's the whole point of the metaphor. But somehow he refuses to accept or at least refuses to acknowledge the implication of his metaphor. So if he doesn't think that the implication follows, why use the metaphor?
Yeah, it's weird.
If you don't think it follows, then own up to what you are saying.
As a system model, it doesn't work, right? Because he's kind of saying, like, we've bloomed, but we've taken away the fertilizer while blooming. Like, that doesn't actually make sense.
I mean, but
he's saying it's then going to die. That's the implication. You can't draw any other implication from that metaphor.
But also, like, it's obviously rhetorically strategically very effective not to say exactly what the expectation is, because then the audience can just plug in whatever doomism expectations they already have.
But it's just dishonest. The metaphor clearly implies what will happen, but he refuses to. He says, "I don't know what will happen." It doesn't make sense.
look, I know that whenever Muslims come into a country, very bad things happen, right? Remember 9/11? Remember, like terrorism when that happened? I can't say what's going to happen in these circumstances, but it just whenever it's happened in, it's like a politician kind of strategically laying these disclaimers so they don't have to have a commitment.
I just find that obviously dishonest. Like, either he can't even think through a basic metaphor, or he's being dishonest.
Yeah, I think he's probably not being dishonest in the sense of he's thinking I will deceive people, but it is dishonest in the sense
he's
of
being dishonest in the sense that he's deliberately not saying the thing explicitly that is very controversial, but he's saying it implicitly through his metaphor, but he won't acknowledge that.
Yes, yeah, his own lack of clarity and lack of intellectual virtue in himself as a communicator around these ideas is being enabled by bad thinkers whose podcasts he's on to make these points that will then mislead the audience and lead them to false conclusions. Yeah.
It's an open question, I think. I don't know whether Nietzsche's going to be proved right or not, but I think that you can see...
Because Nietzsche made a clear prediction over...
Yeah, that's not what Nietzsche said anyway. He said we need to replace Christian values with better ones.
But the people who cite Nietzsche typically say he was proven right by the world wars, right? So that would be to say, like,
which is bizarre.
I mean, leaving aside whether or not that is right, but then you could just say, well, why have it as a future prediction? Why not just say, yeah, the world wars happened, so he was proved right, and then a bunch of stuff just continued to happen after that? Like, what is his point? When the fertilizer is taken away, does the plant die forever? Like, does that mean the extermination of humanity and no more history, or what?
Tom Holland talks quite a bit about Nietzsche. He seems to have the classic undergrad understanding of Nietzsche, which is just like, oh no, God is dead. What are we going to do? And Nietzsche does
that film understanding.
Exactly. And there is language to support that in Nietzsche. He's notoriously hard to interpret. But I think a better understanding of Nietzsche is that he's celebrating the death of God because he thinks Christian theology and associated practices are horrible. And what we need to do is replace it with a life-affirming philosophy and beliefs. He's not saying we shouldn't have anything. He's saying we need to replace it with something better, but that's going to be difficult to do, right? And he's saying kind of a lot of people aren't up to the task.
When he talks about his kind of necessitarianism, that's how I kind of view that, where he's saying, I always get confused between that and the train spotting choose life thing. But when he's talking about, like live the kind of life basically where if you were to repeat it eternally in this mythology of time being a flat circle,
right? Yeah.
Well,
I don't understand his thing about eternal recurrence. That's just weird to me. But
I think it's a myth. I think it's a mythology.
Right.
If you
that comes from Stoicism,
right? Okay.
Oh yes.
That's the same point that Marcus Aurelius makes, where he basically says, look, the time is recurrent. So basically, every action that you are going to take
echoes in
eternity.
Yeah, right.
So you have to like be really mindful of what you're doing because you have that much like moral responsibility, you know.
But what Nietzsche is not saying is that, oh no, it's bad that no one believes God anymore, so anything goes. That's not what he's saying.
Well, I think it's even more complicated than that. Like, I think you can interpret him as sort of saying like there's a sense of panic, if you have a framework, and you lose that framework.
He is saying that, but he's also saying it's ultimately a good thing.
What I mean is, it's not like necessarily just a triumphalist, like, great, we got rid of it. It's kind of like, Jesus, this is terrifying, but then
either way in which deprived of certain Christian orthodoxies and certain fundamental Christian narratives, this inheritance of kind of Christian assumptions are starting to go off in what a traditional Christian might regard as slightly heretical directions.
Mm-hmm. So one of your chapters in Dominion is entitled Woke, and so it seems to me like
remember, this is during the COVID pandemic, just as like woke was becoming the popular.
I'm sure this is going to age like a fine wine.
Because woke are destroying the world. Yeah, of course.
Some of the convulsions in the West, you would say, are testimony to this revolutionary spirit that traces its roots back to Christianity.
Glenn Scrivener a Hegelian or something? What that? Like, why is he talking like this?
Is that now that we've had an extra year since the hardback came out? Is that still your sort of contention?
Yes, I think that the word woke is a riff on the idea, obviously, on being awakened, and the idea that people fall asleep, that they fall into sin, basically, and therefore need to be woken up from that and to wake up.
Well, that's not where the term comes from as it's currently used. It originates from African American concern about injustices.
Yeah, and I guess that within their this is the thing, right? Within their concern, there is this aspect of waking up to the injustice.
Yeah, but
but it's not
in the
like
way that he said.
But it's not all the Augustinian idea of sin.
Yeah, that's
right?
what I mean. Yeah,
What he's trying to say. But then the other thing on top of that is that the people who are using woke just means social justice warrior,
yeah.
but it's not saying that because it didn't have SEO in the fucking YouTube algorithm.
When I say I'm woke, I just mean I'm not a fascist.
Yeah.
Well, that seems to be the way that it's used anymore. Woke just means like left of Goebbels.
yeah, exactly. I mean, that's pretty much. I think I was one of. I mean, I'm sure there were other people, but I'm one of the first people I'm aware of who was kind of saying the word woke. But I was only doing it to subvert the bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
Project.
No,
like,
you have to subvert it. Yeah, you have to
No.
expand the definition so that it becomes like unpalatable not to identify. with it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only reason. No, I never thought that because I thought in doing so you could create this kind of jarring effect where people would be like, "Yeah, woke is bad." You'd be like, "Well, I'm woke," and they'd be like, "Wait, what do I mean when I say that?" And then go, "Oh, I have no idea. I'm just."
There's some very funny videos of people being asked what is woke.
Yeah. And the Matt Walsh style. And I'm sure Tom will. So it's like the concept of sin.
The thing is, though, that I mean, I don't know what he would say exactly now, but in his book, it kind of does come across that he agrees with a lot of the woke values, but he thinks you need to ground them in Christianity, which is interesting because a lot of the people who are defending and appealing to. Well, that's the read that I get. Like, you could dispute that, but we can go through some examples later. But he seems to present things in a relative, he talks about Me Too, for example, and presents it in a relatively positive light, in my view.
But then he also sort of seems to be on board with like anti-Islam.
Well, that's true. But you can have, you can.
Yeah,
have
you could have both.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying it's not clear what his actual political project is, but it's clear there is one.
Yeah. But he's not strictly and obviously critical of like woke politics, is what I would say in the book.
Yeah, I'd agree. But it sort of seems, but that's what's weird about it is then the book is basically exclusively used to criticize woke politics, right? Like there's basically no one.
Well, I think what's going to probably happen in a couple of years is that this will go full circle. So like Christian leftists are going to start. This is already happening, right? Like the traction is not there yet, but kind of as like polarization grows, there's going to be a pushback from the Christian side where there will be people, and there already are, and there have been like for like hundreds of years, except not in the US, who are like socialists, but also Christians,
Yeah.
I would say that's like a very, very easy to like argue for theologically.
Yeah.
To the light, to the truth.
Jeff, we just mentioned.
Yeah, we just said that.
Yeah, twice actually.
to liberate themselves from the chains of oppression is fundamental to the history of Anglo-American Protestantism. There are cycles of what are called awakenings that ripple through Protestant Britain and Protestant America, and this summons is
again, this is like word association. There's no
those awakenings are about personal salvation.
Yeah,
they're not about social injustice predominantly.
And well, it's complicated because like Wesley, for example, talked about this experience of the Holy Spirit as a private burning in the bosom, right? But that movement was directly related to the kind of moral movement that kicked off the American Civil War and like a moral awakening around people deciding that they wouldn't read the Bible with a hermeneutic of literalism, which justifies slavery. So, these woke people came along and they read the Bible with conscience as well, in which case they rejected slavery and came to a Christian theology that, and that is an influence in the abolition of slavery in Britain and also in the American.
Well, yes, but the first great awakening in the US, which is something I just found out about this. So an important figure in that was George Whitefield, and he spoke out in defense of slavery.
Yeah. So it's more complicated than that. But I guess the thing that I would say is that all the things that like Holland is describing as woke are not that, right? There's no, like when people are like, hey, maybe we should have trans healthcare. And we shouldn't just ideologically, maybe we should just view this as like a branch of medicine and be driven by like the evidence and what that says about harms and reduction. That is one side of this. Nobody is saying that there is like a private revelatory Holy Spirit experience. They're literally just saying evidence-based healthcare done by the relevant medical institutions, and that is the end of the political story. And then there's another side that's saying, well, there's these woke people out to get you. No one's going to trans my kids or whatever. And it's like, what, like that isn't analogous to the other. I mean, like you can kind of play this word association and describe things in a certain way and draw the analogy, but it's so dissimilar that why bother doing that if you care about any serious analysis?
Is something that seems to happen kind of, every few generations, and I think it's clear that the civil rights movement was absolutely part of that. That was part of this cycle of awakenings, and it's why it had such an impact in Britain, because it's part of the cultural DNA. Having said that,
it's fair, but again, it's different to what what is being argued against is like women in video games, right? And nobody is saying they woke up to women in video games. Instead, it just seems like there were these kind of like either market-based incentives or corporate-based incentives that came along and made, added this direction. But there wasn't like a spiritual movement, mass movement, or even anything like
I think it was a new age movement, right?
What do you mean?
If anything, like if you take like the civil rights movement in the 60s in the US and Western Europe, and you try to like view it through some sort of like religious or spiritual lens, it was much more like a new age movement.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, rather than
because like what happened back then? Well, the Westerners became like exposed to Eastern spirituality, right?
Yeah.
For probably for the first time in history, substantively, and you can actually make like a really good case. There's a book called High Weirdness, which basically traces. It's maybe a little bit similar to the Dominion actually, but it traces a lot of
opposite Dominion.
No, it traces a lot of different aspects of like contemporary culture back to the experience that like a certain generation had with like drugs, Eastern spirituality, and stuff like that during the 60s. They, for example, argue that the Silicon Valley is a product of this movement. They argue that obviously, like in culture, postmodernism, new wave, and stuff like that is tied to this. But also, for example, conspiracy theories. Like one of the the father of Alex Jones was like a big guy in this like space, right? So they kind of try to draw some like parallels between that, or draw some connections between that and this kind of movement, right? I think that's.
I'm sure they overreach similarly.
I haven't I only know know about the book through like osmosis, right? But like if you read, for example, PKD, Philip K. Dick, right? Like it's very difficult. Like it's for me, it's much more plausible to tell a story about the civil rights movement in the 60s as being influenced by that than Protestant Christianity.
And an awakening.
Exactly.
He means. Unless you describe something else as an awakening, but then the way he's equivocating between using the word in this Christian charismatic sense and just using the word to mean a change in belief at a point in time, which is just going to be descriptive of any,
or like people arguing for like changes in policies and stuff.
That. They believed this thing at this time, then people changed their mind, so they woke up, right? And then you're like woke, Okay.
I think that one of the things that's been striking about Black Lives Matter and the way that it's kind of erupted over the course of the summer is that on the one hand, the Christian dynamics are absolutely evident. Most fundamentally, there is the deep-rooted assumption that those who suffer oppression should be freed, should be liberated.
Yeah, if you're mad that George Floyd got murdered, then you are assuming Christianity.
Okay, and he's talking about what was happening in 2020.
Yeah.
And so is he saying that like the people who are oppressed by wearing face masks should be liberated, or no, like what's?
No. What he's saying here, I think, is that the reason why people are upset about the murder of George Floyd and that as a symbol of other police murders of Black people disproportionately in the US is because of the Imago Dei in Christianity, which gives people value. If it wasn't for that, then they'd just be like, these Romans where another slave gets killed. So what,
I'm pretty sure people were upset about like murders already in ancient Rome.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we can finish out this and we can talk about that, because this is a recurrent claim throughout the book.
And the narratives that underlie that, most obviously, are the Exodus narrative and the narrative of Christ rising from death and casting off the chains of death. And
but wouldn't that undermine you caring about people being killed?
Yeah, exactly.
Again, but yeah.
Those were the stories that inspired and motivated Martin Luther King, for instance. And you can see them that they
just when he was thinking about black people, he thought about emancipation of slavery and couldn't help himself but go to Exodus to
they're still fundamental. The influence of those stories remains absolutely manifest. That's why people went out on the streets, because they felt that these were simply true. And again, why did
I mean, this is a specific empirical claim. Fucking finally, after 2.5 hours, we have like empirical claim, right?
Yeah.
That you can like gather some empirical evidence for.
Yeah. Did you protest?
Yeah, you can do a survey. Did you protest because Moses led the Egypt, right? But the problem is that like he would say that this wouldn't be like a good operationalizing strategy.
Yeah, because they do it in
because
an invisible
they do
way.
it
A hidden way.
It's in the
repressed
subconsciousness.
They've repressed the memory of
Great.
The death of an innocent man put to death by the apparatus of a kind of imperial power have such.
They are protesting because like their protest is downstream from the murder of Socrates, by the state. And that was because, like, to be honest, like the crucifixion of Jesus is just like a Jewish rehash of the injustice that was done towards Socrates.
I thought it was all in outer space, and they were imagining
an impact. Why did somebody crying out, "I can't breathe," have this impact?
Well, I can't breathe. What does Jesus say? It is finished. It's like almost the same.
Yeah.
Is it at the heart
in one of the Psalms?
Yeah.
of Western civilization for centuries and centuries and centuries.
Glenn, break out Psalm 24. What does it say? I can't breathe.
The figure of someone suffering an unjust death, dying because he couldn't breathe. So the ripples that are set out from these are very, very profound. The difference, though, between this and the civil rights movement is that this has not been overtly Christian, and indeed, in many cases, has been kind of antithetical to Christianity. It's seen Christianity as kind of part of white oppression, and so that means that
when did Christians start calling themselves Christians? Or even
like historically?
Yeah, I know the crucifix wasn't used as a symbol till about 600.
I would say you can like safely go probably to like early 2nd century.
Only because he's saying this thing about like, and people are doing this, but they're not viewing it as Christian, so they're bad. But it's like, well, what you mean by that is that what any of the people in history would do? I mean, some of them, yeah, maybe a lot of them, but quite a lot of them early on at least seem to not be thinking about it in those terms either. Yeah. But yeah, I guess because he still hasn't stated what the relevance of acknowledging.
And this is actually a really good point, right? Because like Jesus' story is so modeled after Socrates that actually. Yeah, this is one of the co-opting strategies, because obviously early Christians were aware that they were being influenced by Greek philosophy, Greek intellectual generation, stuff like that. And there were kind of mitigation strategies. And one of the mitigation strategies is to say that actually, like, you guys all stole it from us, right? So they would, for example, depict Moses as, or they would depict Plato as plagiarizing Moses. They would turn some of these pagan figures into saints, like honorary saints, like Philo, Socrates, Or
that isn't in Dante's in the Inferno. Isn't like Aristotle in purgatory, in limbo? Sorry, so he doesn't quite get to go to heaven.
Well, I mean,
but he's not in hell.
The reason why? Do you know why the guide is Virgil? In Dante's Inferno?
No, actually,
because Virgil wrote a bucolics, and the 6th bucolic is it employs prophecy about a son who will be born, who will be a king and like a divine being who will bring peace and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah. So he got it. Virgil got it,
and like Christians read it. It's actually an interesting question, historically speaking, who the child was supposed to be. Like the prevailing
probably Jerusalem.
No, the prevailing theory is that it was the child who wasn't actually born out of a marriage between Mark Antony and Octavian's sister.
Okay.
Because like the idea was that they got married for political reasons, to kind of prevent another civil war. But the problem is then the civil war broke out, so they got divorced and they never had a child. But if the alliance stayed, then their progeny would be the future king who would bring peace to the unified Roman Empire, right? But obviously Christians read it as a prophecy about Jesus. So they started lore building.
Yeah.
And they, for example, said that actually, because like, the bucolics internally is presented as, or at least that part is presented as an oracle by the Cumean Sibyl. So they said, actually, in this case, Apollo was Yahweh in disguise. He like used that communication channel to utter like a genuine like Christian.
So I think in terms of what's going on, where you're explaining these similarities and influences, right, is that if you're a modern person who has just enough knowledge of the different bits of history or whatever it is pertaining to the books of the Bible, the only, as you reason about its construction, the only plausible narrative is like sequential history where the books fit in place. If you, as you build a richer knowledge of the context in which these things were written and of texts that are contemporaneous at the times that those things were written, it becomes much clearer the methods that authors are employing and how those methods depend on, you know, they're not necessarily writing in genres we understand today or employing methodology, you know, they would think it's perfectly legitimate thing to do, to draw on different philosophies, or you know, it might even be innovative to draw on Greek philosophy and bring that, you know, like into your Hebrew theology that is about this messianic figure that you're a follower of. Similarly for Old Testament books, and you know, so you get this kind of interconnected buildup of stories that are cross-influencing each other and being reinterpreted, rather than just like a simple thread of history with each of these documents. And I think that can be consistent with a pretty cool theology, to be fair, as well. But the point is that Holland is operating in the domain of simple, transparent history, and the Bible is like the only thing that you have vision on within that. And so he's missing all of these additional influences and things, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Relationship of the assumptions that govern Black Lives Matter, although they're deeply rooted in kind of a Christian seedbed, are not necessarily anchored in them. And the consequence,
again, anchored,
they're deeply rooted but not anchored. Huh?
I mean, plants famously, you know, what you got to be a Japanese knotweed. Like, what are these metaphors?
This is getting like Zen koans, you know.
But what does it mean?
Yeah.
Like, what do you do to become anchored? Like, is Tom Holland anchored enough with his agnosticism, or do you need to really?
Not only does it need to be rooted and anchored, it also needs to be grounded.
yeah. And corresponded, and
this is that. For instance, I think that one of the very profound shifts since the 60s has been a reaction against the doctrine of original sin. And in the 60s, the idea that we are all born with sin was seen as a kind of repellent. And so we've in a sense become Pelagian. Augustine's doctrine of original sin, you know, he formulated in the context of a disagreement with
right. But Pelagius was also at least as old back as Augustine. So if the argument is Augustine's got old knowledge, therefore,
and Augustine was fucking Manichaean, you know.
Yeah, right.
Like, that's another thread of influence on Christianity. Is that like specifically Augustine became like extremely influential,
and actually Manichaean kind of Christian.
No,
was quite cool.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying, right? Like, so what happened? What very often happened is that these guys basically went through all of these like different philosophical schools.
But Augustine realized he couldn't get power unless he became Catholic. So
well, at that point,
Albert Magnus.
At that point, probably yes. Yeah. But the story is usually that like the guy says, "Oh, I used to be a Stoic. I used to be a
and he really fucked over his wife and kids as well."
So they eventually ended up in Christianity, and they obviously like brought all of this intellectual baggage with them.
Yeah.
And I like there are like serious scholarly arguments about how much of what Augustine says is still like deeply rooted in Manichaean theology. So it's basically like Manichaeanism with an Orthodox Christian paint job. But but because he happened to be extremely like influential for like political reasons and stuff like that, this was what was promoted, as opposed to Pelagianism, which is just as biblical as like his theology.
Well, so Augustine's mum was a devout Roman Catholic. The dad was a businessman. Augustine had some immoral times. I think we're left to infer that it might involve all kinds of sleeping around, but he has a kid as well. I forgot what his kid is. His kid called Theo something or other? Phyllis or something. I don't know. But the kid ends up dying, and he doesn't look after his woman properly. But he gets into all of these, like the Manichaeans. He follows. Doesn't he meet Mani himself? Or something.
I don't think that would be possible.
Or he meets the current leader of
Yeah.
the group, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't really have a good. I wasn't that impressed." And they were asking me about how to resolve like certain philosophical questions. Then he says he comes across Albert Magnusson, who's like this bishop, and that's who kind of inducts him into converting. And then that he's reading the Bible with his friends. He goes out and he starts thinking about how he stole pears as a kid and how sinful that is, and cries and converts. I mean, I think a lot of this stuff is like he's reflecting, assuming complete honesty. He is also reflecting on his experience. So there's a lot of like it's like if you ask someone about their out of body experience or their UFO encounter or something, chances are for decades they've been around groups of people who believe these sorts of things.
Yeah.
So the language that they use to interpret and retell their kind of history is going to be influenced and affected by that. But I do think a really good point though is that what Catholics today do is they look at people like Augustine and they go, yeah, well, because he's been sainted, whatever he has to say about metaphysics, that is the Catholic view. But if you take off the blinders and look at it historically and put people on an even playing field, you might be like, oh, actually, there are many things Augustine introduces theologically, right? Because he's going pretty deep, making arguments based off of like Latin grammar that have theological implications and things, where you'd be like, oh, actually, this is clearly influenced by his unique perspective and background. And I think that that's where, if you want to do modern theology today, you want to, like, sure, give Augustine respect, but you don't have to put him on a pedestal, and you don't have to have these like a priori commitments to, well, Pelagius was obviously wrong and evil, because maybe Pelagius had good points too. Maybe you could think for yourself and reason about the different things and see if it makes sense to you, and maybe you'll get better.
Just for the record, I always thought that like maybe the reason why he wrote Confessions is because he was sus,
Yeah,
like he had to
it could be a retcon,
write a story and like publish a story explaining like his in order to build up a respectable reputation.
Well, the dad's not around to say it's not true. And neither is the kid or the one. Why are these people dying around Augustine? Yeah. Okay. In all of that, was there anything you wanted to say, James, or are you just like, shut up, guys, let's carry on?
Well, I'll just maybe come back to what. I see you were talking about this question here. I missed that. But Holland's claim here is that Black Lives Matter protests are predicated on essentially a concern for people being victimized, the marginalized in society, right, at social justice generally. And he says that those concerns have pretty clear Christian antecedents and history, which is true, right? But what he seems to imply is, well, he said directly this right there. What was it? Rooted but not anchored in Christianity, whatever exactly that's supposed to mean. Now, my concern here is that he seems to imply, and he does this throughout his book as well, that you need some sort of Christian heritage or grounding in order to justify or to continue the practice of concern for social welfare or social justice. But he doesn't explain why that is. And it's pretty self-evidently false that this is the case, right? So not only do such concerns date well before Christianity, I mean, many of the Greek philosophers talk about the importance of respecting people. The golden rule, the idea that you should treat others as you would like to be treated, has antecedents in essentially all societies. There's interesting comparative work that's been done on this. And traditions of charity don't just exist within Christianity, but they exist within Islam. So zakat they have, and they exist within Hinduism and Buddhism as well. So what's the term they have for it? It's dana, is the practice of generous giving and charity, right? So like it's pretty clear that there are traditions outside of the Christian context and antecedent to the Christian context that have similar concerns, not to mention all of the subsequent developments of like secular humanism and socialism, Marxism as separate philosophies which have their own way of thinking about these things. And Holland doesn't seem interested in thinking about any of that. He's just like, oh, well, these people care about social justice, and many
Look,
Christians
you've
have
got to
talked about
frame it
endorse
all
it
in
before.
terms of
So
Augustine.
therefore, they have to be connected in some way. And he just doesn't explain why that's the case at all. Like, why does a 21st century African-American concerned about police brutality have to think anything about Christian theology beliefs or practices that they've had historically? Like, it's just not clear what the connection is at all.
So I think actually the protests against his death were deeply rooted in ancient Roman morals, because there is, of course, the famous story of Claudius Appius, who was in charge of the committee to draw up the laws on the 12 tablets. But the problem is that the committee was given like supreme power, and after they drew up the legal code, they refused to step down, and they became tyrants in Rome. And their moral degeneracy was such that Claudius Appius singled out like a virgin girl to become his like sex slave, basically. And the father dragged her out on the marketplace and killed her, so that she couldn't become like a sex slave. And that act of injustice, like the fact that she was targeted as a potential sex slave, led to a revolt that overthrew this like committee of tyrants.
Yeah.
So that's obviously like a clear precedent, and you can see a through line through history all the way to 2020.
And obviously we're very related to the Romans in terms of how we live today.
Modern law is basically Roman
it's
law.
tort law. It's all. But so to do what Holland is doing as well. I mean, what Holland to almost joke on what he's doing, but to make a point about it. It's almost like the argument he's giving is like Gnostic or something, in the sense that it's like there's this special knowledge I have about Augustine and Pelagius, and because I can tell a story that relates that sort of like relates that to disagreements people have today, I'm like deeper in reality than other people are, or something like that. And that's kind of how he's appealing here, I think, to Glenn and get it and being like, you know that special knowledge, I've got the special knowledge, we get what's going on, wink wink kind of thing. And it's like, like all this is doing is you're forming like a kind of bond with someone where you both want to criticize Black Lives Matter in some way, but because you can't criticize them for defending someone over the murder, you do it over the fact that like they don't state some esoteric relation that they could be described as having to the Pelagian heresy or something like that. So ridiculously stupid.
But this is how you like mentally protect your worldview from like cognitive dissonance, right?
Because you don't have to say racism good.
You exactly. No, you are like suddenly confronted with the fact that people are like massively protesting something that is like objective injustice, but your fucking worldview doesn't allow you to acknowledge that or say that it's valid. So you have to reframe it. And you can't say,
you're like, well, here's the mistake they're making.
You could say that they are actually channeling like demonic influences, or you could say they are actually on our side. It's just they are too ignorant to realize it, right?
I also want to say that Holland in his book kind of implies, and here he's also kind of implying that like in pre-Christian societies, like ancient Rome pre-Christian, that this sort of instance of a person being killed by police brutality wouldn't have been of concern to people, wouldn't have been an outrage. And that's just nonsense, right? Romans had very clear ideas about the rights that citizens had. Now, the main distinction is that slaves did not have those same rights, right? However, if a Roman citizen had been treated that way, it would have been an outrage, right? If a slave had been treated that way, it would have been treated by someone other than their master. It would have been treated as a property crime against that.
But in Tom Holland's mind, it's a black person that was killed. Therefore,
but what I'm about to say, but the point is that, so yes, Romans didn't have the same notion that we do of like universal human rights.
Of race that we do.
No, they didn't either. So it wasn't racialized for
because they were more advanced than us.
But they did have the idea that there's different rights between like a citizen and a slave, for example. But that sort of notion of different rights for different types of people has existed in many Christian societies, including in American society for a long time under Christianity and justified by Christianity. So it's almost like that it's more complicated than just saying the Christian societies care about social justice and non-Christian societies don't, which is essentially what he's saying here. It's that different societies have different views about who counts essentially and whose rights are important and that are justified on complex and interacting principles.
But what you don't realize is that by saying it's more complicated than that, you're making the same point as Basil of Caesarea in the famous controversy over the complexity of the homoousia. So you're rooted but not anchored.
Rooted but not anchored. Oh, I've got to use that one. So
now
meaningless.
I'm actually thinking that the Roman story actually is mimesis on the two Hermogenes and Aristogiton, right? Who killed Hippias? They killed Hippias, the tyrant of Athens, because he wanted to make one of them. I think the younger one, he wanted to make a sex slave, so they just like killed a tyrant. And over time, it was like reframed. They were basically celebrated as defenders of like democracy and like human rights against tyranny. They were the first people in Greece who were given bronze statues, but they were not like gods or demigods. Because they were celebrated so much, specifically because they killed a tyrant, specifically because the tyrant wanted to enslave like a free person into sexual slavery, basically.
Yeah, I'm gonna go too far off topic.
Those are like very Christian values, you know.
But there's a cool,
but it's like 500 years before.
Well, there's even a different explanation about that, because there's a recent book called Goliath's Curse, which is from a guy from the Future of Humanities Institute, which is essentially, I don't even know where you'd place it. It's like a sociological, economic, political book where he's doing a case study of what caused the fall of like all major human civilizations, and he argues that in almost every case, it is like massive wealth inequality and tyranny. Yeah. Which
I would sign up on that.
Which would fit with people making
like, seriously. Why did Sparta become irrelevant? Because of massive wealth inequality. Why did Rome, like Western Roman Empire, fall apart? Because of massive
he makes this point in the book as well as I think it can be made. But I mean, I don't want to go too much into a thing, but it's like, look, you know, you can offer levels of explanation essentially to all of these kind of like, so what's going on when the police force have a lot of power and can kill a black guy in a society with a massive, you know, what's the Gini coefficient in the US? Okay.
With a British theologian called Pelagius, who argued that we can in a way we can become perfect through our own efforts, that it is possible to become perfectly virtuous. And I think that there is a sense in which in its more radical manifestations, those who
if you believe we can become morally virtuous through our own efforts, then you will be upset if Derek Chauvin kills a black guy, kills George Floyd. What the fuck? Like,
condemn sin in others are reluctant to contemplate that they too may share in sin. There is a kind of Pelagian sense that it is possible to become virtuous, completely virtuous. And in a way, I think that the doctrine of original sin stands as revealed as something that is profoundly democratic. Because if we're all sinners, then we're all at fault. Yeah. And you can tell other people, to take the beam out of their eye, but you should be aware of the fact that you have a mote in your eye as well.
If the only relevant sense is in the sense that in some forms of democracy, all people get a vote, and you also use the word all in the sentence, all people have sin. So the similarity is with respect to the term all. Nothing else. There is nothing else similar in this. That's ridiculous.
You can basically substitute the doctrine of the original sin with literally like any statement.
All socks are meant to go on feet. So black cloud, original sin is very similar to socks.
No, but what I'm saying, like you can anchor the idea of equal human rights in literally any other statement that's true about all people. You know, like all people have brains. Therefore, that's like, this is where the...
Well, this is precisely the shift of the... Well, we'll talk more about this later, but the shift of like Enlightenment and secular humanism is to ground that on characteristics of humans rather than some sort of story about human origination in divine creation, which is a point that Holland completely doesn't seem to understand at all. But like, I mean, of course you can argue about any such story, but...
Maybe he's a Platonist secretly from the Republic, and he knows he's a gold blood, you see. And he knows that the non-gold bloods, they need their stories. Maybe that's how he thinks.
And would he say that like Christian denominations that reject the doctrine of the original sin are like less susceptible to believing that people are like created equal?
Yeah, I don't know what. Because he doesn't make claims or evaluate them.
It's actually interesting because the way how like Protestant apologists usually LARP this steal valor for human rights is pointing to Genesis and saying that
Imago Dei.
we are created in the image of God.
Augustine again, though, Imago Dei.
But the reason why they say that maybe is because there isn't the original sin is either absent or it's not that prevalent in Protestant theology, right?
Yeah.
So you can do basically well even as a Christian without it.
Okay.
Don't have that, and if you don't have that, then you feel all the more qualified to sit in judgment on those who you feel have failed to kind of emancipate themselves.
So am I allowed to protest against police murdering people or not, Tom? Like what?
Yeah, that's almost an empirical statement. Like, to people who don't believe in original sin, are they more judgy? It feels like you could test that.
Yeah, I agree.
It's an interesting claim.
And in a way, you then become the anti-theist stereotype of a kind of persecuting, judgmental person who refuses to accept that the person you're sitting in judgment.
Yeah, look at those.
Oh, because Christians are never judgmental. No, that's never been observed. What a stupid thing to say.
But I want to just focus though on look at what he is doing here. He's criticizing people who are protesting against the murder of an innocent man, right? Like what a shitty thing to do.
Yeah.
To like basically sit on your high horse and turn it all into like classics jargon just to make some weird, abstruse criticism of people who are upset about people being murdered by the police in their neighborhood, right? Like that is
because it's
ridiculous.
Rooted but not anchored.
Well, he's anchored. This is where your anchoring gets you. This is where you're wankering.
This is where anchoring. Wankering.
That's the real problem with BML. They are like too judgmental.
Yeah.
Because they don't appreciate the original sin
and the Pelagian heresy. If only they knew. If BLM became Catholic.
With that you are bred of the common stock of humanity. We're all in that sense, in Augustinian terms, we all share.
I'm in the common stock with all my lower classics behind me. Yeah,
share in the same sin. We all share in the same fall.
Right.
So that does seem to me one of the really, really significant changes since the 60s is that a lot of the kind of virtue spirals that have happened since the 60s. They're rooted in deeply Christian assumptions, but because they've cast off the Christian doctrine of original sin, the risk is of a kind of judgmentalism and arrogance.
That claim, again, just because Christianity is so ubiquitous for complicated reasons, every single good thing that happened is going to be not more than 2 or 3 relations removed from something that is Christian in some way, right? So it is so easy to defend, and it has no value, I don't think, as a statement, because
that Wikipedia game where like you start with a random page and you see how long you can click through to get to a certain target page. It's basically like that with Christianity. So he's like click through a bunch of things. Aha! I found Christianity again. Told you.
Yeah,
it's so
it is. It is basically that. Yeah, it's like start with something and see how long it takes you to get to like some theological concept or Augustine or something. Yeah.
I think.
Mm-hmm. And I guess those shackles sort of began to be thrown off in the Enlightenment. You had, Rousseau, man is born free, but everywhere is in chains. And therefore, the result is, I need to release this spark of liberty within me and disrupt the structure.
Yeah, so did the Enlightenment make things better or worse, Glenn?
Yeah. They need to get on the same page about that,
because Holland is clear that it's an outgrowth of Christianity.
Yeah, and that it's a good and it's a good thing. So therefore, the goodness of it reflects the goodness of Christianity, the roots that make it what it is. Whereas Glenn seems to be saying, and they're bad because they're not on Team Jesus, right? So, I mean, they'll never figure it out, but
that are out there that are holding me. But that is kind of almost the photo negative of original sin, really. And we're dealing with the fallout of that. Yeah.
We're dealing with the fallout of that in the sense that, I guess we've got like a form of monarchy that isn't so bad over here, but in the sense that, the French don't have monarchy and they they can retire at 60 in their civil constitution. We really are dealing with the fallout of that. Like,
it's so funny what he just said there, because in the book, Holland is very clear that like he says something like, we can get to that, but like the Enlightenment is like thoroughly Christian or something like that. It's a thorough outgrowth of Christianity. Where the claim being made here by, what's the interviewer's name again?
Glenn Scrivener.
Glenn. Yeah, the claim made by Glenn is pretty much the opposite of that the Enlightenment was reactionary against Christianity because it rejected this idea of original sin in particular. But does Holland comment on this?
I don't know. Let's see.
Does he say anything?
Let me read out. So
they just move on.
Well, let's see if maybe it's relevant.
In Dominion, you talk about the Declaration of Independence, and
okay, this might be. Yeah, let's
wonderful
keep going.
statement of human rights and equality. You say that all men have been created equal and endowed with an inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I'm glad you corrected them. It's not unalienable. You're right, Tom. It's inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They were not remotely self-evident truths. That most Americans believed that they were owed less to philosophy than to the Bible. To the assurance given equally to Christians and Jews, to Protestants and Catholics, to Calvinists and Quakers, that every human being was created in God's image. The truest and ultimate seedbed of the American Republic, no matter what some of those who had composed its founding documents might have cared to think, was the book of Genesis. And to that I ask, really, what about the Stoics? What about deists who were sort of founders of the American Republic, who would not perhaps would claim not to be going back to Genesis, but would be drawing on more sort of classical sources for their belief in human rights and equality?
That's a good question.
It's a good question, but like, it's also weird the way he framed it, like, because he set up these binaries, right, between like, they either acknowledge, in the way he phrased the question, it's like they either acknowledge how everything's predatory on Christianity, or they falsely claim, that they are being influenced by Stoicism, and then embedded in the question, which couldn't have influenced Christianity in any way, and they couldn't independently be influenced by them. So it's like, it's just a really silly way of.
What would you say to that?
They're wrong. I mean, there was no concept of human rights in Greece or Rome.
Oh, geez, sorry, that really pissed me off. That wasn't the question. What are you talking about? Couldn't like 18th century Enlightenment deist thinkers, couldn't they have been influenced by Stoics and other new Enlightenment thought? No, because there was no concept of human rights in Greece and Rome.
No, because the UN Declaration of Human Rights was not enforced.
The concept of human rights developed over time, and it was just what a stupid comment. That's complete non sequitur.
Like I think you'll know a lot more about this than me, but like that there are Roman citizens and their rights are legally enshrined, right? Yeah. So sure, they're not human, but then you can say, American rights. There's no concept of human rights.
Also, it's important to realize that like laws in the ancient world were thought to have divine origin. You know?
Yeah.
Like that, like cities, including Rome, had like foundation myths, or like other myths that involved the gods, like usually through oracles, who would either draw up the constitution or like the fundamental laws, or they would at least like confirm it, right? So I just wanted to ask, like, where was the concept of human rights in like 1200s in Europe?
Right.
Europe was
for thousands of years.
Like, why did
in the Child's Crusade? Where was the concept?
Exactly. Why did it take them like 1700 years? And why specifically only in like Western Europe and countries that were influenced?
And why is evangelical America first getting rid of the concept of human rights? Why is Nigel Farage running on the idea of scrapping?
Well, hang on. Let's jump back because I want to talk about this, because this is a recurrent theme throughout the book. So he talks about this a number of times, about the idea that I might read a couple of other quotes actually. So quote, the evolution of the concept of human rights, mediated as it had been since the Reformation by Protestant jurists and philosophers, had come to obscure its original authors. It derived not from ancient Greece or Rome, but from the period of history condemned by all right-thinking revolutionaries as a lost millennium, in which any hint of enlightenment had at once been snuffed out by monkish book-burning fanatics. It was an inheritance from the canon lawyers of the Middle Ages. That's from 395 to 6. Another quote from 402, more clearly than many enthusiasts for enlightenment cared to realize, he could see the existence of human rights. I'm not sure who he is actually, but it doesn't matter. He could see that the existence of human rights was no more provable than the existence of God. And another quote from 417, the Declaration of Rights claimed an authority for itself more universal than that of Christianity, not only emphasized the degree to which in the scale of its ambitions and the scope of its pretensions, it was profoundly Christian. So what Holland claims in the book is that the notion of human rights developed during the high to late Middle Ages by, he says here, canon lawyers. And that, which is sort of true in the sense of the terminology, it developed from earlier ideas of natural rights, which are rights that derive from like the way nature is sort of ordered, and that people have rights in virtue of that. And it's true that the modern notion of human rights didn't exist in ancient Rome, but there's a few other points that needs to be made. First of all, the modern notion of human rights didn't exist in the Middle Ages either. It really is traceable to the Enlightenment. That's when it crystallized. It developed from earlier ideas within Christianity, but it also was altered and
well, that idea of natural laws, right, it comes from earlier Greek.
Yeah, so that's traceable to further back as well. So this is the issue. He's only looking at he's saying, well, but so the notion of human rights has a very complicated history. First of all, as I said before, all cultures, or at least all like written cultures, have notions of the golden rule, which is sort of foundational to human rights, the idea that you should treat other people like you want to be treated, and notions of the importance of like maintaining order and ensuring that people are treated sufficiently well such that there's not like social upheaval and things like that. But they usually didn't extend that universally, and that's one of the key differences, right? So yes, the Stoics had ideas which are antecedents to these. Then over the course of the High Middle Ages, a more specific idea of human rights developed from natural law, but then that was further developed in the Enlightenment period and began to be codified. So the first codifications in a modern sense of human rights were Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, so that's in French Revolution, and then associated with the Declaration of Independence in the US. And those are both late 18th century, predominantly by deists who were explicitly rejecting Christian theology and like biblical influence. Now they were still
rejecting Christianity. They're rooted in, but not anchored in Christianity.
Well, so that's Holland's claim, like that they're somehow just wrong, even though they're very explicit in a lot of the Christian aspects that they're rejecting, but they do retain a belief in the creator, right? And this is interesting because Holland seems to be completely oblivious to the idea that you can retain a belief in the creator who like endows creation with certain rights, which is what the deists thought, but reject a whole lot of Christian theology and belief. So they rejected the authority of the Bible. They rejected the authority of the church. They rejected the divinity of Jesus, and many of them rejected the miracles of the Bible as well. So that's not Christian. You can't say that's a Christian belief. It may have Christian antecedents in that, yeah, deism developed in a Christian context, but that doesn't make it Christian just because it developed in a Christian context. It's very explicitly a rejection of many of the core tenets of Christianity. Not all of the tenets, like they believed in a God, but many of the core tenets. And so the two main problems, first of all, is that the development of the notion of human rights has a long history that predates Christianity and that has many elements that, although they occurred after Christianity, are not directly Christian, like a lot of the Enlightenment thinkers. So John Locke, for example, was a very important early Enlightenment thinker who talked about the importance of rights in a political context. And his religious views are a bit complicated, but he's not predominantly writing in a theological context. He's justifying it with reference to more abstract philosophical concepts and political philosophy. And then there are many others like Montesquieu and so forth who built on that. So these are Enlightenment thinkers who, yes, existed in an initially Christian context, but are developing new and novel ideas. Holland doesn't seem to acknowledge that you can develop new ideas in a context that is Christian. He seems to say that any idea developed in a Christian context is in some sense Christian, which is ridiculous. And he ignores the antecedent contribution. So he's picking out just the part in the development of human rights, scholastic lawyers in the late Middle Ages, that he thinks is important because that's the sort of Christian contribution. He ignores everything that happens prior to Christianity and everything that happens in the Enlightenment and that's traceable to non-Christian influences, which I think is just ridiculous. That's not how you trace the development of ideas. His specific claim that the ancient Romans didn't have a concept of human rights is true if you mean universal human rights. But as Camille was saying, the Romans did have a concept of rights to Roman citizens. So this was the jus gentium, which was the idea of rights that a citizen have just by virtue of their citizenship. And citizenship was progressively extended to eventually, under Caracalla in the early 3rd century, all free citizens of the empire. So this was actually quite widespread, quite a widespread sense of rights.
Is not connected to nation states or
ethnicity. No.
Yeah, which is actually very progressive. And
yes, it was quite radical. So the main groups who were excluded by this, people outside the empire, but then also slaves would be the main exclusion. So it's not the same as human rights, but it's a clear antecedent, right? And then that was developed later into concepts of natural law, as I talked about, and then that was given a more explicitly secular and political context in the Enlightenment. It's a complex history that has many components go into it. Absolutely, there is a Christian component to that. But that doesn't mean that the whole thing is Christian or that you can ignore all of the other influences. And then just declare, oh, no, they were wrong. The Enlightenment thinkers were wrong, even though they were the first ones promulgating these declarations of human rights. Christians didn't do that, right? It was deists who were doing this. Christians talked about human rights in certain contexts, but they never felt it particularly important to set up these declarations and then try to promote them into law. This didn't happen during the Middle Ages, right? And so I think that it's just bizarre that he just completely ignores all these other facts and rests on the claim that, well, they didn't exist in ancient Rome, so therefore it must have been the Christian influence. I just find this really objectionable.
And the other thing that's weird about his framing, right, is that obviously within the framework of US federal constitution, those rights don't extend to women, non-landowners, slaves.
Well, not initially, yes.
There aren't rights in that.
So human rights continued to develop, right? Because initially, it was rights of man and citizen, and then there was feminists who reacted to that. Well, hang on, what about women? And then later, what about black people, right? And the notions have continued to extend, and there's been a continued development. There was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights after World War II, and then there's been continued developments of that about what types of things count as human rights, and a recognition of the importance of like economic and social rights.
It seems to have got, at least in terms of the values that are embedded within these rights that I think are good. They seem to have got better as Christian influence has declined in various ways away from like medieval scholasticism and more fundamentalist. But, as things have got more secular, the rights seem to have got more in line with rights I think are valuable to have legally.
Well, that's the point. If you take human rights as was understood at like 1700, like pre-Enlightenment, there wasn't much to it. It was like this abstract concept that was supposed to like guide rulership or something, but was not legally enshrined in any meaningful way, and was not developed to like extend to women and all different types of people. And I don't know exactly if it was defined even what counted as human rights. I think it was quite vague. But the point is, there's been massive development since then, and a lot of that is not traceable to any particular Christian theological developments. It's non-Christians, first deists, and later atheists, and just like whoever. Some Christians as well, obviously, but like not acting as in a theological context, who are developing these ideas. And that's the fundamental thing that Holland misses. Like he's saying like, well, these deists developed a Christian idea, yes. But they're deists who are doing it. Why weren't the Christians in 1300? Why weren't the popes promulgating this is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights? Because this wasn't important to them. They didn't care about that. That's not how they saw things, right? So Holland just ignores this.
I think if human rights were a Christian idea, I would expect Constantine to write up a Bill of Rights. That would be universal.
That's what I mean. Why don't we see that?
Yeah. No, I mean, I would also ask, like, what is supposed to be meant by human rights? Like, if he means rights that are given to, like, every single individual, regardless of who they are, well, those, like that obviously wasn't the case in 1700s in the US because you had slavery, right? Yeah. But if, like, there being the institution of slavery is not incompatible with there being human rights, then Romans definitely had human rights because they also had slavery. And
yes, I mentioned this point before, that Romans had antecedent principles of human rights, but they weren't universalized. But that's also true throughout Christian history as well. And so that and human rights have become more universalized over time, and this is not primarily due to Christian influences. But Holland just ignores this. The only thing he cares about is, can he trace the idea back to Christian origin points? And as long as he can do that, he can ignore everything that happened afterwards and everything that happened before and declare it Christian.
But this is, I mean, almost everything that we've said is a product of his underspecification of what the claim is. So we have to play ideological whack-a-mole with every possible interpretation. But this is kind of exactly what I was anticipating. Yeah, that like the explananda is going to be super vague and unspecified. So that you don't actually have any accountability in terms of what is supposed to be doing the explanatory work and how, right? So I want to address what Koyok says here. Sadly, I have to watch this video when it's fully recorded. This is one of the most confusing videos I think I've seen you guys review. It's just utterly bizarre and unspecified. And if our presentation of these things seems a bit disjointed, it's like, it's sort of the nature of addressing something that's like that. Like it's so it's not clear what we're addressing. So we just have to we have to interpret everything for him and then provide engagements with every possible interpretation of what might possibly be being said. So that's why also it's a little bit all over the place from our perspective as well. Okay, so we're getting on a bit. Where was
fundamental Christian values?
Yes. Where are we? 3105. So let's just skip to this for the sake of it, and we can quickly skip to the Third Reich. But let's just
oh boy, looking
some of the most fun. not just doctrinal Christianity, as the French revolutionaries had done, as the Russian revolutionaries had done, but some of the most fundamental tenets of Christianity, among which, we talked about the image of Christ on the cross. That is about, that is a profound...
image of Christ on the cross, which wasn't used as a symbol of Christianity until 600 AD, the most fundamental, tenet of Christianity. 600 years when the Muslims had 200, so we can't trust anything.
Well, the earliest symbol was a fish. So
Yeah,
I'm not sure what it's
and
symbolized.
the rotas, right? Yeah.
Profoundly visual statement of the notion that the slave will conquer the master, that the tortured will conquer the torturer, that the oppressed will conquer the oppressor, which the Nazis regarded as ridiculous. Everything that the Nazis were about was to reject that. And
What was on the Nazi belt again, James?
Gott mit uns.
Yeah. Oh,
Now
yeah.
that wasn't introduced by the Nazis. I think it dates back to the Teutonic Order, actually, but it was sort of retained through the Prussian army. But I mean, they didn't get rid of it, right? I mean, there's so much interesting things to say about the Nazis. It is true that
Martin Luther have anything to do with the Nazis?
We'll get to that. Hitler did despise Christianity. That is true. But there were also, I mean, I think it's fair to say that most Nazis were Christians of some form. Hitler's long-term ambition was to essentially eradicate Christianity. But there was like different approaches they took to that. There was like, they introduced a new concept called Gottgläube, which was the idea, essentially it's like a deist, but it's deism in a very like Germanic form, which was try to strip out the specifically Christian aspects of Christianity and keep the aspects that can be like conformed with Nazi ideology. But then that was too far for some. So they also had like the German Christian movement, which was a Nazified form of Christianity. And then more mainstream than that, they tried to influence the Protestant churches and also Catholicism, and there was very complex relationships there. Some pro-Nazi, some opposed it. They're a very complicated story. Well,
with Holland caring so much though about the essential aspect of Christianity being about supporting the poor and the weak and oppressed and seeking justice for them, he's been so outspoken in his criticism of the Trump administration and their cancellation of the PEPFAR program on the theological grounds of the Ordo Amoris. Augustine's, so a big fan of Augustine and his theology in that properly ordered loves, which means the richest nation in the world cannot in fact give aid towards the weakest people in the world, which is a very Christian thing to do. Holland has been absolutely outspoken about this, given how he thinks it's essential.
I should also point out that the Nazis were quite big on social welfare and giving assistance. So they organized like soup Fridays where they gave soup to the poor, and they had a lot of programs designed to help that. Now, of course, the key restriction,
not the gays and the gypsies and the Jews,
is that yes, so their moral compass was restricted to conforming Aryan persons, right? So yeah, obviously there are a long list of people who were excluded from that. So their moral compass was absolutely
not persons, though. They don't have the Imago Dei.
Well, essentially, yes, they were not universalists. So I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that pretty much all societies have had some idea that you need to help the poor, right? It's just a question of like who counts, right? Who counts morally? And the Nazis had a very restricted and racialized view of that, which obviously should be condemned. But
like the Americans today, you can't.
It's also true that many Christians have had restricted views of that in the past as well. So in terms of how they treated Saracens or how they treated Black Africans or how they treated African Americans. And so again, the story is more complex than this. Instead of presenting it as like, well, all the good stuff comes from Christianity, and then like bad people like the Nazis, well, they rejected that. So
it's actually just people, and sometimes people are using theological stories to justify their ends and do terrible.
Ideology does matter. I'm not going full Marxist, which we will also talk about.
What I'm saying,
is words to say on that. But
in terms of what's going on, though,
yeah,
there's just people, and sometimes people are terrible, and sometimes they're good, and sometimes and they will use theological storytelling or non-theological storytelling to be good or bad, right?
Well, yes, and Hitler did that a lot. He appealed to Christianity and Christian ideas a lot in his public talks. Now, he clearly, from his private remarks, hated Christianity, but he did that because it was, it was popular in Germany at the time, so it was convenient to do that. So you really do have to read between the lines a bit more and not just take things at face value like that.
Yeah.
And also, of course, they rejected what you were just talking about, the idea of Genesis, that all human beings are created equally. The Christian refinement in Paul that there is no Jew or Greek. The Nazis completely thought that there were differences between Jews and Greeks.
Well, so did many Christians,
they launched.
There's no Jew or Greek, but there are Pelagians, and those bastards shouldn't be protesting against the police.
So there's something I want to say about this, the notion of there being no Jew or Greek and all are equal under God. So this notion, it's true in Christianity that there is a long history of the idea that everyone is equal, has equal standing before God, right? So even, the Pope or the Emperor or whoever, they'll eventually stand before God and be judged just like everyone else, okay? So that's true. What didn't follow from that was the idea that everyone should have equal social or civic or political rights, because this was not a principle pretty much anywhere. There are some Christians who argued this, but that was not a standard view at all.
You could argue that conceptualization then disposes a culture toward legally thinking, but you have to make that argument, and it might not be right.
What I would actually argue is that, like, if you have the idea that everyone is equal in their submission to God, that predisposes you towards absolutist monarchy.
Yeah,
because like a lot of people have historically argued.
I mean, that is what happened.
Well, no, but like seriously, like a lot of people historically have argued that human political institutions should be designed so that they mirror like a divine hierarchy, right?
Yes.
Just like there is, like, God is a king, we should have a monarch. That monarch should have like a absolute political power. There should be living in a fucking golden palace, because that is
the monarch is appointed by God. That's exactly what the divine right of kings was justified on the basis of, and the idea that the monarch should uphold orthodox beliefs, this especially in the Catholic world, right? And the idea that there was an appropriately ordered hierarchy that was ordained by God, and this is exactly what people argued for a long time. Holland basically doesn't talk about this at all, and he just keeps talking about the idea of.
He's an apologist for the return of it in America, that, like, in terms of
maybe, but he just keeps talking about the idea that created in the image of God, and Jew and Gentile, or Jew and Greek are equal before God, right? And those are theological statements. They don't have any immediate bearing on civil and political rights, which you can see throughout history, in the vast majority of Christian history. That was not put into practice. Most people did not argue that. They argued for a similarly hierarchical, divinely ordered,
based on the will of
and that's how it should be. Like, God ordained the Habsburgs to rule, and the nobles under them, and then the peasants come under them. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to be righteous in your role that you've appointed to. And yes, so there was an idea that theologically everyone will eventually come under God, and you'll be judged no matter who you are. But that doesn't mean that people had equal rights in this world, right? And Holland just doesn't discuss this. He doesn't just talk about that distinction at all. And that was what was really novel about the Enlightenment thinkers, in my view, that they, not to say that there were no antecedents, there's always antecedents, but there were Christian communists earlier on, but like they were always quite marginalized, right? But the Enlightenment thinkers said, actually, we should reject this idea of hierarchy, that everyone should have equal, men at least, should have equal political rights. And that we should reject these sort of ideas based on tradition or based on biblical justifications of hierarchy, and that there should be all these sort of special feudal privileges and obligations. Like that was sort of the point of the French Revolution, to get rid of all this, which was justified on the basis of tradition and on the basis of like divine right. And what does Holland have to say about this? Just essentially nothing. He just doesn't. I think he barely says anything about the divine right of kings and how that was clearly justified under Christian pretenses. Again, he's so selective as to what has a Christian antecedent and what doesn't.
Also, obviously what's important is that the idea of especially Christian eschatology was abused to basically dismiss like material concerns of unprivileged classes, because you can just tell them, look, you are suffering now, and you have like, you are dying because of like plagues.
But you're participating in Christ's suffering.
But eventually you will be restored in like perfect body.
Right, and this is part of Nietzsche's criticism and I think that there's an element of truth to this, that Christianity valorizes suffering and poverty, which is actually not a good thing. That's anti-human. That's anti-humanist. Yeah. And this is a key difference between humanism as a philosophy and at least, I'd say, many historical forms of Christianity, don't want to say all, but which they do valorize poverty and suffering in a way that humanism says, actually, this is bad. What we want to valorize is flourishing and being the best you can be and living a good life, a prosperous life.
Looking to those who are suffering and in poverty.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you ignore that, but what it doesn't mean is that that's some ideal, right? And it's the monastic ideal, right? That you give away everything you have and you just live in the streets in poverty, because that's like being it's being one with the poor. It's like it's lowering yourself to the level of Christ had. Like that's not actually help. That's not a good thing to do. A humanist would say it's good to help people who are in that position, but it's good to bring them up. It's like Mother Teresa, like the criticism of her is that she valorized poverty, and she rather than wanting to bring the poor out of poverty.
I heard the same with like a lot of people, like Tolstoy, for example. I found out recently, like during his most successful period. Oh my god, that's my own reflection. I just freaked myself out.
It's hideous.
I just saw this like dark face in the window. I was like, "Is him looking at me?" And I was like, "Jesus, it's me."
That's a sign. It's a sign.
And then, yes, it like during his most productive period, he was like really well supported by his wife. And then basically he got really into Christianity and started idealizing the ascetic kind of lifestyle, started treating her like crap. So she was like supporting him less. And then his work got like really, really bad. And it was all, it was like, well, I'm justified in acting this way because I'm this brilliant genius and I'm like living the way, in this Christian way or whatever. So there's these enabling myths that probably actually just made him a really intolerable and horrible person. The outputs that he produced got worse. And a kind of mythology where it was like, sure, there's suffering, but like you don't have to seek suffering would have been better than whatever crap he kind of did. I think there's a lot of examples of this in history where that narrative of seeking suffering to like live action role play in the Passion is just like really dumb. It's like, sure, that if the suffering is enforced upon you by the world, I think the Passion narrative can provide you with a story that helps you bear that suffering that you've not like sought out or something and respond to it in a positive way. Like, oh yeah, sure, I won't become bitter and horrible and I'll respond to it positively by seeking the good in it or something like that. But if you instead are like, well, my life's pretty good, what I'm going to now do is just like fuck it up and hurt myself. Like, that's
which intellectual tradition explicitly and like clearly has always rejected asceticism and like mortification and stuff like that? Buddhism.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, because like the point of Buddhism is not to become ascetic. You're not supposed to like perform suffering in order to conquer it. You have to just like accept it and deal with it.
Confucian philosophy also doesn't have much of a place for that, because the whole point about the ideal Confucian man is that you're supposed to be an influential and educated person carrying out your obligations in the community. You're not supposed to withdraw yourself. That would actually be considered antithetical to fulfilling your obligations. So I think that that's in some sense much more humanist than the idea of going off in a mostory and praying all day.
Same with Stoicism, right? Like some Hellenistic philosophies were explicitly anti-political, like Epicureanism and stuff like that. But Stoics were like big into being socially responsible.
I think that what I'm trying to advocate for is, if people are going to be sympathetic towards Christianity, is going to be like this Christian humanism, basically, that it adopts its theology to the values that make sense, rather than like a silly Christianity.
And I'm not saying that Christianity is essentially ascetic. Yeah, but it's clear that there are very significant trends in Christian history towards that. And the point about Tom Holland is that he doesn't really bother to distinguish between these things and note that there's multiple different strands throughout Christian history, and some of them lead this way and some of them lead that way. And then humanists pick up one and they develop it. Mm-hmm. And some Christians embrace it, some react against that. He talks about Christianity as if it's monolithic, and he doesn't really distinguish, except when he talks about the Albigensian Crusade. That's a fun one. But for the most part, he talks about it if it's monolithic. Even though he does distinguish between like Protestant and Catholic, he doesn't think that distinction is very important, it seems. He talks about, he still presents them as kind of united, and then he distinguishes that from sort of like any other influence that came before or in other cultures, particularly Islam. And I think it's just a really simplistic level of analysis. And again, he credits Christianity for things that he likes, but doesn't focus on aspects where Christianity has potentially led in negative directions, like we just talked about with the valorization of suffering and asceticism.
Yeah. Right, we're close to the end. Let's get
genocide on the back of it. So we do have that example, and so if we want to know what an unchristian world looks like, we can, for starters, look at the Third Reich. The Nazis thought what they were doing was right.
I knew he was going to say this. He heavily implies that in his book, but he doesn't say it.
We literally have demographic information, a census data from Nazi Germany saying what people's religion is, right?
I was just looking at this. I think it was about 3%. I think there was about 1% atheist and 3% Gottgläuber, which is like kind of deist. Everyone else was Protestant or Catholic.
Yeah, it's like an insanely Christianized society.
It's actually interesting because if you look at Roman Catholic propaganda, one of the talking points that they often make is that they overlay the election results in Nazi Germany with the percentage of Protestants in the country. Yeah, like Nazi, like the people who voted for NSDAP in 1933 were like overwhelmingly, specifically Protestant.
That's
not,
true.
not necessarily because, but like it's not necessarily because Roman Catholicism.
I was going to say because the Catholics were very, very pro-Nazi.
No, it's
no, they weren't.
It's because the reason why Roman Catholics had like a lower share of vote is because there were like specifically Roman Catholic political parties that were deeply entrenched in these like traditionally Catholic regions, like Bavaria, for example, and just the Nazis were not able to like dislodge them basically. But in countries in parts of Germany like Prussia, in parts of Germany like that are today part of Poland. Like those had like very complicated histories. They were like culturally much more like pluralistic and stuff like that. And there, basically, the Nazis just like completely wiped the floor with everyone. Yeah.
So just a comment. So Catholicism has relatively, has much closer relationships with Italian fascism as well as Francoism in Spain. It had much less close relationship with Nazism in Germany. In general, the Pope was reluctant to be too explicitly anti-Nazi because that would lead to problems for the Catholic Church in Germany. But he was critical of Nazism in many cases. Many people say he wasn't critical enough, right? So like I think there's legitimate discussion to be had there. Many Catholic priests did assist like Jews and other people and were part of the opposition, but like not all, obviously. So it's a complicated story there. It's absolutely true that support for Nazism at an institutional and individual level was much higher in Protestant parts of Germany and from Protestant persons.
Yeah, to say exactly that no within Catholic communities.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It's just, we're relatively speaking, but that's the point. Like, also, atheists were persecuted in Nazi Germany. So the Nazis didn't like Christianity, but, they needed to deal with it because it was a Christian country. But they hated atheists. Himmler has thought that I think they didn't let atheists, or at least like avowed atheists, become SS members. He really disliked atheism. He thought that it was important to have a belief in a higher creator, right? So again, they weren't Christians, but they thought it was important to have some sort of belief in some sort of creator or a higher power, as Hitler certainly did. He appealed to providence all the time. So the idea that that Nazi Germany was like a non-Christian, like an exemplary example or a clear example of a non-Christian society is ridiculous, because it was thoroughly Christian, a corrupted form of Christianity perhaps, but still Christian.
If you want to see like a good examples of secular societies and what they look like, post-Christian secular societies, look to Czech Republic, look to Norway.
This is what I wanted to say. Like, So there are two extreme outliers when it comes to religiosity in Europe now: Estonia and Czech Republic. And Czech Republic has been like very thoroughly secularized since the end of the First World War, basically, and it really like kicked into overdrive, obviously, after the Second World War, right? So we can do some like rudimentary comparative analysis. Is it really the case that Czech Republic today, with such a long history of like secularism, is at a greater risk?
Has the unanchoring?
Yeah, like what are the measurable differences? Like if you compare it to Poland, which is overwhelmingly Roman Catholic, if you compare it to Austria, which is like very heavily Roman Catholic as well, if you compare it to Slovakia, which was also which was the part of the same state, right, Czechoslovakia. Like we are doing better, or like not significantly worse than them. When it comes to like combating, extreme right-wing misinformation, when it comes to like protecting these like human rights that are supposed to be Christian, just like protecting the basic.
What about one of the worst authoritarian regimes on the planet today? I'm talking about Putin's Russia, which is very closely connected to the Russian Orthodox Church, which is one of the major branches of Christianity, right? Holland has nothing to say about this at all in the book. I don't think he even mentions Russia. Maybe there's a couple of very brief mentions, but he just doesn't talk about this because it doesn't fit his narrative.
Yes, well, that's what's interesting about the narrative, is that the narrative is basically a political narrative of like this pro-Judeo-Christian West, which is a very American political idea, right? It's not a piece of history. It's a political story, basically.
I also wanted to say, look at like Japan. which tradition, like which was, but like they were legitimately fascists. So maybe let's not go there.
But Japan is a very good success story, actually, of defascifying. I don't know what the word is there. A society.
You can also.
Well, they were Nazi, right? But
comparison.
They had a. But anyway, so they had, but it was very successful, and that's a very secular country. I mean, religion is not that prominent in Japanese society.
I was going to say, East-West Germany is an interesting one, right? Because isn't it actually Eastern Germany that was under communist rule, but isn't it now more religious?
No, I think they are still less religious, but it's because like you have these like really strong pockets of like traditional religiosity in Western Germany, like Bavaria again. But it's actually interesting that they are now like more regressive, just because they were like fucked up economically.
So,
but that statement about look at a society that's he said secular society, I think, or a post-Christian society. Look at Nazi Germany. That's honestly like a ridiculous thing to say, and a kind of an offensive thing to say.
It's stupid.
I was saying before, like I think that's what I said this before, that's what he thinks, because he hints at this in his book, because he talks a lot about Nazism and then Himmler quotes, and then there's talk about secular humanism. Like I'm getting the vibes that you think that a consistent secular humanist ethic leads to Nazism, or a society that embraces it, and he just flat out says it here.
There's a non-stupid version of this, which is put forward by a Christian historian, Alec Ryrie, who I'm going to be interviewing either later this year or next year. But what his non-stupid version of it is that after that there are myths that play a social role, and after World War II, there was a myth about the Allies and what they did, and like evil, that established a kind of global order of international courts and like a kind of set of things that are moral lines that shouldn't be crossed and things like that. And that is being deconstructed politically, and we need to figure out what we want to do about that now, in terms of how do we storytell about our current place in the world to not have horrible things happen. Now that I think is a genuinely interesting and correct sort of project overall, but the Tom Holland thing is just completely, that's like just a really stupid version of something like that, right? Where Tom Holland's just like grabbing everything he wants, putting it into Christianity, and everything he doesn't like, and saying
he doesn't talk about. Now, can I say something else about Nazism, which is very important? Now, he talks about how human rights, the concept of human rights, has intellectual antecedents in the high to late Middle Ages, which is true. And we talked about how he ignores everything that happened before that and after that, and oversimplifies. Let's talk about the anti-Semitism of Nazism. Now, this has extremely clear antecedents. Going back throughout Christian history.
Who was the guy who betrayed Jesus? This is a point from
what was his name again?
This was something that genuinely, because I'd always just thought the apostles are just people, right? But Camille pointed this out, that the guy who betrays Jesus, his name is literally the Jew, right?
Yeah, right.
Like, as if that's not a narrative device.
Yeah, that's very interesting. But yes, this is, and Holland does talk about Christian anti-Semitism in the book.
Yeah.
But what he doesn't do is say anything like that he does about human rights, like, oh, this is a necessary or not necessary, but this is a continuation, or that Nazism would not have risen in any other society other than one nourished by anti-Semitism. Like the language that he uses about the roots of it, which I think is about as far as anything can go. This is a very clear trend, like especially Martin Luther and things like that. The Nazis explicitly used that. It's very clear that was a prominent view in the society that had been nourished for centuries by the church. That you can absolutely make this argument as far as Holland makes about anything else, but he doesn't. He doesn't say anything about this. And I think that shows that he's extremely selective about what he's willing to say has Christian antecedents or is nourished by the Christian fertilizer or whatever. He will only say it about good things, and bad things he may mention them. He does talk about Christian anti-Semitism, but he doesn't draw any link at all between that and Nazism. I think maybe there's like one sentence where he vaguely mentions it, but he doesn't make the same claim that he does about like human rights or charity or other things that we'll talk about. I think that's very telling.
This is probably caused, though, by Tom Holland not acknowledging the way that William of Ockham's nominalism sort of overturns Duns Scotus's, universal particular distinction, which would mean that he didn't avoid these errors if he situated himself appropriately within, you know, Christian anchoring there.
Yeah,
Okay.
so sorry, he does say the myths they drew upon were Christian myths, talking about the Nazis. That's on page 473. That's sort of as close as he goes. But the thing is, if that was true about anything else, that any good thing, he would say like what he said about the belief in creating in the image of God, or about natural law, right? He would say, well, what happens when you abandon this? And, you know, it's necessary to have this in order to, you know, this is unique to a Christian society. He doesn't make any of those stronger claims. He just says, oh yeah, they borrowed Christian ideas, and sort of leaves it at that. The extra interpretive step is not taken. Why is it not taken? It seems it's purely just because it would be inconvenient for his argument to take that step, not because there's any justification for the difference.
Yeah.
It's like the Mitchell and Webb sketch, are we the baddies? They didn't think they were baddies. They thought they were goodies. They thought what they were doing was right for the German people.
I mean, it's more complicated than that, but generally, yes. You know, like there's a mix.
Well, sure, I don't know what that has to do with anything.
So much for morality being written on our hearts. Right?
Well, yeah, that's true as well. But I mean, it is definitely more complicated than that, right? There are all sorts of people who are like, do I throw my lot in with them now? You know, you can look at all sorts of different strata of society.
But basically, what's currently happening, like in the current year, you know?
Oh, who was the guy? Who was the guy that was the chancellor? And von Papen, and then he was like, do I actually agree with this, or do I have a different vision of Germany? Do I, you know, like,
that's a problem when your like entire parliament is just stuck with different like variations of like Nazism, right? And you have like a coalition of Nazis and Nazi light.
And
a lot of them were worried about. A lot of them were more worried about the communists than the Nazis, which I think.
The only opposition, like legitimate opposition towards the end, were just like.
But that's because they did the Reichstag fire. I mean, you wouldn't you? But and they killed Charlie Kirk, I heard. But the point is that I think that this idea, again, what he's saying of like they just had no conscience. So you can kind of abscond yourself of the idea that your ideology would ever drive you to do something evil as a Christian, because even if you've got these ideas that Christianity might have had some place, they didn't think about it. They didn't, like, they did. You know, there's so many people who are like, I'm not sure, and then they're like, or they reflect afterwards and they're like, why the hell did they get caught up in this? Now, are they saying that to make a legal case? Sometimes. Are they sometimes genuinely reflecting on like how the hell they got caught up in this? Yeah, like people are complicated. It's not, you know, again, it's just lazy storytelling about a complicated and interesting piece of history where you would expect a good historian. And to be fair to Tom, he often is this good historian in his podcast, and the rest is history. But when it comes to this topic and this myth he wants to put forward, you know, it's just very like lazy, decomplex, kind of like, yeah, everyone's just like this. Next issue, you know.
The fact that we have enshrined them as, you know, literally demonic. We don't need Satan because we've got Hitler.
What?
We don't need hell because we've got Auschwitz.
Who says Hitler is literally demonic? Like, who says that? What's he talking about?
Yeah,
literally demonic? No.
Yeah, he's making
a person.
People say metaphorically demonic, I believe.
Yeah, metaphorically, not literally.
Yeah.
I just, what is he talking about?
Yeah,
because we've got the Nazis, but we regard them as diabolical because we bring Christian frames of reference to their ideologies.
I mean, did people in the US consider Hitler diabolical until like 1941?
Yeah,
like not really, right?
Yeah.
That's actually interesting because like the
America first.
The book that I brought here was Ubik by PKD, and it involves time travel to 1939.
Yeah.
And like the main character realizes that like Americans are fucking racists, and they like sympathize with Hitler.
The Nazis said that the American eugenics laws, which are still in place to this day, were too extreme for them, but that's where they got their ideas from for eugenics laws.
Well, I mean, like the idea that like the kind of the villainization or demonization of Nazism and Nazi Germany, that's like a thing that was like that's a product of specific and like concentrated effort after the Second World War. Hollywood played like a big role in that.
Yes,
like the reason why Nazis are like depicted as villains in these like post-World War movies is
it's a deliberate moral blind spot.
It's not a given. Like if history went differently, it very well could have been the case that we would now look at Nazi Germany as like
my heart goes out to you.
The way how we look at, for example, fascist Spain, right?
Yes, yeah.
Like nobody thinks that like Franco is like a literally Satan, right?
Well, except
Most people don't even know anything about him outside
yeah,
of
exactly.
Spain.
some
Yeah, exactly.
people in Barcelona, maybe, but
Cool.
Yeah.
Yes. So I want to add to that. So so prior to World War II in America, I think a lot of Americans were focused on American affairs. There was some support for Germany. There were some people concerned about the human rights abuses and the treatment of Jews. There was a multiplicity of views, right? But most people said, that's their business, not ours.
Yeah. There was a big
there was a
rally
lot.
in Madison Square Garden in 2024. For
22. I'm talking about before the war.
there was a big rally in Madison Square Garden in 1938. I want to say something like that.
Yes, there were. The Nazi movement was never
and in
very
2024 with the similar themes.
It was never very successful in America, but it did exist, and there were other people who were sympathetic, particularly the racial component. But there was, I think, more of a concern about Soviet Russia because that was communism was considered a bigger threat, and that really changed with World War II because obviously they went to war with Nazi Germany and they were allies with Soviet Russia, so the propaganda completely changed to present Soviet Russia in quite a positive light. I've actually watched some of the World War II propaganda; it's quite interesting, even though Soviet Russia was just as totalitarian as Germany, a different form, but you have to split hairs to decide which one's worse in different ways, right? But the World War II propaganda completely brushed over that. And so it was interesting, of course, after the war, then with the start of the Cold War, then that propaganda changed again. But what we still have is a history where Soviet Russia is not considered in a positive light in the West, but we still remember that they were our allies in World War II, and they're not considered the embodiment of evil in the same way that Nazi Germany was. Now, that could absolutely have gone differently if, as some people had suggested, Britain went to war with Soviet Russia when they invaded Finland, which could have happened. If Hitler had decided not to invade France, Britain instead went to war with Soviet Russia, America could potentially, the Japanese were thinking of attacking Russia, right? So instead of the US, so like things could have gone very differently. And
the same sort of
we
thing
might have a very different perspective. I'm not saying people would have a positive view of Nazi Germany. I think that's unlikely, but they wouldn't necessarily be reviewed as the epitome of evil either.
Well, the same sort of thing I think happens with the different alliances between World War I and World War II as well. So where you have people who were on the side of the Axis or the Allies, and vice versa in both cases, and the kind of perspective of them, even if there's quite similar political ideologies in place between the two time periods in many respects.
Well, actually, I think historically people, this was kind of part of wartime propaganda as well, but people project backwards from World War II to World War I.
Yes. Yeah.
Because most of the combatants were on the same side. Not all, like Italy switched, but Germany and Britain and France and Russia, they were all like same sides in each of the conflicts, and most of Austria-Hungary as well. Because of that, there's and because of Allied wartime propaganda, like the rape of Belgium and things like that, which did happen but was exaggerated. There's a tendency to project backward and see this, like the goodies and the baddies essentially in both conflicts, which in World War II, I think the Soviet Russia is not a goodie, but Nazi Germany and fascist Italy were clearly like baddies. And I think by comparison, the Western Allies were like the goodies. I think that's actually fair to say, right? In World War I, that's much less clear.
Even in World War II, though, I was looking the other day, right, at statistics because of it being Remembrance Day. And I was like, from Dutch colonies, 3 million people died who probably didn't care that much about Holland, but were instead, kind of forced by... and the same with the British Raj.
They were occupied... The Dutch East Indies were occupied by the Japanese. There was famine there, so that's a large part of why they would...
No, I know, but
not like they were treated well by the Europeans either. That's also
what I mean is, same with British Raj. It's 2.5 million to 3 million.
That's a controversial one, because of the famine in Bengal. A lot of that is.
Yes, but my point is that the involvement of all of these groups of people, right? The responsibility, yes, it lies with Imperial Japan, but also with the colonial
practice. Absolutely. And, this was an argument that Hitler made. What he said is that, look, Britain and France and even the US, because they had, and Holland, they have their huge empires that they can invest in and send settlers to and things like that. And Russia has as well in Siberia. But Germany doesn't have anything. We had only a few colonies and they were taken away from us. We're this big nation with a large population but small territory. We need room to expand. And so he said that the Western powers are hypocritical in retaining these large empires, but not letting Germany expand. And I think he was essentially right in that sense. Now, I don't want to get into false moral equivalence because the way that the Nazis treated the people under their occupation was far worse than the way that the Western country were treating their peoples. Right? They didn't have deliberate plans to starve millions of people, right? Because they wanted them to die.
Churchill.
Belgian Congo.
No. Oh, Belgian Congo. But I'm talking about at the time. But that was 50 years previously. I agree with Belgian Congo, but like that was also more. That was not actually. That was a private territory of King Leopold. That wasn't even technically under the government's control. That was actually pretty insane. But
one point that Hitler made was that actually the first concentration camps were overseen by Churchill in Southern Africa. Not that they were like extermination camps, right? But they like deliberately picked the terminology.
And the internment camps in the US during World War II. I mean, it's morally complicated, though I would obviously say I lean towards the Allies.
I don't think there should be any dispute that the Allies are like the good side if you have to pick them relative to Nazi Germany. But that doesn't mean that they're without fault and that there shouldn't be things criticized, because there are lots of things to criticize. But I don't go from that to false moral equivalence either. I reject that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but the point is that coming back to what Holland was saying, the idea that we view the Nazis as the antithesis, not the antithesis, the embodiment of evil. I agree that is historically contingent, and I was saying we kind of project that back to World War I as well.
But why does that? So what? So we should stop doing that.
No,
so we shouldn't.
So he's saying that the reason why like Nazi Germany is perceived as the embodiment of evil is because of these Christian ideals, right? Or like Christian views. But I would say probably like the one group that has like a lion's share of responsibility for that being the case are actually the Jews. After the Second World War, they were like very active in making sure that Nazis are vilified, because they wanted to make like Steven Spielberg, like in all of his like Indiana Jones movies, Nazis are the villains because like these people who had like were in positions of like influence and power in like art and stuff wanted to make sure that like this becomes very well known, and that this becomes basically like a negative moral exemplar.
Yes, and that's a very good point. And there were, I think, equally bad atrocities committed by Western countries in their colonies. Belgian Congo, I think, is the clearest example, but there are others as well.
Where are the movies about Belgium?
Yes, which simply don't get any attention at all. And that's a real blind spot. I completely agree with that.
Why? Because the people were black. Let's be honest.
But the countries were Christian as well that were doing this, right? And often this was justified in part using colonialist rhetoric of needing to bring Christianity to these people.
Yeah.
And Holland doesn't really discuss this. He discusses a bit in the case of the Americas, which we'll come to. I don't think he says much of anything about like Belgian Congo or other cases like that.
Yeah. I guess the point with that I would want to draw to is like, regardless of sort of throwing my lot in with the Allies against the Axis powers in World War II, is to say like the sort of overall systems of power that the Allies are upholding is responsible for deaths on the scales of what we often refer to for the kind of tragedies of World War II. And those are, these Christian countries that were, so you can kind of, you can be like, well, they were the good guys in this respect, but you can still hold a moral lens up to all those bad things.
Of course. And there's no inconsistency between those claims.
And it seems like Christianity isn't really helping with kind of
it
not
wasn't
doing that.
It wasn't doing anyone any favors, you know.
In fact, all of these European countries are the Latin Christian,
Well, in World War I, all of the powers were Christian countries, right? And some of them very explicitly so, like Russia being the clearest case, but like all of them were Christian. I think France was the only officially secular one. Room decor fun.
You need some books. Borrow some of Tom Holland's books, because people
all of my books are back in Australia. They're too expensive to ship over, so I'm a bit bare-boned here.
It's actually interesting that World War One, like the fact that World War One happened, like really fucked up a lot of political science theories. Because, like, I mentioned these, like, really simplistic, like, reductive theories. So one of them, for example, is the idea that democracies don't go to war. Mm-hmm. And, like, there is a really long, like, data set of, like, all the different conflicts. And when democracies are involved, it's always against other, like, non-democratic countries. And it's very difficult to find examples of, like, two democratic countries going to war, which is then used as an argument for spreading democracy to, like, the Third War, right? Yeah. But the problem is that, like, a really clear counterexample is actually World War One, because like all of the countries that were involved were either republics or they were constitutional monarchies that had like functioning elections, they had parliaments, they had like certain freedoms, right? Like freedom of press, usually like limited in some way, but like not maybe more so than like some countries that are considered democratic today. So that's really unfortunate word.
I think that's a dubious argument, because if you look at like polity scores of how democratic, particularly Imperial Germany was, yes, they did have a universally elected parliament, but there was also, particularly the Kaiser had a huge amount of independent prerogative about particularly foreign policy.
Yeah, there are debates about operational. And like how democratic on these various scores you need to get in order for this argument to go through. You know? But yeah, like I wouldn't advocate for like a German style government before like 1980 to be introduced in Iraq. You know.
Well, Okay, let's try and get through this.
So in a sense, the shadows of the corpse of God on the wall of the cave. That's what the dread of Nazism is. The kind of the nightmare that there are Nazis lurking everywhere, waiting to.
Gott mit uns, like they weren't. He's not even just saying Christianity, but the death of God. Like Nazis were absolutely not atheists. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I think
they didn't like atheists. They persecuted atheists. You could get in the concentration camp for being an atheist. What is he talking about?
Maybe there are some low resolution ideas in the background of what he's saying here. Something like that like, the kind of scholastic vision of Christendom had been undermined, and like the kind of monarchies of old.
That's true, but that happened with the Protestant Reformation, right?
I know, but just like, if I just work this out,
sure.
Like so maybe the idea is then combine that with the Industrial Revolution, and you have a lot of changes in the kind of power dynamics that had been somewhat stable in certain respects, right? Of course, you have like power moves and different people groups get subsumed and revolutions happen and things, but maybe the idea is that there's these drastic social changes, and that is related to drastic theological changes at the same time, because people are resituating themselves in the world. But then that doesn't mean that it's not necessarily like the death of God caused those things. It's more that economic and social changes cause people to reconceptualize their theology at the same time as the power in the world changes.
Because those social and economic changes happened in all European countries and eventually the rest of the world as well, right? And not all of them became Nazi. Some became communist, and some became, like the UK, relatively free, liberal country throughout the 20th century. So it's ridiculous to say that if you're interpreting death of God in that sense as like, a reconceptualization and a dramatic social change as moving away from traditional values and dominance of religion in society, then it's clearly not deterministic in any sense that you end up with Nazism, because in fact that was an aberration. Vast majority of countries did not go that way.
Well, and this all seems contrary to his thesis that there are many good things today and they're the result of Christianity, when he seems to also be saying out of the other side of his mouth, what's the phrase? You give with the left hand, take with the right, whatever. Where he's also kind of saying, but it's really bad now. It's basically Nazism because the roots are dying. But also it's really good now, and the reason it's really good is because the roots are Christian. Like you can't.
Yes, I think he's saying both of those things.
Yeah.
Take over, which is a huge part of contemporary liberal discourse. It seems to me.
To be fair to him, the history of Nazi Germany probably didn't feature a lot on the Cambridge English degree. To be fair.
Clearly belongs to the lengthy Christian tradition, the anxiety that that evil may triumph, and that large numbers of people have given themselves up to evil, which you see manifest in the witch craze, in the Albigensian Crusade, in all kinds of things like that. We don't dread Satan anymore because Hitler has taken on the role of Satan, but we dread Hitler for the same reason that Christians dreaded Satan.
What's he babbling about? Like, I actually have no idea what he's talking about. We don't dread Satan because we have Hitler? What? A lot of people do dread Satan. Most people in the West still believe in Satan. It's like,
I think he's got the explanation the wrong way round, which is that when we wanted to describe horrible evil, some of the language that people reached for was theological language that has been built to describe the most evil things. And so that's why demonizing and satanic type language might be even by an atheist, by the way. You might just say, what was done there was evil, it was just completely demonic, or but that doesn't mean that you're importing metaphysics. That would just be that is how people communicate, to emphasize things, and these words have a role because of history.
Yeah, and I mean, it's probably true that where in the Middle Ages or in the early modern period, people would have used references to hell or to Satan. Instead, we might use references to Nazism or fascism to describe things that are especially bad or to condemn them. But I don't know that that's driven by.
Yeah.
I'm even confused about what he's saying there. Like,
Yeah.
I can recognize that there's a difference there, but that's about as far as I can go to try to make sense of what he's even talking about.
Well, that's what I mean. Is once you realize that the reason people would apply in a Christian context language for the evil thing in the story to an evil thing, like there's no like profound point there to be made.
When you wander in the desert, you wander with Hitler. That's a good one.
Okay. Yeah. So I think I did want to go into a little bit as well, only because let me see. Have we got the times? Get the timestamp thingies up. Oh, for fuck's sake! It doesn't have it. What's that? Sorry.
They don't have timestamps.
No. So we're just going to have to skip around a bit. Let's go to
Paul
this.
looks a bit bored there in that image.
In the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's we'll just go to like some of these bits where it's saying it's kind of most active.
Every episode, because when it gets right down to it, that ache of eternity in our hearts, friendship is often the next step.
Did you see a doctor about that?
Towards hopefully something that goes even deeper. And when it comes to the meaning crisis, I think there is nothing more convincing.
Oh, I hate the meaning. You know about the meaning crisis, right?
Just the alleged meaning crisis.
The alleged, yeah.
Not clear that there is any crisis to me.
Well, yeah. But what frustrates me is that the things that they will appeal to are so obviously, like, for example, a rise of cases in, say, depression or something like that in certain demographics, and it's like, well, yeah, that is a real thing, but there are actual causes of that we can establish through the relevant domains that study these types of depression, and then we can actually have interventions that help people, rather than some fucking story about Neoplatonism and William of Ockham and how like nominalism is making young men depressed and causing feminism. Like that is just ridiculous nonsense. Whereas, whereas actually understanding the causes might be like, oh, maybe we should have some legislation that stops like social media being so addictive, and we need to put more investment into like third spaces for communities so people can actually socialize with people. There are actual policy suggestions when you understand the causes of these things, rather than just reifying it into this nonsense meaning crisis thing. That's a separate point that has nothing to do with Tom Holland and Dominion. But I think one of the things we wanted to comment on is the way that Dominion gets used in combination with apologetics. Yep. And there's this type of apologetics that predates on this really bad sociological analysis of kind of various mental health issues that exist, and then goes, and Tom Holland proves it with his historical magnum opus Dominion, which tells you about Christian roots and anchors and the metaphysics of that or something, which fits perfectly with our meaning crisis story, which is just all crap, right? No. Yeah.
Convincing for people to understand that they are not simply the accumulation of randomly collected atoms that have somehow found themselves into the kind of creature that has a bigger.
What that, like, who is saying, James, you at least have an undergrad in physics. Is a good physical explanation of a person that they are a random collection of atoms?
Well, no. So atoms operate under, like, in accordance with very particular physical laws which constrain how they interact, and they're very much not random. Then there's also biological processes that are operative that gave rise to humans. And notice that, again, a humanist is going to say not that humans are valuable because they're a random accumulation of atoms.
Yes.
They're valuable because of the inherent properties that they have, like the ability to suffer and to experience well-being, and their ability to form preferences about the future and to engage in relationships with other people, and all of these sort of things that are distinctive that humans have that trees don't and rocks don't, right? And maybe some animals have. You could talk about that. But like, the point is, you're going to point to these properties that humans have. And it seems like a lot of critics just, like, it's fine if you want to argue about that and discuss, how to justify this, but they don't even acknowledge this point. They just pretend that humanists arbitrarily just say, oh, just humans have value for just no reason, right? It's just, well, of all the things that could have value, it's just humans. Like, well, no, but like, we link it to specific properties, and then we explain why these properties relate to the notion of value, why we think that they're important. So let's engage with that discussion and not throw out red herrings.
And it seems to me like if you found out tomorrow that your entire model of physics was like wrong and you don't believe in atoms anymore or whatever, right?
Yeah.
You would still continue to value those things that you just listed, like because that's what the discussion is about.
Their underlying constituent is sort of irrelevant for the purpose, because the justification is in terms of properties that people have, like I mentioned before, capacity to suffer and experience joy and enter relationships and plan for the future, and those sorts of things, having preferences about what happens in the world. If it turns out we're made of different things, or even if we have souls or don't have souls, it doesn't really matter, because
that would just be a particular way of
telling
a story about
this. And this is what the fundamental of humanism is, as far as I'm concerned, that it identifies the ground of morality in fundamental properties of humans. I would extend actually beyond humans, but like at least humans, right? That are universal across humans, and not to any particular relationship that we have with God, or any particular race that someone is with, or any particular social class that they have. And that's what humanism has to say about the nature of humanity. I actually think this is a very profound and important point. And people like this just don't seem to get it. It's not just that they disagree. It's fine to disagree, but they just don't even seem to acknowledge that that's what humanists say.
You mean to say Pelagius was right, is what you're saying?
Brain than Goliath the alligator in Florida, and is therefore disturbed at not being amused or entertained. But that at the heart of us are beings that, in fact, have an appetite for eternity. And, well, all around us are similar beings who have a similar appetite.
I just find that meaningless. An appetite for eternity, like, what does that even mean? Is what does that feel like? I don't know. I don't have a feeling of eternity.
I don't know, but if you reframe it in ways that actually make sense, like, we are beings that care about ourselves and others, and we're surrounded by beings who are. I'm like, yeah, that's humanism, bro. Like, welcome to the club.
We would like these things for as much as possible. You're like, oh, so you've been going to effective altruist meetups?
Also, the concept of an afterlife is relatively fringe when it comes to like human religions.
Mm-hmm.
Like the most widespread like theological concept is animism, but like a belief in personal gods or belief in like an afterlife is actually not that widespread.
Yeah.
When you do like real comparative studies.
Yeah. It's not as universal.
Like the always said the religions that have those concepts are like very popular now. But it's just because like Europeans invented gunpowder.
Yeah. So if you were to make an argument on the basis that all people have an innate desire for eternity, that could be empirically falsified by cultures.
Yeah, go to Papua New Guinea and count how many like isolated tribes have.
Preferably go to Sentinel Island with nobody on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the Bible, and then wanted to find out more, and ended up in church. And so he became a gateway drug, really, for a lot of people I know, in terms of faith. I've met people like that who found Dominion to be, let's not say it's not the same pathway into taking...
So here, by the way, just focus on like the apologetic role of the book, I guess, but if claims come up. Yeah.
Christianity seriously again. But people have certainly read your book and come to see that they are believers too, in a way that has made faith plausible for them. When they thought they were utterly faithless.
What have they done with the one woman?
You believe in me too, and you believe in human rights.
Sorry, James?
Well, there's 4 pictures and names on the top. One of them is a woman, but she's the only one not present. Yeah. What have they done?
I don't know. Maybe she gave a talk earlier, or I don't know.
I just think it's sort of funny.
She deconverted on the way there.
You believe in all these liberal values. You too are a believer, and it's become plausible for them to...
Maybe the rapture happened, and they're just left behind.
Take steps of Christian faith. How do you feel representing that kind of figure?
Am I on? Can you? Yeah. Well, so I wrote a book about 10 years ago on the origins of Islam, which ended up taking quite a skeptical perspective on...
So something I just want to comment on about this, right, is sure, if you're talking about your book, you're probably going to give similar answers over and over again. But I think what's interesting in light of the way that we talk about kind of memory corruption effects and the way that people sort of reconceptualize their experiences in terms of, like, say, language that they're given by a particular group as well, is that in Tom Holland's life, he's constantly going to these talks, giving this retelling of like why he did what he did. And I would suspect that this will also play a role in him understanding himself and what he thinks is true about the world, because he's going to be reshaping his story through all these retellings and through being around Christians who are kind of always nudging him towards providentially explaining, like writing the book and stuff like that as well. And I do think that these sorts of sociological forces are way better at explaining why we arrive at the beliefs that we have than sort of the idea that, you know, we just dispassionately considered a bunch of arguments or something. Not that there's no role for that, but...
well, Holland never actually says that. But he says he was prompted to critically analyze his own views, only to then not do that at all.
What I'm saying is I'm actually kind of a bit skeptical to the degree to which this retelling is even true at this point, because it's clearly like a response he's got to a question.
Yeah, that's his cached answer. Like, who knows how true it is?
Yeah, he's narrativizing like why he wrote this, and there's kind of like this stuff about him being an earnest seeker and then figuring out, the truth. Which
I should have a story like that about why I wrote my book about Craig. Like, because I don't really have a nice story. I'm like, so I was speaking to a Christian, and then someone said to me, like,
you should say you were leading the Reasonable Faith chapter in Melbourne.
Yeah.
The stories told by Muslims about Muhammad, about the Quran, about the early history of Islam. And I remember doing a book event, and there was a Muslim in the audience who said, why have you written this book? Why are you doing...
A Muslim in the audience who said, why don't you write a book criticizing liberalism? And so I did. And here we are at Dominion.
By the way, in my experience talking to Islamic apologists, they are very... I don't want to overgeneralize too much, but this is just with my experience. They're very focused on credentials and authority. Like, who are you to say this? And I think partly that's because of the Islamic tradition of like establishing your authority, right? And so the reason I say that is because it would be surprising for me that many Muslims who are concerned about his book wouldn't bring up the fact that he has no, he doesn't even have an undergraduate study in Islam or Islamic studies. Like, I don't know why he's right. I mean, it's fine to... It's fine to write a book if you're just going to summarize what other scholars have said, but if you're going to take a particular perspective on it, like, you want to have some sort of credentials, and it doesn't seem that he has any. So I'm surprised that the Muslims wouldn't have brought that up with him.
It is very weird that someone would do an English undergraduate degree and then write a book criticizing Islam. Like, that to me is setting off like alarm bells for a particular, and with the like kind of posh English accent and stuff, like it's this caricature, like the Douglas Murray, of, I don't know if he had in his mind, like, here's an avenue for what I can do with my life or something, but it is a weird thing to have done.
Yeah, and I think if you're going to do that, you should at least, like, I don't know, take a course in Islamic studies part-time, or like co-author with someone else who has more expertise. Like, if you're someone who's going to get some attraction on this, you want to make sure you have your credentials. You don't have to have a PhD in it to like say something, but you want to have some background. He doesn't even have an undergrad in this. Like, so why is he writing about it?
This is the thing with like like Sam Harris's criticism of Islam, right? Where he received a lot of pushback from people who were working on like the psychology of extremism, like why people become terrorists and stuff like that. And he just never like acknowledged you could say he's acknowledging their arguments because there's some like blog posts and things where he engages with them. But, he never like presents his point as like, I've received a lot of pushback from the relevant experts in this area. Here's what they say. Instead, he just kind of like goes on about like Islamic doctrine, not making any reference to the alternative explanations in terms of like the geopolitics of the regions that extremists are coming from and these sorts of things. And, it's a similar sort of thing where people just get really popular, but there's like domain experts who have a lot more, I would say, interesting stuff to say, and it unfortunately just gets overlooked by people.
Beliefs. You would never do this to your own beliefs. Why aren't you doing? Why are you doing it? And I felt the sting of that charge. But I had also begun to question my own beliefs, because I found the process of questioning Islam. Why did I think that the Quran had not come from God? Because I didn't believe in God. I didn't believe that any of this supernatural stuff was possible. And if you're writing a history, of course you have to explain everything in human terms. That was my conviction. And so I wrote it thinking, I guess naively, that I was being neutral. But of course that question from the Muslim in the audience reminded me that I wasn't remotely being neutral, that my disbelief in the divine origins of the Quran was as much a belief as the Muslim belief that it did come from God. And the process of writing that book had already started to clarify for me all kinds of senses and suspicions that my humanism, my secularism, my liberalism actually were a kind of, they were a belief system. And so just as looking at Islam and not accepting that it came from God and therefore had to have come from somewhere else, and the question of where else might it have come from, involved asking some, from the Muslim point of view, some quite awkward questions about Jewish or Christian.
There's a clip I want to play, by the way, just about Holland's engagement with Islam, because obviously he's written this book about Islam in the first place, so he's putting himself forward as having some kind of expertise. And when talking to the Triggernometry guys, he's been presenting himself as having something to say about, why Islam is incompatible with Christianity. And there's a scholar of religion who made like a short that was quite good on one of his points about this. So I'm just going to play this to give some context on, I guess, how Holland is stepping out of his lane with respect to these sorts of claims.
Holland should stop talking about Islam because he doesn't know what he's talking about. And he's not just wrong, he's dangerous.
There are lots of Muslims who do not see Islam as a religion because they see religion as a Christian category.
Well, that is completely not true. There is a term within the Quran and throughout Islamic scholarship called deen. Exactly translates as religion. There are different deens, and it says in the Quran, I have my deen, my religion, and you have yours. So based on these false claims that Tom Holland has made, Tom Holland makes the following claim. He says,
I think Islam is uniquely indigestible for a secular mindset.
well, if Islam is indigestible for a secular mindset, there is no hope that British Muslims will ever fit into our society.
There will always be kickback because of what makes Islam distinctive. And also, obviously, the more Muslims there are, the more weight their voices will have. And so the more under pressure the secular assumptions of the West will come.
This is a clear message to say, do not allow the immigration of Muslims.
I
Tom
think it
Holland's
is.
main problem is not
What was that, James? Sorry.
I agree. I think that it's hard not to draw that conclusion from the way he described. The more there are, the more pressure there is. Yeah.
not even that he doesn't understand Islam. It's that he thinks religions and cultures have some essential identity because of what St. Augustine said in 400 AD.
The notion of church and state, there isn't synagogue and state, there isn't mosque and state, it's church and state, gets enshrined by the towering theological genius in the Latin church, Augustine.
That is not a very popular view amongst historians these days. Most historians think of history as being contingent, based on things that happen and then other things that happen. But it's also not a very good explanation of the fact. If Christianity's essential character based on St. Augustine explains everything about how Christianity applies today, how is it that society in the past could be so different than it is now? It's true that many Muslims today have a fundamentalist interpretation of Islam. We need to understand that that is not because of what Islam is in some essential way, a totalizing religion. It's become a totalizing religion for these people because they understood the war in Iraq. Maybe it's something to do with the poverty that they've seen in their home countries, the prejudice that they have received in countries that they've migrated to. Something to do with the situation in Israel and Palestine has led some people to say that we need to go back to basics. We need to go back to the origins of Islam. The same thing today is happening in white British society. The perceived failure of liberal democracy is making people turn towards the extreme far right. Kick out the immigrants. That's to the Quran. The way to bring society together is to acknowledge that there's nothing about white society that means that people have to be racist and want to kick out immigrants. And there's nothing about Islam that means that people can't be secular. We need to end these essentializing narratives that divide society and recognize that it's all to play.
Yeah, really good video. I just want to add a few things to that. So the point about Islam being incompatible with secularism really does seem to show historical unfamiliarity with events, because first of all, Turkey was established by what's his name? Ataturk, yeah, Kemal, as the first secular Muslim country, and it's being undermined to some extent today because of the current sort of ultra-nationalist policies. But for a very long time, that was, and still is to a significant extent, an incredibly important part of Turkish identity and law, the distinction between, the secular and the religious, despite being a large majority Muslim country. So that's a very clear counterexample that I don't think Holland discusses. Another point is that for many decades, from the 50s through probably to around the 1980s, many countries in the Middle East, not all, like Saudi Arabia never has been, but many countries in the Middle East were run by secular governments. So I'm thinking like Libya, Egypt under, what's his face, the Nasser. Yeah, of course, Iraq and Syria under the Ba'ath regimes. I think actually Assad in Syria was the last of these to be pushed out. The secular sort of Arab socialist regimes that dominated for a time during the Cold War period in the Middle East. Now, the video sort of mentioned this, but it was in large part, so these regimes were secular. They didn't like persecute Islam, but they established themselves as being secular regimes that distinguished between, the church and the state effectively, and that granted a lot of their ideology in like socialism, they allied more with the Soviet Union against the West and against imperialism, against Israel, things like this. And they used the language of like modernity and equality, appealing to some like Enlightenment and socialist concepts, so that like, they're going to bring the country up and modernize it. And basically they failed spectacularly to do that, right? And these regimes are often very corrupt and very militaristic and engaged in wars that were unsuccessful, and they squandered oil funds and things like this. And so, progressively, all of these regimes were toppled or replaced with other regimes. In the case of Assad, it took quite a long time. But the point is that the perceived failure of Arab secular nationalism has enabled Islamic fundamentalism to become much more influential in countries like Egypt and Iraq and Libya, and I think Syria as well.
I think there's even more going on to this, though, than that as well.
I didn't say that's all that was going on. I just wanted to say that's an important aspect of what's been happening that Holland completely ignores, because a lot of the Islamic world was governed by secular regimes for a time, but in the historical context of their perceived failure and other things that were happening there has led to their replacement largely by more fundamentalist Islamic forms of politics.
Well, this is where I want to say, and a very important part of the story here is US foreign policy, right? So when you talk about the alternative explanation that that guy put on that Instagram short, where he was talking about paying attention to the way, like, what are the interactions with Western secular liberal democracies like? Well, US foreign policy has often meant having a very strong state of Israel in order to stabilize the Suez Canal and like access to oil. But Henry Kissinger had this idea of essentially playing all of these nations off against each other so they couldn't unify in any kind of cohesive way, which meant a lot of, kind of American interventions that meant keeping these places kind of divided either ideologically or in terms of the government power structures that are in place, not giving support to certain things, giving support to other things. And it's in this milieu that we get Wahhabism. And so actually it was considered a sin in Islam. Well, it is considered a sin in Islam to commit suicide, right, for example. But then there was a theological innovation from around the 70s, I think is the right date, where some imams started arguing that it wasn't, because if you were suicide bombing in an act of war, well, then that was like a reinterpretation of jihad, which was like, you would commit jihad and kill yourself. But if you took out enemy combatants, then, you were kind of doing something that was actually noble in Islam. But there were many imams, particularly in like Egypt, who argued against this, saying that that was actually sinful in Islam, right? So you had this theological innovation that came about almost directly as a result of like basically people who were very mentally unwell as a result of socioeconomic conditions created by US interventions and destabilization in the region, amongst other things as well. And it was then Israel expelling people from Palestine into Jordan and Syria who came into contact with that theology, which is where Hamas got the idea of suicide bombing from, which they then started, so it's a very complicated story that can be traced historically. But it's one where it isn't just Islam evil, it's actually radical Islam, very recent kind of weird thing to happen as a result of a lot of poverty.
Yes, there's so many other things as well. Like the success of Wahhabism in Saudi Arabia is contingent on a bunch of facts, including the fact that was sort of started as a reaction to Turkish domination and then was partly sort of fostered by the British as an anti-Turk movement in World War I. That helped them to become successful and consolidate the state there. Then there's, of course, US support for the Saudi regime since then. And in the case of Iran, they're obviously very theocratic regime is in large extent was enabled. I mean, that's historically contingent in a bunch of ways, but it's enabled because of the reaction to the corruption of the Tsar, which again was a Western supported regime and a secularizing regime. So same thing happened in Afghanistan, where there was initially a secular sort of socialist government, but that was supported by the Soviet Union, and that they pushed it further extreme. And then the opposition to that came predominantly from like radical Islamist groups. So a lot of the rise of these radical Islamists is relatively recent, like it dates back to like 70s and 80s, and is quite historically contingent to very particular events that have happened throughout the Muslim world. Right. And the problem with people like Holland is that they and Sam Harris is they read this as an intrinsic.
It's in Islamic doctrine.
Yeah, it's intrinsic to Islam generally.
Always being interpreted by people.
And I'd wonder what you would say about Christian doctrine if you looked at Christian
Yes.
at different point.
It's
The Christian world
actually
at
the
different
exact
points in history.
same. It's the exact same as reading Leviticus and going, well, this is there in the Bible. Like, so Christians, all Christians are committed to Leviticus laws. Yeah.
Do you know what the largest Muslim country is in terms of population?
Maybe it's Indonesia, but I could be.
That's a secular country.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not a theocracy, you know.
Yeah.
And also, like, so I used to live in Istanbul for a year. I did my Erasmus there. So I took a class in Turkish political thought. So we read, obviously, a lot of Turkish political philosophers that nobody outside Turkey has ever heard of, from like 1890s, people who were like Young Turks, like the original Young Turks.
Can I just ask, what language were you studying in?
It was like the program was in English.
Okay, I'm just curious.
But like the Turkish is a very easy language to learn. I would say it's probably the easiest language to learn that wasn't invented like artificially, because it essentially was like when Turkey when Atatürk established a secular state, he basically invented like an artificial language that had no like precedent. Like,
really?
I knew
they adopted the Latin alphabet, but I didn't know they changed the language as well.
Yes, they like he invited.
I know it doesn't have a gender because it always gets used as an example in like bias.
He invented Swedish linguists, Swedish and German linguists, and they basically like designed the.
Okay.
Yeah, they got rid of all the like irregularities. There's one irregular word, which is to be. So yeah, very simple. But what I wanted to say is that like I took this class, so we went through all of the different thinkers in all of the different like periods of history, and obviously like one big theme was how this like secular state is to interface with religion and specifically with Islam, right? So obviously some thinkers wanted to distance the state from Islam as much as possible. There were some who tried to like find some kind of middle ground. A lot of the thinkers were obviously inspired by various like Western ideologies, like Protestantism and stuff like that. But it's actually interesting that there were Turkish Islamists who wanted to abolish secular democracy, but they wanted to replace it with Islamic democracy. And they basically took the Quran, and from the Quran, they deduced all of the essential like characteristics of Western liberal democracy, including human rights, like the freedom of opinion, parliamentary democracy, and stuff like that. Because, for example, in Arabic societies in the 6th and 7th centuries, you had some kind of like chief leader, like a warlord, but you also had some kind of representative body of nobles who like advised to him, and he had to like negotiate with them.
You mean the liberal elites?
No, but like these people.
Well, they weren't liberal at that time.
Yeah, I'm joking.
No, but like my favorite like Turkish obscure political thinker was Ali Bulaq, who specifically like pointed to this like feature of the society that is found in the Quran that like Muhammad talks about, and he said, look, this is like an Islamic precedent for representative democracy and for like a parliament, right? And like it works surprisingly well. You kind of have to like bend the text, you have to negotiate with it, and stuff like that. But everyone's doing that. So like just because you are like a politically Islamist doesn't mean that you have to be a liberal. And the fact that like Ali Bulaq didn't have any disciples, and like this branch of political philosophy died out, is again due to completely just like arbitrary historical forces, you know?
Okay, let's go back to not me searching for Libya space program. But Libya did have a space program, and they recruited. That's what I was looking for clips of it, because they recruited some of the Nazi rocket scientists from the US to try and get them. And anyway, Gaddafi,
Christian or Zoroastrian or whatever influences on what becomes Islam. So similarly, I was starting to question the origins of my beliefs and coming to recognize that they had not originated in the Enlightenment, because the Enlightenment was too similar to the Reformation.
But where do ideas originate, and why does it matter where they originate? Like what? Like do you go all the way back to like the first people who start grunting and hitting rocks?
Og and Gog.
Just as,
like the ultimate idea is like or whatever. I mean, I'm not going to
idea.
I don't know if you've seen. I don't know if you've seen. I don't know if you've seen John Vervaeke argue that the word object, which can be used for any object, is based in our old cognitions, because object sounds like project, and ancient people projected spears onto objects.
Well, that's etymologically testable, though. Like, are those words related etymologically? I don't know.
Well, they've not even been in the language more than a few hundred years.
It's possible that they have antecedents that did. Like, you could go into Proto-European and see.
No, he's
if there's
just
a connection.
That's what. Bullshit.
Why? Actually, I think that yecto in Latin means to throw.
It's something like that. He'll be doing.
Yeah, like
objecto. Yeah, but.
Yeah, no, but I don't
Just
know.
Like in
my guess would be that it's one of the it's one of the neologisms that was introduced by Cicero in order to translate, like find Latin equivalent of some like Greek philosophical.
But also, pretty much nobody's hunting with spears. I mean, projectile hunting is very ineffective. There's few
but the Romans, like people in the ancient world, they were like.
But trap hunting is far more common, like as a thing that people do, because it's less effort and it requires less energy. The point is, these explanations are very bad and depend on words.
I don't know. I think he might be onto something. I wouldn't be surprised if because like the Roman elites were, or like ancient, like people who were influential in that period of time were just like hunting using spears.
I think if you were going to make that argument, you'd have to go with something that's like an onomatopoeia to university, because history is so long. Like even Latin.
You first need to check that those words have Latin roots. I don't even know if they do. If they have Germanic roots, well, what about the other one? Project.
Yeah, but
proyecto is the same thing. It's like throwing something forward.
But our cognitions are in Latin. Like,
well, that's the thing. Like, at best, it goes back to the first century AD. Yeah.
The Quran is too similar to Jewish and Christian and Zoroastrian writings. The line of descent, the process of evolution seemed too evident. And likewise, the Reformation emerges from centuries and centuries before that, and starting to recognize that even that in a way, atheism is a kind of logical endpoint, I think, of Christianity. That Christianity...
All right, Slavoj Zizek.
Based.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's something to that's interesting. God does die, so
don't mind like Buddhists who didn't care about the divine for like.
Well, there's a really cool Buddhist Christianity in that, right? Like God kills it. That's what Slavoj Zizek's been talking about the past year or two.
I think the logical endpoint of Christianity is Klingon religion, because they believe that there used to be gods, but they killed them.
Yeah, non-duality. Yeah, it's pretty.
So Christianity has its roots, obviously, in the Old Testament. And the Old Testament is all about prophets fulminating against people who think that there is the divine in springs or in hills or in trees or whatever, and saying, no, there isn't. And the Christian
mission... This is the point I actually think is decent-ish, but...
Missionaries, when they, in the early Middle Ages, when they're going into the dripping forests of Saxony...
I mean, it's not completely right, because there is a lot of things... It's more complex than that, but it's approximately right,
chopping down trees, they're saying to the Saxons, these trees have nothing. God is manifest all around, but he's not in a tree. You shouldn't worship a tree. And in a sense, in the Reformation, the Protestants are applying that lesson to the Roman Church. And there's a sense in which atheists now are applying that lesson to the Christian Church in toto. They're simply saying, you have to bleed everything of, dare I say, the sacral. You have to drain it of anything that might be redolent of the divine.
Yes.
And I just came to the conclusion that even the most fundamental lack of belief is merely an expression of Christian belief. And I felt both...
Sorry, what?
Yeah, he says this in his book as well.
But what does he mean belief in God, or does he mean just any belief whatsoever? Like what?
No, I think he means like a lack of belief in God.
Yeah.
Christian.
That, I mean, is that really?
Well, I mean, you just like getting rid of more and more gods until eventually you don't have.
It's just one like Tom Holland. I just believe in one less god than you.
But he says this in his book about Marxism as well. That it's like basically it's an outgrowth of Christianity, and it's like because it has universal ambition and it's concerned about the poor and stuff like that. Like, it's basically Christiantianity, or it's
I think it's not completely wrong.
Yeah, there is
sociologically.
There is a story to tell about like intellectual influences of Christianity on Marxism. Like, for example, the idea of like a revolution that history is basically segmented into these periods where you have like different like hegemonic powers and stuff like that. you have eschaton, obviously, like Marxism is very eschatological in its thinking. So in like different societies, you probably wouldn't have that component as being very important.
I think it's not wrong that there are obviously ideological influences that are then shaping the way people subsequently think about things. But the question is, what is the relevance of that?
Well,
and he ignored instances where, like, I'll read your quote. So when he's talking about Marxism, he's talking about Marx here. For a self-professed materialist, he was oddly prone to seeing the world as the Church Fathers had once done, as a battleground between cosmic forces of good and evil. Unquote.
Where does Marx say that?
He says other things like, well, he's talking about the battle between the classes, right? So the proletariat.
That's not a cosmic battle. That's a human battle.
Correct, right. And so this is what I was going to say. Like, certainly there are ideological antecedents, right? Marx is influenced by Hegel, and he is influenced by many previous figures.
Yeah, but the point Holland's making there is just like a really stupid comparison.
Yes, but it's throughout his book where he makes these comparisons, where he draws some connection or some similarity, and then sort of implies that, like, well, they're kind of the same, or it's
like a religion. In a religion, people do things, and you'll notice that everyone does things, so everyone's religious.
Yeah, so he also ignores the differences, right? So Marxism is an explicitly materialist ideology that rejects any notion of like spiritual forces or an afterlife or gods. I think you've frozen there, Nathan. I don't know if that's on my end.
Can you see me? Maybe you're.
We had a cutout.
Okay.
Wait for a bit.
I think it's your internet because we're good. Maybe the American.
Well, how do you know if you're good?
Yeah, the American Civil War has started. Maybe we are okay.
Okay, I think my internet seems all right now. I don't know if I cut out for a sec. I can hear you. So I was saying that Marxism is an explicitly materialist philosophy which rejects any notion of gods or spiritual forces or an afterlife, and it grounds the notion this like cosmic forces is really about it's driven by differences in the material in the economic structure of a society and the effects that has on class dynamics, right? That's really completely different to what Christianity has to say, which is about a cosmic force between good and evil that's manifested on earth, but is not fundamentally driven by things on earth. It's fundamentally driven by things in heaven, right? And the battle between good and evil. It's a very different ideology, and Holland just ignores the differences there. And it's like he's doing that when he talks about atheism as well as being like another manifestation of Christian belief. Like, it's just not, because it's different in many ways. He only looks at certain similarities or historical linkages and ignores all the differences.
Yeah, it's kind of like saying that the level of similarity is almost like this group says things about things that happen, and so does this group. You'll notice they're both saying things about things that happen, so they're basically doing the same thing.
Or one is like an outgrowth of the other.
Yeah. I mean, that, as we said, I think there is an interesting sense in which like Christianity has influenced ideologies like Marxism, or even like I would say particularly like actual institutions of like humanist ideologies. Like in the UK, Humanist UK is very much a secular reflection of the Church of England. If you think of all of the institutional structures that an organization could take on in principle, it doesn't have to be what it is. And they're very, and the reasons for that are very human, right? Because that is what they're responding to.
Is that interesting though? I don't find that very interesting. Like, obviously it's going to be a reflection of the society it's in. Like, that's sort of trivial.
It depends on.
I don't find that interesting.
I think part of the reason I find it interesting is because it can help to avoid ideological blind spots that group can have. So I'm like a big fan of Humanist UK, but I think that they can sometimes have ideological blind spots where they will talk as if they occupy some kind of Archimedean point decontextualized from it. The sort of thing we were saying earlier that Holland was deconstructing from, right, is maybe this bad kind of humanism,
right. I see what
which would be like, oh wow, this really is a revelation to me that history exists. And there's like, because and the reason it's important to point this out is because if you don't point it out, there will be people who will come to realize that, and then they'll just be like, mind blown, now I'm going to adopt some terrible ideology instead, rather than like just accept, like that's a pretty trivial point that's related to, I do occupy a human position and there's history connected to the things I believe, but I'm clear in my thinking. Why would that affect my values? Do I have reasons to reshape or change my values as a result of this? I shouldn't just randomly become a theo-fascist now because I've realized that history has something to do with what I believe, or something like that.
And it's also interesting because earlier he said that, or like in a different video, he said that fascism is an antithesis to Christianity, and presumably we shouldn't be fascists. So if it's the case that Marxism was directly like influenced by Christianity,
Right.
does it mean that we should be Marxists?
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, he's not he's not made it clear what we are supposed to believe, but I suspect that we should conclude what we are supposed to believe from the exclusively right-wing podcast that he appears on. Maybe, I don't really know. You're muted, I think, Jay. Oh no, you're not muted. I just saw a red thing next
Lies.
to it. Yeah,
It's kind of helpless, really, in the way that I feel sometimes helpless when I'm aware of, the mammalian instincts that reach all the way back to some primordial blob in a Precambrian sea. There's no escaping it.
those mammalian blobs.
So likewise, I feel I'm so much the creature of the inheritance of Christianity in this country and before that in a way there's no escaping it. But I also kind of felt liberated because I suddenly realised that actually
Also, this is one of my weird things, by the way, but people always talk about like the 3 layers of the brain, like the reptilian system, the mammalian system, and then like the neocortex on top.
Did he mention that? I didn't hear that.
Well, I think that is related to when he's talking about, like some mammalian thing in my brain.
Oh.
And just to say that is like some view from like the 70s that isn't really believed in mainstream neuroscience anymore. Like people think that the brain is just much more, hasn't developed in like those distinct stages and is much more integrated. Though James would probably be.
Well, this idea was actually popularized by Carl Sagan, and it's not really accurate. I mean, it's a very crude simplification. But anyway, I don't think we need to get into that.
Yeah. These beliefs, in the secular or in human rights or whatever, which had actually always seemed to me slightly anemic, slightly dull, were actually, if they were rooted in Christian faith, a lot more exciting.
Wait, what? How does that follow? Also, I thought he was when he was looking at the ideological history of humanism and secularism and all that, he was challenging his own worldview. But here he's just said he's always found those things a bit, what he said, anemic, a bit dull.
Anemic and dull. But then,
does that mean he thought his own worldview was anemic and dull? I mean, I suppose he may have, but that's a bit of a tension there.
But also, is that even true? Like, when you're reciting the liturgy of Basil of Caesarea for the 5 millionth time, like, is that?
Well, that's
really
subjective, though, if you find it anemic and dull. Like, he doesn't explain why he thought that or what's different about Christianity.
That's what I mean. I mean, at least in my view, attending like the same lame church service can actually be like incredibly dull and uninspiring for your values, and
actually literally believed in the resurrection of Jesus or angels or anything, but it made it much more dramatic to think that this is where it had come from. And actually, rather than kind of shrinking from that origin, I have rather embraced it.
Yes. So, and how do you feel about that? So I've heard you say
there's an interesting sort of, if you want to call it an intuition pump or like parable or something, right? Like, who is the better person? The person who like does something good because it's like interesting and puts them at the center of some like cosmic story, grandiose story, or the person who just like does something good and gets no praise for it and doesn't need a story and they just get on with their life, right? I at least have a sense that doing the good thing and not expecting any praise like is a better kind of person to be.
It's a bit lame. Yeah, it's a bit cowardly. Like, well, I found it a bit unmotivating to just think that I should do good things because that's, the right thing to do and it helps people. So instead, I needed to concoct this sort of mythology, or not concoct, but like believe in this mythology about it, how it's all part of some sort of grand cosmic mythology in order to motivate myself. Like, well, maybe that's saying more about you than anything else.
That to believe in human rights is as theological as to believe that Jesus Christ rose from the dead and is seated at the right hand of the Father. And I think you've helped others to take that journey too, of thinking there's a whole range of things that I cannot prove mathematically or logically or put into a test tube, and yet I take it as read. I live my life on.
Who's saying there's a mathematical proof of human rights?
Or that they go in a test tube. This is classic apologetics language. They reduce science to things you can put in a test tube or prove mathematically, which is ridiculous. Like, most science is not like that.
But also, what scientists are trying to do human rights? Like, they're just different things. Like,
well, it depends how you define science. I define it fairly broadly as sort of contiguous with organized human inquiry, but you can study human well-being, right? And it's just that you don't study it in a test tube for the most part, right? But
I would say that English connotation though has become, like kind of like German Wissenschaft, right, or like Latin scientia is like knowledge or whatever.
Well, yeah, well, that's true. I mean, it has broader and narrow meanings, but the point is, who's saying that comes from a test tube, right?
Oh yeah, it's not just test tubes.
So who are you responding to?
Yeah. My point is more like, what's the problem with just going like, sure, there's some humanities subjects that, maybe we want to use science in that way, but if we're going to use the word science in like this restrictive sense, well, why does everything have to be done in science? Like, I'm also not going to science to like.
Yeah, and the people who talk about the use of science in that context don't mean the test tube variety, right? They mean a broader notion. At least that's my experience.
Exactly.
I sacrifice for it. I may as well believe. How do you feel being a person who has helped others take that journey?
What a lame question.
I think,
Mr. President, sir, how are you so brave that you can choose to?
How did you acquire the courage? Yeah, like such a stupid question.
Let's see. So we've gone past that bit. Let's go to. There's like a little peek in this bit. Let's see.
Point, but it's a serious point because something has to break in order to really pursue a new life.
Revolution, as Thomas Perry would say, and the book is available next door as well.
Selling books, very Christian.
To hearing that from priests and from
They're just always selling books. It's almost as if they're actually just capitalists who use religion to sell books.
church leaders, offering solace and explanation for what is going on in ways that are not to do with the news cycle and not to do with the kind of stuff that everyone else is talking about, but specifically.
I'm sorry, hang on. How is what you are doing, Holland, not stuff that's part of the news cycle and what everyone else is talking about?
Yes.
What about this? Oh, the Muslims are coming and they're going to undermine our democracy and secularism, and we need to be really careful about how many of them we let in. How is that not what everyone else is talking about? Or the meaning crisis, which is the whole point of this discussion, which is what everyone else is talking about. What are you talking about, Holland? Like everything in your book, or almost all of it, I should say, is like just like look at the last chapter, woke. It's just like stuff that's been in the news cycle in recent years, and takes on that and how that links back to Christian ideas. Like it's not talking about things that no one else is talking about. That's just complete nonsense. Sorry, that pissed me off. It's like
no,
so
well, I think there's something very revealing in him saying that, which is essentially that, you know, people are overwhelmed by what they see in the news and they don't know how to synthesize all of the different things they have access to. And so in a rather predatory sense, you know, people who are confused in this way can be offered a terrible meta-narrative and exploited into a community of believers. I mean, that's one way to kind of look at what he's saying here. I've got a story that will predate on these vulnerable people and give them more bad beliefs, or nudge them in a direction of more bad beliefs or something.
People are afraid and vulnerable, so I've got something to sell them. Buy my book.
And that fits very well with why it's always these right-wing podcast grifts and things that, you know, this sort of thing is appearing on as well. I mean, occasionally other things as well, but predominantly that's what's going on.
Yeah. Light shines in the darkness, and darkness has not overcome it. Who else has got a question?
Light does shine in darkness. Facts.
Like unashamedly talking about the old stories and not being ashamed of the Old Testament. And I'm getting back to what you said, Paul, about
how can I not be ashamed of genocide and slavery? Yeah.
Holland doesn't say much about the Old Testament in his book. He talks about it a little bit, but it's not very. He talks mostly about like Jesus and Paul.
That's exactly what he did, right? And that got quite a bit of attention. Anyway, that's just a reflection.
So what I think is that one of the reasons why I compare the 60s to the 1520s is that Protestantism in England, let's say in the Netherlands, became very rapidly hegemonic, and people adjusted very, very rapidly to it, and people who had been Catholic priests adjusted to it very rapidly and started talking in Protestant terms, even perhaps when they weren't aware of it. So even the Council of Trent, the smithy of the Counter-Reformation, is unthinkable without the Protestant Reformation. The Catholic Church, as it exists today, is as much a product of the Reformation as the Protestant churches are. And I think the risk for the Christian churches in the post-60s Western order is that they blur in and become part of the kind of hegemonic ideology, which is liberal.
Well, that is weird with his thesis. That is quite weird with his thesis.
Isn't he saying it is the hegemonic ideology? I'm confused.
Yeah, so he's saying that liberalism is the hegemonic ideology, or you know, Francis Fukuyamaism is the hegemonic ideology. And he's saying that is caused by Christianity.
Yes.
And now he's saying, but there's a risk that Christianity just becomes a mouthpiece for that hegemonic ideology. Why is that a risk? Why would that not be a good thing if those are good things caused by Christianity?
Yeah, that's a bit confusing.
Let's see what he says.
Secular, skeptical, progressive. And you know, it's the thought for the day curse. You never hear anything on thought for the day, but you know, there's nothing particularly ever anything distinctive about anything that anybody says on thought for the day.
What's he talking about?
So I mean, there are many things he could be referring to, but on the tube in London on whiteboards, people sometimes put like a thought. The TfL, Transport for London, they sometimes put like a thought for the day, and it might be like be nice to someone for. Like, it's not nice when bad things happen to you or something. I don't know. And I don't know if there's much evidence around this, but it's like if that, in a very mundane way, helps someone to have a slightly better interaction with someone else, like, I'm all for it.
But that sort of thing's not supposed to be novel, right? It's supposed to be reminding you of something you already know.
Well, this is what I'm saying, though, is like Holland's kind of saying, well, that's not enough for me to be a good person. Unless I'm the center of the universe, I'm going to start smacking people's heads in with hammers, like David Wood out here, you know? Well, he's not quite said that. I'm uncharitably interpreting him as saying that to point.
He kind of implied that. He said that humanism is like tepid and boring, and he wants more.
Well, yeah, exactly. And I think that this is just. I mean, maybe you know the Nietzschean thing or whatever is right here. Like, this type of Christianity is just for really immoral, bad people or something. But like, I think that the moral ideal would be to be content with like no praise and just ordinary states of affairs and just being average.
Why do you keep saying Buddhism?
No, right? It's because there's this guy keeps meditating in my garden. Like, I don't know what's going. Yeah.
It's always.
I think that there is. I mean, David Bentley Hart is quite like that. I think that the theologies I find most interesting have a significant overlap with some of these like Eastern non-dual ideas, and read Christian theology that way. And the same with the extent to which I really like humanism. It's kind of like very ordinary. It's like, don't mythologize stuff. You don't need these and postmodernism too. Like, you don't need a big meta narrative. Like, just be a good person in the ordinary.
One thing that's really interesting about Buddhist ethics is that it's not only is it not tied to any like spiritual warfare or like a supernatural realm or stuff like that. It's not even necessarily about like other people. Like, the reason why you are good is so that you can fucking live with yourself, you know? Yeah. Because, like, if you are a dick, it's really, really difficult to, like, progress.
But yeah, I mean, that's also, I mean, part of, like, what Rorty talks about in his political work on pragmatism is kind of like, well, why be good? And it's like, well, just because it aligns with your values, but it helps you get on with other people, and, like, that's the end of the story kind of thing. Like, there's not like a profound or you could tell yourself a story.
It doesn't have to be, you know.
Apparently this person is saying thought of the day is a Radio 4 thing. I mean, it might be, but I think it's probably just something a lot of different things do, because it's like thought of the day. I don't know. Oh, our camera died. It's going to come back. Right. Let's
come from the same kind of, you know exactly what everybody who goes on thought of the day.
The other thing is, like, what pisses me off is, like, so you've got Paul Van der Klee and Glenn Scrivener like laughing about this, like, ha ha ha, yes, you know, thank you God that I'm not like this sinner. They're like, I'm so morally superior because I don't do things like thought of the day. I tell cosmic fucking stories about how.
Well, nothing they're saying is very novel either. So it seems a little bit. It's all very recycled from a lot of.
Yeah, but it's also like, well, you know, by your fruits you shall know them. What do these two do? Their end goal is to get people to say sentences about Jesus, not to, you know, to do. Sure, Paul does a little bit with some homeless people in his neighborhood, and that's good, right? And I'm sure Glenn does some things. But my point is, they gear themselves towards propositional conversion, getting people to say the right things about Jesus, not just alleviating people's suffering and doing good, because that's what they get out of the Jesus story. Instead, what they get is, do you say a sentence, and how do you avoid the fiery place, which is a really stupid theology and not one to be morally superior about, in my view.
Thinks about pretty much every single issue. It doesn't matter whether they're Catholic, Anglican, Methodist, Muslim, Buddhist. You know that they're all going to be basically articulating the same liberal nostra, because that is the hegemonic doctrine. Everybody thinks that. And I think that
You might need to say what.
Okay, so thought for the day is the God slot on the Radio 4 News. That is, I think,
Radio 4.
part of the charter that you have to have someone come on and talk about God for 5 minutes just before the 8 o'clock news. And the BBC producers hate this so much that they find people who will say nothing distinctive at all. And I think along with the religious studies GCSE, which is what
As opposed to what, Afghanistan National Radio, where it's like, you know, death to the kafar. Or
Yeah, I don't know what sort of thing he wants them to be saying.
Yeah, like, does he want I don't know if you ever got this, because you've not been Mormon for a while, right? But there's this thing in some Christian communities where people do, like, you know, when people do like public prayer, but they make it about like personal grievances that they have with people, but everyone is like forced to participate because the prayer is like a public activity. So they'll be like, you know, and we want to thank you, God, for killing the horrible Palestinian terrorists, and also, you know, Jane. So it's like some incredibly politicized political take, and then it will be something personal about like someone who and help us to forgive those nasty people who don't help at the bake sale this weekend. Like, does he want?
Please forgive Monica for being such a bitch.
Yeah, passive aggressive, like theological take. Yeah, it's just weird.
you study up until 15 or 16, it's the single fastest motor for de-Christianization.
Thank you.
So I think the danger for Christian leaders in this country is that they think the way to be popular and the way to get a hearing is to sound like everybody else.
So this is one explanation, right? But here's another explanation. They have reached a much better theology, and that theology is far more okay with a political set of values where most people live pretty okay, mundane lives, and we don't need a fascist revolution to overthrow the political institutions that we have and have some kind of like Farage Trump guy in charge who promotes Christian nationalism. Like maybe, you know, maybe that's why they have the theologies that they have, because they've got better points of view, they're more engaged with history, and they have better hermeneutics. Maybe that's why, you know, he doesn't explore that or compare.
But it isn't, because why would anyone pay any attention to a bishop who is saying exactly what everybody else is saying? But if a bishop is coming out and banging on about, I don't know, crossing
what is it? Saying it is
let's see. What is it?
Red Sea or angels or something, then that's really interesting. And to go back to the Tolkien thing, and the
bishop should talk about angels because it's interesting instead of the fundamentals of Christianity, which have been the same for 2,000 years. Like what are you talking about?
Just say something about angels. Just be
what
like,
a stupid point.
You know how there's been like flooding in England this week? I mean, Alvin Plantinga says maybe the free will of demons causes that. Bye, everyone. Like,
that's distinctive.
What a stupid world that would be.
He wants them to be saying different things just for the sake of being different and interesting, rather than anything else. Like, what?
Yeah, rather like why can't they just say things that will make people reflect? Does it have to be like angels and demons? Like, why can't it just be what would be better? Someone saying something not weird and mundane that would maybe just nudge a few people to do like a little bit better that day, or something that's just like crazy and doesn't do anything for anyone but makes them think, what the fuck was that I just listened to? Like, why was that good? What
a take, man. Oh jeez, where does he come up with these things?
Well, this is being in these communities of people where no one has a clear thought or provides pushback is what happened.
Huge excitement around this new TV series. People love all that stuff, elves and darkness and orcs and things, and it's all drawing on. It's deeply Christian. If people are into kind of
what's Christian about elves and orcs?
I think people would be very.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Maybe he's talking about Lord of the Rings.
Maybe the Lord of the Rings Amazon TV show came out around this time. I'm not certain.
Yeah.
But the point is,
if that's Christian, and I don't want to have anything to do with Christianity.
Yeah, but the point is, like, people are interested in that as a work of fiction. They don't want their news to be full of stories.
That's actually a good point. Like, I think the rise of popularity of specifically like these kind of fantastical genres, like science fiction and fantasy and stuff like that, is because it's like escapism. You know,
exactly.
It allows people, like, it puts a greater distance between the world that you actually live in, and like the fictional world in which you can like explore various,
like rather than, by the way, anyone who gets the COVID vaccine has the mark of the beast.
Yes,
like, be prepared for the purge tonight, guys. Like, what the hell? Like, that would be crazy.
Yeah. into the original version as well. It is the best story ever told. Christianity is the most popular explanation for why we're on this planet that humanity has ever devised. I mean, whether it's true or not is a different matter.
I mean,
that's just an appeal to popularity. What basic logical fallacies is all it matters because it's popular. Like,
it's actually called the argumentum consensus gentium, James.
Consensus gentium. Like, who cares if it's about? I mean, of course, you know, we should clarify by saying, well, why does Christianity have 2 billion adherents worldwide? Colonialism is going to be a very prominent factor there, right? And obviously there's complex history that goes behind that, but it's not as if that there was like a free and fair exchange of ideas for 500 years and this is the, you know, the demographics we've reached. Like, if that were the case, it might be interesting. It's still not clear that that would be particularly interesting because most people aren't very well informed, but like, we're so far away from that just because there's 2 billion Christians and only 1 billion Muslims and 1 billion, it's probably like 3 billion now, but like, just because it's more than some other religions because of demographic and historical trends, what does that tell you about anything? Like, this is just such basic, ridiculous nonsense. Yeah. You think for 2 seconds about it and you realize, you know, this is a stupid point. Why? Maybe I won't say this.
And they all believe the same thing about,
well, they don't believe the same thing. That's another issue.
Well, yeah, what's he even saying? Like,
and what's actually like really ironic about it is that like me and also like other people like Bart Ehrman, we really like the Gospel of Mark, right? And I actually think that this is like, it's like genuinely genius, but I think that for reasons that would actually make like people who are dedicated Christians, it would make their head explode, right? Because I just read it as a work of fiction, like from the beginning to the end, and I read it because it's a work of fiction. I read it and looking for like specific themes, specific like how like certain situation is set up, and then there is a payoff. How there are these like parallels, reverses of expectations, and stuff like that. You know, like that like the fact that it is basically a work of historical fiction, like thoroughly. You know, that's why I find it interesting. You know, like if it was
the fact that it has been such an impactful story. Is you try and explain that and find that interesting?
No, like for me, like the reason, like the fact that it has become popular, and like probably the Gospel of Mark has always been the least influential, ironically, right? That's not that important for me.
Okay,
it's just like the point that I'm trying to make is that the value that I personally find in it is not only completely divorced from whether it's true. It's actually like based on the fundamental idea that this is a fictional story that like a person who is consciously writing a fictional story trying to tell, you know?
Yeah.
But and I think that people actually, like, ironically, I think that like people who read the story as like a straightforward narrative of events that actually happened are able to appreciate it less.
Yes.
Because they are disconnected from what the author tried to say, and they are like blinded towards
I see what you're saying.
The like aesthetic value of it as a piece of literature.
I think of that theologically as well. Like when I think it's like when I think of fundamentalists and how they read the Bible and resolve tensions. And like if you instead engage with the Bible as a messy, complicated record of different attempts by humans to do different things, you get like this richer engagement with like theological innovation over time and what people are doing.
As I said the other day, like I really fell in love with Hebrew prophets. And that's like probably now my most favorite part of the Bible. Not because I think that they were actually speaking for God, but because I think they were like, at least some of them were basically social justice warriors, and they just used a theological language in order to push for like more just societies. And if you kind of reframe if you view them that way, they become really fascinating because you start passing out the various rhetorical devices that they are using in order to stir people into basically taking social action.
Right, that's
But as a matter of historical record, it is the most compelling story. More people have found it thrilling and moving and exciting and believed in it than in any other comparable.
And again, you know, how many of those found it thrilling versus were bored to death but believed for?
But you don't know that more people have found it thrilling. All we know is that there are more adherents. Right? That doesn't mean that people find it thrilling. And obviously,
if it was all that thrilling, then probably the Enlightenment wouldn't happen. Right? Like we would be happy living, like going to church every Sunday. Like people made like deliberate choices to move away from it. You know.
Yeah. Well, what a silly thing to say. Like, geez.
Stories, but it often seems as though people involved in the churches are somehow embarrassed about these stories. Which seems to be insane, because they're brilliant.
Keep going.
Yeah, go on.
But
Defend
he's
the
saying
talking donkey, Tom. Defend the talking donkey.
He's saying that that people in the church shouldn't be embarrassed by some of the ridiculous stories that are found in the Bible because they're popular, because the Bible is popular. Why does that mean you shouldn't be embarrassed about it? Like, what's the connection there?
Well, because popularity and embarrassment are related to one another, right? Like, you want to be with the cool kids, don't you? Or you want to...
That's just such a stupid point. Like, doesn't make any sense. Yeah, maybe it's popular because it's exciting and interesting, but maybe it's also really embarrassing because it says ridiculous things, or it's unflattering of important figures. I mean, there's all sorts of nonsense in the Bible, like talking animals and like Jesus curses a fig tree. Like, what's that about? And like he puts the spirits into the swine which run off a cliff. Like, what's that about? Like, there's so much random stuff in there.
Oh, yeah, and also like a lot of people are actually embarrassed by like the moral atrocities that are in the Bible. Like
that too, of course. Yep,
the kind of values that the Bible promotes.
There's so much stuff. Yeah,
the good one though is not to boil a baby goat in its mother's milk, because that's quite a bad thing to do.
Do you know what that is about? I think there's some kind of like Ugaritic. No, that was it's attested in like Ugaritic literature as basically like a fertility ritual.
Oh, okay.
That's why.
So don't do fertility.
There are like some of these like random commandments against like tattoos, against the intake of blood, which is what like screwed up people in Jehovah's Witnesses communities because they refuse blood transfusions. Like a lot of those things are like specific commandments against like very specific historically contingent practices that were associated with other like deities.
Right. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, because it doesn't make any sense.
No,
at all.
It doesn't. That's the thing. Like, it's just like completely random shit. But like for me, when I get that connection, and it like connects to something else.
You can make sense.
It becomes like interesting.
It stops the Bible being like, how could these Bronze Age idiots care about this? And instead, you're like, oh, I can see they're just humans like me trying to make sense of their world.
Yeah.
It's kind of like being running the globe and never putting on Shakespeare.
Two more questions. Can we go here and then?
I don't think. Let's just see if this.
And almost everyone that I deal with can't find anything that can hold their interest. In the midst of the most amazing...
Yeah, people have ADHD, cool. Okay, so that was that one.
Jeez, what nonsense. That audience as well is very sympathetic.
Good.
You start saying, people should read the Bible more, and they're all like clapping. Like, no one reads the Bible, but also somehow people should be saying novel things, like as if reading the Bible.
I'll be honest though, when those guys are coming to London, I'm not exactly going there myself, So I imagine the people in the audience are going to be very like
to YouTube tag to the actor.
Oh yeah. That is pretty funny. What the hell? What's going on? What is this? I've never seen this before. That's not the transcript. Okay, anyway.
How are you where you are? What is the journey that brings you to this chair, sitting here on the podcast? And we know you don't listen to podcasts, so it must be a very special experience for you.
Yeah. It's a journey of discovery for me.
Yes.
I'm a historian. I focus very much on antiquity, early Middle Ages. And that might seem to make me wildly unsuitable for a topical podcast. But the degree that I have anything topical to say, it's because I'm interested in the way that things that happened in the deep past continue to reverberate into the present. So my most recent book, Dominion, is a book in which I look at Christianity as the most radical and transformative product of the Roman Empire. And I think that the trace elements of that revolution continue to shape the way that we think and behave today.
And that's why we're so delighted.
Roads, salt, Elon.
To have you on the show, because whenever
what's that? Cement, concrete.
Oh yeah.
Arches.
But isn't their type of cement one that people didn't use anymore afterwards? Like, didn't they have a specifically?
I think so. I forget the specifics of that.
Yeah.
Whenever we've spoken to historians, the idea that history operates in cycles is obviously not a new thing. It's sort of a dogma almost, and it does seem like the current.
How is that a dogma? What's he talking about?
I think my guess would be he's operating in like these right wings. That John Bagot Glubb paper, that's the meme The one that became the meme, like
Good Times,
yeah.
Bad Man.
Oh, that, yeah. But that's very old.
Yeah, the meme is
It's
that
not
paper-
mainstream in like history.
Well, the meme is, and I think that could be where what Kitchen's talk about. It could be something else.
That actually goes back to like ancient times,
Well,
right? Like
yeah.
like already people in late Republic thought that they are getting like morally corrupt because they defeated Carthage. You know?
Right.
So now
and then because people were converting to a strange new religion instead of following the old gods. What was the new religion called, Camille? I can't remember its name.
Well, didn't Tacitus call it Crestusians? So,
they had different names for it.
I know I've seen an inspiring philosophy video where he says he's like talking about this Crestus guy who. That's a niche joke. Yeah.
Current moment. It's not the first time these sort of things have happened. So where are we on the spiral of history, Tom?
Well, that's a huge question to kick off with.
Segment of the meme we are currently.
Yeah. So I want you to go to x coordinate 1.34 and what?
So I think that I don't think that there are kind of hard and fast rules of history you can extrapolate, but I think that if you look at certain cultures,
Yeah, I completely disagree with your metaphysical framework of history. Yeah, okay, sure.
ways of behaving, you can kind of extrapolate rules in which those distinctive cultures behave. And I think that the culture that we live in is one such. And I think that the rhythms that it moves to were laid down essentially by Christianity. And at the heart of Christianity is the idea, it's the idea of baptism.
Hang on, no, it depends. Like, obviously, people use the word essentially in different ways, but he just said, I don't think that there are these hard and fast rules to how history works. But the foundations were laid down essentially by Christianity, which would be to say,
I think he meant like importantly, very importantly,
okay.
Not like metaphysically. Essentially.
Really, it's the idea of cleansing yourself, and that obviously operates on the individual level, so that the individual washes away sin and is welcomed into the order of light. But what happened in the western half of what had been the Roman Empire, so Latin Christendom as it's called, is that this becomes politicized. And in the 11th century, the idea that the whole of society can be cleansed, can be washed, can be awakened to a new understanding, kind of becomes institutionalized. And we may be tempted to think of the Middle Ages as a kind of hidebound reactionary age, but in fact, it's the first great revolutionary age in European history, because the radicals, the revolutionaries, are the people who will establish the papacy as the great revolutionary order. And the cadres of people, so whether it's the people who are emerging in these radical new institutions that emerged in the 12th century called universities, whether it's the warriors convinced of...
The first of which created by a Muslims. Woman. Yeah.
Sicily, I think.
Their own rectitude, who take the cross to the ends of the earth, Jerusalem, the Baltic, whatever people we now call crusaders, whether it's the people who compile whole new understandings of what law should be, institutionalizing radical new ideas such as human rights. All of these are expressive of a desire to set the whole of society on a new and moral footing that will be pleasing to God. And it sets in chain a process by which this happens again and again. Because, of course, what inevitably happens over the course of medieval history is that what in the 11th century had seemed radical and new and fresh, by the 16th century, when Luther pops up, seemed hidebound and reactionary. And so the Protestant Reformation, although it casts itself as a reaction against the medieval papacy, in fact is just another iteration of this desire to claim.
You know, the way he talks about it, it's really easy to forget that like everyone's dying of Black Plague and like it's being, bloodletting is happening and like, it's just awful.
The way he presents things is, I just think, ridiculous and, well, not ahistorical, but like, so he's saying that the papacy, for example, so there was...
Yeah, it's a revolution.
Yes, he talks about this, right? So there was... The thing is, there's not one revolution. Like, things happen many times. Basically, what happens is that there's sort of cycles in history of the papacy becomes hopelessly corrupt and dominated by secular, wealthy Italian families. And then at some point, there's a realization that, we should do something about this. And so that there's an attempt to like purge the church of these corrupt elements, right? And this happens in like the, I think, 9th and 10th centuries. It happens again later, obviously following the Reformation. There's other times as well. But like... So the point is that Holland here is saying that the stated objectives of, say, Crusaders or of the popes and other reformists of wanting to create a society or particular institutions within that society that are more aligned with God's vision for reality, for the world and, the way things should be. Those were the stated objectives. Often that's true. He's just assuming that those are the real objectives and that they are what explains these phenomena.
Right.
So this is a good example of where a Marxist would say, well, hang on, just because that's the stated reason doesn't mean that that's the real driving force, right? You don't have to be a Marxist to believe that. That's just an example we talked about before, who look at things very differently. Now, obviously, the papacy, when they were trying to get more influence over the appointment of bishops, for example, and even at various times trying to tell kings who they should marry or who they were allowed to, what powers they're allowed to exercise, particularly with respect to in Germany, like the Holy Roman Empire. Obviously, they appealed to theological principles and the will of God and the divine order in order to justify that. I would suggest that a large motivation was power and influence, right? That the papacy wanted to expand its powers and authorities. And of course, it appealed to these theological principles to do that. Let's look at the Crusades, right? So obviously, this was justified in the context of bringing Jerusalem and other holy sites back to Christianity and fighting the heathen. But of course, a huge motivation was power and influence. Both of the people in charge of it and of individual crusaders and at different levels, right? The Byzantines wanted to recapture lands. The Pope was interested in expanding influence and having also sort of taking charge over things that were happening in Christianity. It was a way for them to influence different affairs. At the individual level, there was a huge desire to win lands and acquire wealth, which many did. So Holland is ignoring all of these factors and just...
I believe one of the English French people who was involved in one of these crusades was just trying to like retcon his history because he'd been kind of bad. So he's like, well, if I'm going to do some crusades, then people...
Well, that was a justification as well, yes, because it was said that you could attain penance for sins and things like that by going on crusade. And that's one of the ways that they recruited. But there was a multitude of rationales and motivations, obviously. But it's just bizarre to me that Holland is ignoring all of these and just taking at face value the stated reasons in terms of these like this sort of highfalutin and abstract and good-sounding theological reasons, and ignoring all of the power politics and more mundane influences that occurred there as well.
But the reason it's insane for Holland...
That's terrible history. That's terrible history.
Well, not just... But the reason I'd say it's like creates this massive moral blind spot, right, is because it's like this rose-tinted, like, we're spreading the love of Christ while slashing people down.
And also, like, if you take the stated reason as the, like, genuine reason, that it also makes you more susceptible to not seeing how like Christianity can be abused by people today.
Like you're going to be there with John MacArthur.
I think Putin is probably not a Christian, you know, and I think the Russian oligarchs are probably all taking drugs and like fucking children, you know. But you know, it's they are like projecting this image of being like the banner of Christendom, and like if like this kind of thinking about history in these kinds of terms then makes people more susceptible to falling for it and less like inclined to identify basically bad faith actors who are just like abusing the ideology to gain power and wealth. And also so that's one thing that's obviously problematic, and the other thing no, I forgot.
I can't remember for you because I don't know what the point was going to be. So if you remember, say.
Yeah.
Cleanse and purify society. And the same thing happens in the 18th century with the Enlightenment. Protestants have turned against the Catholic Church. In the Enlightenment, you get philosophes and French revolutionaries who turn against Christianity. And I think that these cycles of people feeling that society needs to be cleansed, it needs to be washed, it needs to be baptized anew, has continued and continued and continued. And it's so...
How can they turn against Christianity if they're really Christian?
But this is not a Christian notion, that the idea that there's fundamentally things wrong with society and it needs to be reformed. I mean, plenty of Greek philosophers said this things. People said this in, during the Warring States period, where you had like Confucius and other thinkers who were saying that, things aren't going well, we need to reform things. This was the same thing with the Buddha and with Muhammad. Like there were reformers in all places in human history.
And also all of the counter-reformers were like Christians, in all of these key moments of history, right. Including the 11th century, it's just like Christian on Christian violence,
Same with.
But he's identifying this motive to reform society with Christianity, but it exists in all societies.
And it's not even. I mean, there's also Christians who don't wish to reform society.
There's that as well. Yes, they were opposed to the reforms as well. So it just doesn't make any sense what he's saying.
It's just a lie. It's just not true.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. It's just a lie.
So much a part of the West's cultural DNA that actually you don't need doctrinal
cultural DNA.
Cultural DNA. That's a nonsense
race.
Phrase.
It's all about the race. It's all about the
cultural
race.
DNA.
The white Western people. The white Western people have Christian cultural DNA.
Sort of euphemisms or weird terms that just don't apply, like cultural milieu and
it's
root and anchor and.
I know there's a sense in which it could be interpreted as just being flowery language, but who is the demographic of the people who are watching this? I would not be surprised if some of them, on the January the 6th, 2021, were storming the Capitol building in America, or, I genuinely think that Triggernometry are a major force between a rise of ethno-nationalist politics in the UK, because all they do is moan about trans issues, host weird people who talk about like Evo psych stories. And so even using the flowery language, as Tom is doing, of cultural DNA, we'll talk about the West and its decline because of its rejection of Western values. Even if Holland isn't quite there, is dog whistle to like radical ethno-nationalist idiocy.
Christianity to fuel it. And I think that what's happening at the moment, therefore, is just another iteration of these fundamentally very Christian kind of impulses.
Our cultural DNA, which is incompatible with Islam. Maybe we should do crusades again. Like,
what was happening in 2020?
Woke was happening.
Oh, right.
It was quite bad then, actually.
Oh, okay.
They probably mean Black Lives Matter specifically.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
And it's interesting that you say that we've got these fundamentally Christian impulses, because when you look at certain things like the woke movement, it does appear to be a sort of religion, doesn't it? Where you have believers, you have non-believers, and the people who are non-believers will tend to criticize.
Yes, because if you ever have people who believe in something and other people who don't believe in a thing, then that makes it a religion.
Well, the thing is, I sort of unironically agree with him, because I think that religion is such a like
concept.
That's not what a religion is. Any ideology is not a religion. That's just silly.
Well, I think that religions are basically going to be coextensive with like cultural groups or something, like, because it applies to just basically anything people are doing anywhere. There are senses of religion people will want to use that are like going to be stronger or stricter than that. But like if you want to basically do a complete sociological analysis, you just end up dissolving the concept into like anything people do.
No, I don't agree with that. I think you can give there's sociology of religion, and it doesn't just mean anything that people believe. I don't agree with that.
You have sociology of religion that studies like football fandoms and stuff like that.
That studies what? Sorry.
Football fandoms as like a religious...
or corporations like Apple.
Yeah.
Well, I've never seen that before, but I think that's not a religion.
That's
and
true,
not helpful to characterize it as such either.
That's true, but the thing is that like some of these scholars have realized that like the term religion doesn't actually have any coherent like definition, because it's not like a natural kind, right?
Well, I don't believe that there are such things as natural kinds, and I think most concepts don't have like necessary and sufficient conditions, but that doesn't mean anything goes. I think that's a silly inference to make.
No,
it wouldn't be.
We can't give necessary and sufficient conditions is what makes it a religion. So just anything is a religion.
Well, it's not quite anything goes, because like it wouldn't be like this is a religion, right? But it would be
anything
basically
that people do is a religion. No,
like socially using concepts that are to do with.
No, what I want to say is that they have found it useful to use some of the tools, methods, theoretical.
That's fine. I appreciate that.
To study like other phenomena that are not like traditionally considered religions. Yeah. But like for example, if you go to like a department of political studies, you will find people doing PhDs on these like other like social phenomena that are not traditional.
Well, this is kind of the point I was making, is that I think the appropriate level of analysis is going to be something more like sociology, and then
I don't agree. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. Well, that
doesn't make everything a religion.
Well, just so I think if you do that, what you end up doing is your theoretical terms become these terms of sociology, and the concepts of religion. You begin to see that the underlying explanatory phenomena in those sociological terms are just the same when it comes to politics. Or
Well, that's fine, but that's not saying that everything's a religion. It's saying that there are common motivations and common factors and common processes.
What would be to say, if there is no metaphysical religion-y God thing that is actually involved in those two cases, right, then all of the phenomena that are actually taking place between the two scenarios are equivalent, such that...
No, that doesn't follow. Because religions don't fulfill the same exact function as political beliefs. Like there's a lot of overlap, but they're not identical. Like look at Nazism and Christianity, for example. Nazism wasn't a religion. It interacted with religious beliefs.
I would consider it to be, but I don't think it's actually very important, that disagreement, Like
Well, you're using the term religion. Like that's a bit weird, because when I used the term science in a broad term, you said, well, that's not how it's commonly used. Sure. You're using religion in a very strange term, which I think most people in English speakers would not recognize as an extremely broad. And I don't think you should, even if you want to do that, that's fine. But I don't think we should just accept that by saying, oh, well, wokeism is a religion just because people believe stuff. That's a very strange usage of religion.
No, I want to resist, though, still what Francis is saying, right? When I said this, so I'm still like, like the point that Francis is making is he thinks it's like profound, because he's like, oh, what they're doing is a religion, and like the kind of hidden premise in the joke or whatever is like, well, and religions are for like bad, stupid people, so they think they're clever. Like,
I think the like the unspoken point maybe is like, and you as a Christian are supposed to reject false religions.
Oh, maybe
right?
it's that.
So
yeah,
if like wokeism is a religion and Christianity is a religion,
Yeah.
your allegiance should go like with Christianity and not with wokeism. That's you. Like,
maybe that's it as well. But I think then the point that the reason why I said like, well, like in an unironic way is because it's to say he's kind of like the first step towards, I think, making that realization that the exact same sociological phenomena just apply in a very trivial sense to like, basically anything people do. And so it's just a completely uninteresting analysis to be like, oh yeah, it's a religion in that sense, because basically all you're saying is, yeah, people are doing stuff, and it's like, great, so what? Like,
Yeah, well, in the sense that he said it, that's right. Yes, it is an uninteresting
Yeah.
analysis. That's why I don't think you should use religion in that way, by the way. But I guess that's
well, that was part of the point that I was making, I guess.
yeah.
But I wouldn't really like. I don't think there is anything that interesting that follows from that realization, other than to kind of maybe there's like it stops some people having a particular kind of pejorative for, you know, like where people are like, well, religion is when you're like an idiot who believes stupid things or something. Well, I mean, we all just do the same things. We find like ways of socially cohering with people that we exist with in practices and words and stuff. But yeah, I mean, side point. Let's continue.
They get treated like apostates, don't they?
Well, yes. American religiosity is quite culturally specific. It's one that you know originates in England. So there's a kind of Anglo-American model of Protestantism, which
doesn't American Christianity originate in America? What's he talking about? Obviously, it traces back to England, but it has very distinct characteristics which originated in America in the colonial context of colonialism and the independence and slavery. But this is the same thing he thinks about everything. Like, well, you trace it back further, so that's where it originates. Like, and anything after it sort of doesn't count.
And those starting points are always completely like arbitrary.
Why is it that the case that like all of these different starting points, the one that like is being privileged is like, is it because like US originally was a like an English colony?
Yeah, and what happened to the native? What does he think about the Native Americans then? I guarantee you know there's no. Well, they were there first.
Why would you trace American Christianity back to Britain, but then not from there to Rome or to like, you know, Africa, Jerusalem, and from there back? Like, why are you stopping at Britain?
Yeah, like a vast majority of Christians who like migrated to the US were not from England. You know,
wait until this guy discovers Darwin. He's
the stoop.
Of the spirit, kind of illuminating the soul and allowing you to see what previously you hadn't seen. And these are called, you know, they happen in cycles because you get awakened and then you fall asleep and then you fall asleep. So they're called the Great Awakenings. And this
happens every night.
It's going on that.
Historians of American religion trace them over a course of American history. And so that's why people have called what's happening now the Great Awakening. But you know, it's a pun, but it's not entirely dead.
Like, who other than these people has called it the Great Awakening? Like, who other than these right-wing commentators?
Yeah, I think that's the only context I've heard it.
Because that's exactly what it is. It's exactly the same kind of idea that you have to look into your soul, recognize your sin, and awaken to a new order.
It's not characterized as individual sin, though. It's characterized as systemic social injustice, which, yes, there are antecedents in Christianity, but traditionally Christianity has focused a lot on the individual as committing sins and not talked about the need to thoroughly reform the social order. I mean, just look at the Catholic Church. It generally hasn't been too accepting of the idea that we need to thoroughly reform the social and political order. So I think that there's fundamental differences here.
It's like in the case of Black Lives Matter, you know, the point might be, oh, well, look how there are all of these police officers who have a particular background and they hire their friends and they all have the same problematic views and they are committing crimes against Black people that often get covered up, or, you know, there's no like legal justice for them because they're in the branch of the law where they cover each other up and stuff. And then to say, oh, so you're basically just saying it's original sin. Like,
exactly.
No, but this is the thing, right? Like if your analysis of these problems focuses on like individual moral failings of like specific people, then that like shifts the attention away from political reforms.
That's exactly the criticism, that it's not about individual cops being racist. It's about the systemic racism. Yeah. And that's not, I mean, again, there's antecedents, but that's really different to original sin.
Yeah.
Specifically, what is happening, I think, is bred of what happened in the 50s and 60s, which was the last great overtly doctrinal.
Yeah, just the last part on that. Like, it's a great way of just completely missing the criticism and doing nothing about it, right? Like, because you're like, oh, so it's just basically original sin, and then you go, well, that's either ridiculous or I already believe in that because I'm Christian. But either way, the people advocating for change are idiots, and there's nothing to do.
Yeah.
Christian period of revolution and kind of moral reformation in America, which was the civil rights movement. And the civil rights movement was very clearly drew on the inheritance of American Christianity. It's very biblically based. So it's black Christians doing as they had done since the beginnings of American Protestant society, and looking at the stories of Exodus, where God favors the slaves and rescues the slaves and liberates them and leads them out of bondage.
Malcolm X is my favorite Christian.
To a promised land. And the resonance of that for black Americans in the 50s, particularly in the South, was immense and believed, literally. And it fuels the kind of, the music, which then feeds into the music of the 60s. So it's deriving from these kind of hymns, these traditions, this language of liberation. But of course, particularly the Reverend Martin Luther King, he's a clergyman, he's a Baptist clergyman, and he is drawing absolutely on the kind of fundamental Christian teaching that all human beings are created equally in the image of God, and therefore are endowed with a divine sense of dignity. And that, as Paul famously says, there is no Jew or Greek, so therefore there is no black or white. So what Martin Luther King is doing is summoning white Americans to a consciousness that their black brothers and sisters should probably be their equal. And the success of the civil rights movement is precisely that.
And all the Christians who said differently before that, we're just going to ignore this?
And at the same time, and what were they saying?
Yeah, and at the time as well.
What were they saying in South Africa for 50 years after that happened? What's Elon Musk's dad saying today in South Africa?
Yeah, so a couple of comments on that. So I already commented on this idea that the idea that everyone is equal before God is a theological concept that for most of history Christian history was not understood to imply equal, like civil and political rights. That's really an Enlightenment notion. But the second point then is that another thread, just like Holland does not draw the thread between, very clearly at least, between Christian anti-Semitism and Nazism. He sort of acknowledges that there's some continuity there, but doesn't draw the strong, you can see its roots in this, and this is the inevitable product kind of language that he uses when it's a good thing. Likewise, he does not do that in the case of the connection between the medieval Christian notion of the great chain of being and 18th century scientific racism, which there is a very clear historical connection between those ideas, that the notion of there being a hierarchy between like God and angels and then down to man, which was a medieval notion, I guess goes back before that, but like it was explicitly developed. You can look up these pictures of the great chain of being, right? That there's also like the beasts, and then there's man at the top, and then angels and God. This was then extended with in the early modern period to extend the idea that, there's different groups of people, different races of people, and there's actually a hierarchy of races. Now, not every Christian believed that, of course, but that was a very prominent idea, which was clearly adopted from and developed from earlier Christian ideas. Now, again, I wouldn't make the same sort of deterministic or a genetic fallacy that Holland would, but I'm saying that if you were to be consistent with the way he describes these things, you would say that as well. He's happy to help himself to human rights when you can see that there's a connection between, medieval scholastic ideas and later Enlightenment ideas, but he doesn't say anything about that when it comes to race, even though you can also make that connection with the idea of the great chain of being, and that connection did exist. So he's very selective about when he makes these connections, and I think that is just really bad history. It's clear that he has an ideological purpose there, and he's not just doing a fair analysis of all of the different ways that it influences.
I'm thinking maybe
zero conspiracy and propaganda.
All truths,
100% history
and philosophy. Oh God.
Wait, never knew he was anti-woke. Isn't the whole point that he's saying that woke is good and Christian? Like, wasn't he just saying that? How do they interpret that as anti-woke?
Well, because he is, right? That's the thing.
Yeah, but he says, like, wokeism is a product of Christian belief because it's about, purging and sin and all this. And it's bad, right? How do you make sense of that?
I think the audience are contradictory. Holland's contradictory.
It's so
and
weird.
none of them know it because they're all terrible at thinking about this.
It's such a muddle.
I think I'm thinking just in the name of
sure. Happy to. I've got a list of topics I want to cover, and we're sort of progressively getting through them.
Let's
just happy to work through whatever.
Let's see if we tick off any more on your list. So let's just get into Do you see in these any particular topics, by the way, that are like things in your list?
Well, we've
that
talked about some of these already.
Yeah.
Maybe, so did paganism differ? And then the one below that, can a religion of peace justify cost and violence? Those might be good.
Okay, cool. Let's start there.
Felt as a child that if Athena had been a viable faith alternative, I would absolutely have gone for her. And I think the
maybe we need a bit more context.
inflict appalling violent. She encourages all the arts of civilization, but she's also unbelievably petty, as you say. You know, if you offend her, she will inflict appalling things on you, but she looks after her own. And I kind of always felt as a child that if Athena had been a viable faith alternative, I would absolutely have gone for her.
Surely all of the juicy detail is in what constitutes something being a viable faith alternative.
Yeah, I don't really know what that means.
And this is also like this is also a massive misunderstanding of how deities functioned in like Greek religious thought, which kind of like betrays his lack of understanding of like classics, right? Like how the Greek pantheon is different from what later became Christianity. Is that the Greek gods specifically are not supposed to be moral exemplars.
Yes.
You are not supposed to imitate their behavior, right? Like Athena is a woman and she's a warrior.
Yeah.
So like if you were a woman in Greece and you would try to become a warrior, like that wouldn't be permissible, you know? Yeah, like the deities like functioned differently, you know? They were not supposed to, or they were not like complying with social norms that were instituted for humans because they didn't have the human because they didn't have human limitations, you know, like that's no problem with her being a warrior because like she doesn't live in a human society, she's not mortal, she doesn't have to like she's not subject to the same like social dynamics and stuff like that.
Whereas his argument is based off of moral examples.
He seems to be confusing, taking the Christian concepts of gods as moral exemplars and applying that to Greek.
And to be sure, like the reason why, like in Christian thought, like Jesus is a moral exemplar is because by the 1st century already there was this shift. Right. And there was this like growing perception of the gods as being moral exemplars. So you have this famous story, for example, of Heracles meeting Hedone and Arete, like virtue and pleasure, and basically them seducing him, and he chooses virtue instead of pleasure.
I genuinely didn't know they were actually gods. So I know those terms from Greek philosophy, but I didn't know that in some stories.
Well, basically like, every noun could be like a god,
which is cool.
Yeah, well, especially feminine abstract terms, they were always goddesses, like Victoria and stuff like that. But the point is that like already by the 1st century there was this shift of like making the gods into moral exemplars. So Heracles was perceived more as someone that you were supposed to model, or like Prometheus and stuff like that, which has like specific historical explanations. But no, that wasn't definitely the case when it comes to like Greek religious myths as he's described.
Right.
You know. Yeah.
And I think the sense that the philosophers have, so going back to the 6th century and then through to Plato and Aristotle and to the particularly the Stoics, that they are reacting as you do. That Plato famously says we shouldn't have poets in our ideal republic because the poets make you feel the charisma of these gods, and they are not worthy of being followed or worshipped, and that the true divine lies beyond these stories. And essentially, it's that understanding of the divine that Christian theologians then kind of adopt and bundle into the package. So
there you go. So he's appealing to some pre-Christian influence there. He hasn't said that before. Okay.
Plato definitely doesn't write the 7th letter then, in Holland's view.
In that sense, say that the Greek gods, in a kind of weird way, are the malign step-parents of Christianity, that it's the rejection of them, I mean, in an Oedipal way, very weird. The rejection of the philosophers of that kind of quality of the Greek gods is there. And it's interesting, I mean, obviously, this is crucially a part of the context, again, into which Christianity is born. So when Paul has his vision of Christ, according to Acts, Christ says to him, Paul, why are you kicking against the pricks? You know, why are you kicking against what I'm giving you? And this is a phrase that comes from Euripides' great play, The Bacchae, which describes Dionysus appearing, and there are people who reject him.
Wait, no, there wouldn't be like copying literary sources. That wouldn't be something that happens.
the fate that is visited on them is terrible. Say Pentheus, the king of Thebes, who is Dionysus' cousin, refuses to recognize his cousin as a god. I mean, as he would if your cousin turns up and says he's God, what are you going to do? And he suffers a terrible fate. He, his aunts go mad, roam the countryside, tearing cattle to pieces and throwing bits.
So what happened to Ananias and Sapphira in the Book of Acts?
Oh, they die.
They were fucking murdered by Peter. Like Peter basically calls a curse on them and they die.
Oh, I thought it was God that killed them for not paying taxes.
But like the agency goes to Peter, and I think
Peter.
There is some possibly parallels with Old Testament stories, like Elijah, for example, calling the bears, but also stories where when they are dividing spoils. Like there are some like individual instances where when Hebrew soldiers don't don't tithe effectively, or like they basically keep some of the spoils that should have been redistributed through this priestly system, and the earth opens up and swallows them whole, including their families and babies and
I remember this in Numbers or something actually.
And basically like that story in Acts is often interpreted through that lens. But this is basically like a Hellenized version of that.
The flesh all over the trees and things. Pentheus tries to arrest them. Dionysus drives him mad. He dresses up as a Maenad, a raver. So when he goes to a rave, so he dresses up in whatever the Maenads.
I just love how I don't know if you guys know much about these guys, but that Francis Foster guy on the left, I just know he is not following what's being said here. Just watch his facial expressions with that in mind.
Dionysus drives him mad. He dresses up as a Maenad, as a raver. So when he goes to a rave, he dresses up in whatever the Maenads are wearing, kind of animal skins. He goes up to try and spy on his mother and his aunts, and they see him and rip him to pieces as though so he's a wild animal. This is obviously not what Christ is doing to Paul, but there are clearly resemblances between a god, say, like Dionysus, and Christ that even Paul can recognize. How often do you get the chance to access a world-class education for free?
Okay.
That is exactly what
I love
Hillsdale
the
College is
insert
offering
of the
in its
ad
new online
there.
course.
Also, Hillsdale College is like a very right-wing American,
I'm sure,
Christian college.
Athens and Sparta. Few rivalries in history have left as deep a mark as Athens and Sparta. One was the birthplace of democracy, philosophy, and art. The other built a culture of strength, unity, and sacrifice. Dive in today at hillsdale.edu/trip.
Do you want a fascist interpretation of history?
Yeah, one of them built a tradition of pederasty, eugenics.
And the other one, well, both slavery.
Over 9 like
pederasty.
Yes,
I think Sparta was worse though. Sparta was pretty horrible.
Yeah.
Like this is
distinguished historian.
But the two king system, pretty weird and
yeah, that was very distinctive actually. That was interesting.
Victor Davis Hansen.
Also, they deliberately distributed land, and they were preventing people from accumulating wealth. So basically, like the way how the Spartan system worked is that like every Spartan family was given this like specific plot of land, of course with the slave and stuff like that,
right.
And that like provided them so that they were able to then focus. But the problem is that over time that system eroded, and specific wealthy families started hoarding it. Yeah. So Sparta, like the number of citizens that were able, income inequality, like literally Spartan, like the whole system was destroyed because they were not able to
redistribute resources.
They were not able to prevent like specific like wealthy families from aggregating property, and if they were obviously aware that this is happening, so there were various first Spartan kings. Like Agis, Cleomenes, and so on, and later tyrants essentially who tried to redistribute the land and like reintroduce this system, but like many of them were actually murdered by basically like assassins who were sent by these like wealthy families in order to prevent that. The same with the Gracchi brothers in Rome, right? Because they also realized that like the senators are hoarding land. And they are basically like driving away these like middle class farmers, so that Rome then isn't going to have enough like Roman soldiers to basically fight in the legions.
But Sparta does give us the first example of fascist feminism. So progressive or not, it's a paradox.
Yeah.
or Ray guide you through the triumphs and failures of these cities, from the Greek victory in the Persian War, which secured freedom and democracy in the West, to the devastating...
Well,
yeah, I mean, the Persian Empire was like,
dubious.
actually like this multicultural, pretty like cool thing.
Well, I would argue that probably like the origins of Western like values are specifically tied to the fact that the Persian Empire conquered the Lydian kingdom, so they absorbed like Greek cities on the Ionian coast, and because of that cultural contact, Greek philosophy was able to happen.
But also, I believe in the Persian Empire, right? All they had to do was like give like a jar of soil or something.
Well, the thing is that like the empire was so large, like when Xenophon, like when Cyrus gets defeated and Xenophon is stuck with his army in the middle of the Persian Empire, they basically decide that they're going to make a run for it, and him and like 10,000 Greek soldiers fight their way through Anatolia, and that they get eventually to the coast of the Black Sea. And like like one of the really important themes in Xenophon's Anabasis is that like they traveled for like hundreds of miles through a territory that was in the heart of the Persian Empire, but there was absolutely like no sign of the Persians being there at all. Like
I believe my understanding of the Persian Empire is that it was just kind of like do your own thing, but in like a tapestry of like a federal. There's like
that's true. But what I'm saying is like there were like literally no-go zones in the Persian Empire where like he just says like in one place he says, oh yeah, we went through this like mountainous regions. There were some like tribes that tried to prevent us from crossing, so we had to fight them. And like I heard a story that like some time ago a Persian king sent like an army into this region to conquer it, and the army disappeared. So they were like Persian armies that were completely disappearing in these like mountainous regions that were like on paper in the heartland of the Persian Empire. Because like the
no one in Persepolis is telling you about the no-go zones in Anatolia.
They
don't want you to know about.
There was absolutely no state control over these like vast territories that were full of resources, you know.
I love though, even just looking at the preview here, that you're supposed to like get Athens in the Persian War from a 35-minute lecture, and like that's it, and that's like your content for your Hillsdale College course. Like, wow.
The Peloponnesian War that brought Athens' golden age to an end. You will get access to all the lectures, course readings, and quizzes completely free. Enroll today at hillsdale.edu/trigger. That's hillsdale.edu/trigger.
It's such a good point you made, because when I was reading your book and I was going over Greek and Roman history with the gods, the one word that stood out to me was cruelty. It was viciously cruel. Take the story of Prometheus. It gave fire to the human beings, doomed to have, I think it was an eagle rip out his heart.
Yeah, gave it?
The Old Testament God is not cruel at all.
Yeah, well, that's true.
He's totally nice and fair.
Well, or even in Acts, though. That thing in Acts.
Well,
you know, like Bart Ehrman in the Triumph of Christianity, he makes a really interesting point. He has this observation that, like, sure, the Romans had crucifixions, but they were actually not like their like legal system and the way how they like conducted investigations and how they punished criminals was like not that brutal. But if you then go to the medieval period, the medieval period in Europe was a fucking shit show where they had these show trials where they like tortured people really gruesomely. They like pulled their tongues out and they like poke their eyes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he makes an argument that this like specific change was enabled by early Christians fantasizing about the sinners being tortured in hell. And like, and obviously, like let's say in the 2nd century, in something like the Apocalypse of Peter, where you have levitating fetuses who shoot lightning bolts to zap their mothers who like aborted them. Like that kind of imagery was basically a like an expression of like revenge fantasies against like social injustice. But the problem is that this became ingrained in the Christian zeitgeist. And then because the idea was that this is something that God is going to do to the sinners in the afterlife, therefore we are justified
in doing it
to people who we think are sinful like currently, right? So that's actually like a specific point when Christianity fucking made life worse for like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. Many of them who were completely innocent, like witches in the witch trials, right? I'm just saying, right? Like it kind of.
Well, let me give another example of that, which Holland does talk about in the book, and he mentioned briefly, I don't know, a while back, which is the Albigensian Crusade.
Yeah.
So this is something that would never have happened in the Roman world, because the Albigensian Crusade was not just, the Romans put down people who rebelled against them and didn't pay their taxes and things like this. That happens in all societies. The Albigensian Crusade was different to that. It was, and Holland says this in his book, it was specifically an ideological crusade to eliminate a whole group of people who thought a certain way, and because of the concern that it was
You mean a
heretical.
genocide, James?
Yes, well, it's been said to be one of the first sort of systematic genocides because of this reason. It was an attempt to eliminate this whole group of people, and hundreds of thousands of people were killed. And I think that it's plausible to argue that that sort of intolerance ideologically was quite specific to Christianity, because they didn't just fear. Yes, all societies have attempted to control people and to ensure that you have your taxes paid and things like that, but that wasn't the only concern of Christianity. They also had this intense fear of ideological nonconformity, which went to just extreme levels, like you see in the Albigensian Crusade, for example. And we would later see this. I think it also prompted wars of religion. Like, there are many other factors there as well, like in the 30 Years' War, for example. Well, wars of religion in the 16th century and then later the 30 Years' War. I do think that they were exacerbated by the ideological differences. If you see people like Calvin, for example, and Luther do seem to have been very strongly motivated by these factors. So again, I would be reluctant to push that too far. But if you're to adopt Holland's logic about the important trends of what Christianity did to change society and its influences, I think you would also pull these out as things like, well, Christianity's obsession with ideological orthodoxy seems to be quite unusual in because many previous empires were quite tolerant, like the Persians and the Romans, as long as you towed the line and paid your taxes, right? But not so in many Christian countries.
The emperor.
Yes, that's all the Romans wanted the Christians to do, by the way. Like, it's just make the sacrifices that everyone else does except the Jews, but they're a problem.
And many Christians did, they didn't have any problem with that. And do you know why, like, for example, the Romans were not ideologically genocidal? Because of paganism. Because they believed that, like, you obviously you have like a moral and also legal responsibility to worship the gods, because otherwise the gods are going to fuck us up. But because they believed in like polytheism, they didn't feel the need to impose their religion on other people.
Yeah, everyone has their own gods, and they understood that.
Like as long as you like worshipped like your gods, that's going to be fine, right? Obviously, that changed when like emperors started to be deified, but obviously nobody had any issue with that. Like, people who were living in fucking Syria didn't have any problem to sacrifice with like to the emperor. The only ones that had issues with it were Jews, who managed to negotiate like a special religious tax. So like they were not required to participate in the sacrifices. Instead, they just paid money, which were then used to fund sacrifices. So they kind of covered for the Jews, right? The Christians said, "Fuck it," and just didn't participate at all. We're not willing to pay the tax.
And I believe even in some of the Pliny stuff, there's like a lot of, well, let's really look into this because we don't want to have to like do something unless we actually are certain that they're really sure they want to commit to that path rather than complying.
They had real trouble dealing with the Christians because they never met anyone like them before. They're just so unreasonable. We don't know what to do with them.
But what I mean is, though, I think from the Christian side of the storytelling, it's like, wow, the evil Romans persecuted us in this really unreasonable way. But I think like a more neutral telling of the history is like the Romans.
They were fucking Taliban, they were just like mental. There are actually stories that are told by early Christian authors about like how Roman governors were super weirded out by like Christian zealotry. Like they were like voluntary martyrs, basically, who went out of the way to like have themselves killed. Like Tertullian, for example, says that there was this like one governor, I think in Northern Africa, who basically had an entire mob of Christians like gathered in front of his house, demanding to be like martyred, right? And he basically told them, look, if you want to die, just go jump off a cliff and kill you. And that's like the story that Tertullian gives, right? Yeah. And that they, like early Christians at some point actually have to start pushing back against voluntary martyrdom because it was just like bringing the numbers of Christians down, Yeah,
so it can only go so far.
In the various texts, you have actually, like in various martyrdom accounts, it's there is a trope that like you have a voluntary martyr who is very zealous to get himself martyred, but it's him who, when the Romans kind of like bring the incense and stuff like that, he gets scared and chickens out and sacrifices, right?
Yeah.
While the more like reasonable, like Orthodox martyr is the one who actually goes through because he has the real faith. You know? Yeah. Just saying.
Every day.
Living. Oh, sorry. You weren't talking there, James, were you?
No.
His liver to be ripped out. But then you contrast that.
He grows back every day and then he comes back and rips it out.
Yeah, he liked to die of offal. Anyway, but you had like Jesus, who, when he was dying, said to God, whilst he was suffering the most horrendous and brutal of fates on the cross, "Forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they do."
Yeah, it's literally an historical quote. And this is why, the sort of every man who's reading Holland's historical book, this can't be possibly interpreted as like a work of apologetics, because it's so historically careful about what we can make historical inferences about and what is included in there.
Yeah, and also like if you read
forgive them, but also burn them forever.
Yeah, no, but also if you read, I'm not sure if it's Critias. Well, there is a Socratic dialogue that takes place the night before his execution,
right,
where he basically says, "Look, like they like open the door of the prisons for him."
Is it just apology? No.
No. Apology is his defense speech. It's like a trilogy.
I'm pretty sure it's. Oh, okay.
There is the defense speech.
Okay.
Then there is one dialogue. I think it's Critias.
His like wife comes and.
No. That's in Phaedias. That takes place during the actual, like it ends with him drinking hemlock.
Oh, okay.
But the second part is him having a discussion with a friend who comes the night before his execution, right? And he basically tells him, "Look, like you can run away, you can just go into exile. That's fine. Nobody is going to like blame you for it, whatever." Yeah. And he specifically says, "Look, I'm not going to do it because I think that like a good citizen should be obedient to the decisions of the state,
even unto death."
Yeah, like for him. Not undermining like a legitimacy of these institutions was more important than his like personal life. Also, he was like 80, so like, and his wife famously was a fucking bitch, right? So he was probably glad that he's going.
He's been waiting for a way out for years.
Yeah, and he thought that
that's why he started philosophy.
Well, he thought that either he's just going to cease to exist, so it's going to be a win-win. Or he will just go on to party with like Homer and Orpheus, so.
That is a radical transformation, isn't it? It's a radical difference.
Yes, it's very radical. And you mentioned Nietzsche. I mean, this is what Nietzsche fixes on. I said how we've become desensitized to the cross. I think it's amazing that Nietzsche, who is the most brilliant.
I think like these people are so like moved by this stuff because they don't fucking know anything else. You know? Like they just never read like anything.
Yeah.
just like it doesn't have to be like Greek mythology.
It's like the first time he's heard like a story with a movie.
Exactly. Yeah.
Frankenstein on Netflix, it's pretty good.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if you have popular culture,
they'll just say it's Christian.
No, but if you have popular culture that is just like fucking late capitalist slop, and you don't know anything else because you are not sold it by like the like late stage capitalists, and the only people who provide you like an alternative avenue to like good storytelling and these like meaningful stories and stuff like that are going to be like Christofascists.
Yeah.
Then of course you are going to think that this is like deep and meaningful.
That is a good point actually, because I feel like when Jordan Peterson, who should have done an English degree, gives his interpretation of The Lion King and Pinocchio, and talks about crime and punishment, and then like for me then I'd like go back and I was like, oh yeah, it is kind of like interesting, and then I'd read like Crime and Punishment, be like, oh that's quite, and that was the first time I started like reading again since I was like 15 or 16. Yeah, it probably does have, I mean, I don't have numbers on it, but it probably for a lot of people is like, wow, these religions are connected to like these emotional, affective sides of humanity. But the reality is that's always just there. Yeah.
Like for me personally, the most emotionally moving like piece of literature is actually the ending of Phaedias, where like Socrates drinks hemlock. Because that actually goes, unlike the Gospels,
that's the best part.
That actually goes into like great details, like narrating how like the poison spread. Like it started with his legs, then it goes, and as soon as
so it's more
his heart, he like died, and he was like calm about it the whole time. And then there is this last paragraph. Do you have it? Do you have?
Somewhere around. It might be in the other room.
Yeah, it gets me every time.
It might be in the other room if it's not like down here somewhere. It's probably in the other room, I think.
Let me find it. You can go ahead and see if I can find it.
Of all
I was going to start reading Plato and crying, and
these writers who've emerged in the West, he gets the cross. He gets what is radical and subversive about the cross, to a degree that theologians haven't really articulated for centuries and centuries. There is something of Paul's bewilderment and perplexity and shock contemplating the death of Christ on the cross about Nietzsche, and he finds it repellent because he thinks that he famously calls Christianity a slave religion, that it's a religion for the weak and the poor, and that its popularity is driven by the ressentiment, the not quite resentment, the kind of mingling of resentment and hostility that those who are weak feel for the strong. And Nietzsche thinks that
Tom Holland, of course, gives 90% of his salary to give directly.
Wow, that'd be good.
The strong
say that.
Are healthy, and that healthiness should be celebrated, and that if strength involves strapping up someone who has annoyed you to a rock and sending an eagle to devour his liver every day, well, brilliant, bring it on.
Well, hang on.
But there's another aspect.
I don't think Nietzsche says that. Not the last part. I don't know where he got that from.
Who does say that? Other than the fascists, which is also, this is like one of the weird tensions / hypocrisies, is that the Christians that Holland is working for with his mythologizing want a might makes right world that doesn't care about the poor and the weak and is my family first. And so
aspect of Christianity, which is very powerful. Where Constantine and I went to Sicily, and we did a guided tour of these Greek temples and Roman temples. And one of the
to help the poor, was it?
Things the guide said to us was, this was a place, the temple was a place for the high priests. This was a place for the upper echelons of religious society.
Now it's a place for them.
Fuck.
What's it?
Well, the temple was a place for the high priest.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, one of the so a lot of the social work and like the institution, like one of probably the most important institution in these Greek and Roman societies for like taking care of the poor and providing all of these like valuable services, like feeding people who are hungry, providing medical services and stuff, were temples. Like reasons why, for example, there were no dedicated hospitals in the ancient world is because they had Asclepion, like if you were hungry and you couldn't feed yourself, like the reason why you didn't starve is because you were just given meat like basically all the time through this like sacrificial system. Like that was the way how they took care of the poor. And of course, like when Christianity became dominant, they just abolished all of that stuff. So then they had to start like replacing it with these alternative institutions. But like that's like a basic like thing that about like ancient society is that the temple system, the sacrificial system, was very, very important for like social cohesion and like social work, basically.
I just think there's something that I find deeply hypocritical, though, about all three of these people sort of waxing lyrical about how morally important it is to care for the poor, is whilst grifting their fucking Hillsdale College course. Yeah, because I've never once seen any of them actually like do something for charity or try actually promote things in this kind of direct, or promote evidence-based ways of being impactful in giving or doing charitable work or anything. All they do is fantasize about their morality and storytell, and then tell us about the nice holidays that they go on with the money that they make from doing what they do. So
yeah, this is the quote that I had in mind. The last paragraph.
This then was the end. How do you pronounce it? Of our friend, of a man who, as we would say of those whom we knew, good use of whom we knew at that time, was the best and above all the wisest and most just.
It sounds better in Greek.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. You can say that about anything, though, couldn't you?
Yeah. That's it.
Whereas the church is a place for everybody.
Well, I'm not sure that's entirely true.
Nice. I was
the
going to say
temples
that.
and the shrines, say in Greece or Rome, let's look at Athens, the democracy in Athens. The temples are seen as, and the rituals and the rites that are practiced to keep Athena and the other gods happy, are fundamental to the health of the entire demos, the entire people. And unless you buy into that, you don't understand what makes a city like democratic Athens tick. So the power, the kratia of the demos, we translate it as people power, and we think of it as democracy. But democracy in English is a kind of, it's a false friend. It doesn't mean what it meant for Athens. We tend to think democracy is founded on rights. People have a right to a vote. So therefore, the fact that men in Athens had a vote and women didn't is offensive to us. This is not how it operated in Athens, because the role of men and women, all those who were sprung from the soil of Attica, are part of a continuum that reaches back into the past, forward into the future, and is in a kind of relationship with.
So I just want to comment though on this, right? Which maybe something's going to say is slightly wrong here, but this is kind of where it's like, when he isn't making this weird apologetic argument, he makes like what I take to be interesting and good points about history. It's like exclusively when it comes to this thing, he like just forgets all of this, like that's not quite true, here's all the details,
it's like suddenly the nuance came out. It's like, well, where was this before?
There's like all of this, like
maybe they like hit a nerve when it comes to like classics, you know, maybe like he knows maybe he knows more about it, or
well, I mean this is more what he studied and what he's written most about. So
or maybe he still has some like residual emotional attachment to like these kinds of things, you know.
The gods. So the soil, the people, the gods. This is a kind of, it's an ecosystem in which everyone flourishes and everyone has the role. And the role of men in this ecosystem is to keep the demos, secure the demos against external enemies, so to go out and fight against rival cities, and also to draw up the laws that will enable the city to prosper in the kind of the dimension of the mortal. But just as important, or possibly even more important, is the role of keeping the gods on side. And in that, women have a very, very important role. They provide, they weave the robes that every year is given to one of the two statues on the Acropolis. So every fourth year there's an enormous one that goes to the statue of Athena in the Parthenon, and every year a slightly smaller one to the kind of the ancient wooden statue of the goddess. They feed the holy snakes on the Acropolis with cakes. They practice cults. So they the great festival of Dionysus, they welcome Dionysus in, and women go to a temple in the marshes to Dionysus, and there one of them has sex with a king, and nobody really knows what this involves, but I mean it's clearly something's going on there. And the thing I love is that every young girl in Athens, when she becomes 10, goes to this temple of Artemis, who, like Athena, is a kind of terrifying goddess, virgin goddess, mistress of the beasts she's called, and girls go out there, and we're told in the classical sources that there they turn into bears. And scholars debate what does this mean? I mean, is it a puberty ritual? Do they put on the robes of, the skins of bears, or what? Nobody pauses to think, well, maybe they did turn into bears. But what if they did turn into bears? What if they did? They're then roaming with Artemis out in the wilds. They have experienced things that men have not experienced.
Yeah, this is Brauron. So basically, there was a sanctuary of Athena that functioned as like a summer camp, basically for like. He says that every girl went there, but it was specifically for like very privileged families.
Oh, that's what I would have thought. Yeah.
Yeah, and there was a like a transitional ritual for like girls, basically of certain age before they hit puberty, that involved them ritually transforming into bears.
Yeah, but what's he on about where he's saying, what if they literally became a bear? He's not actually, what is he talking about?
Well, I mean, one thing that's really interesting is that, like, specifically the Greeks, and that later also the Romans, they were very, like, consciously aware of social functions of their own religion.
Yeah.
So they were basically everyone, even before Plato, was like a massive social engineer. Yeah. So like they knew, like that they were aware that like these institutions have like important role when it comes to promoting like social cohesion, like preventing various like aberrations and stuff like that. I think this is probably because they went through a really tough time in the like late archaic period, where because they had overpopulation and they had to get rid they had to find like social mechanisms to justifiably get rid of excess population, which they did through colonization mostly, which was like religiously justified and motivated and stuff like that. But basically, like they didn't think that the girls turned into bears, right? Yeah. Like they deliberately, like consciously crafted these myths, and like Plato basically having his whole like myth building project is just like one really influential or like manifestation of that idea. But like you can read all of like ancient literature where basically Romans later became like very congratulated by the Greeks because the Greeks thought that the Roman religion was like deliberately designed as a deception to like keep the plebs in check. And then all of the early Christian Christian authors they all read that literature. They were immersed in that culture. So they thought that okay, now is our like dark enlightenment like moment. Now we can craft like a new mythology for the new like period, you know, that would be updated. It wouldn't have all of these problematic elements and stuff like that. And this is how Christianity was born to a large degree, right?
And every man who marries a woman in Athens is marrying someone who's run with Artemis, who's run with the animals. And I think people believe that. And it gives a shiver of the supernatural and the weird to the functioning.
Well, presumably there would have been some people who believed it. You think everyone was pretty clocked on to the...
Well, I think so like my honest take is that like it's impossible for us to reconstruct kind of the mental processes of the Greeks, right? And like even if I was able to get into their mind space, it wouldn't be that useful because then I wouldn't be able to explain it to you, right? So we can like create these mental models of how these people function. But basically, I think they were like alien to us to a certain degree, because they just like lived in completely different time and place, and like, I don't think we have like a coherent way how to describe how they felt, which I think, by the way, is also the case if you would go to like an uncontacted tribe somewhere on some island, right?
So are you saying there might be concepts that are sort of like a combination of being aware of the social function of this thing, but that's not like a naturalistic debunking of the
like I would like what could be, for example, the case is that like they did something that to us would seem as
if they knew it was false.
No. What I think was probably the case is that they engage in something that to us would seem as holding two contradictory ideas at the same time, but they were able to reconcile it in ways that are just like completely not understandable to us.
Okay, that makes sense.
Of Athens in its golden age that we find very difficult to get a handle on, because of course the instincts of historians are incredibly materialist, and even if they do believe in the supernatural, they don't believe in the Greek gods. But you've got to try and believe in them, and when you do, you see that it's part of the rhythm and the fabric of the functioning of the entire city. And this is why, in the long run, the philosophers are so threatening to that, because if you're turning around and saying that's all rubbish, God is kind of perfection in some distant moral order or something, what role is there then for girls going off and turning into bears and running with Artemis?
Well, look, I'm not a historian, but I'm fairly comfortable.
So I think he's making like pretty good points there, and it's like I think the only reason that happened is because it's got nothing to do with his like thesis.
And it's not like it's I would say it would sit pretty comfortably with how like professional classicists would talk about, like he's making the same kind of noises that like people who actually have credentials.
But this is what's crazy is like he can go from that to like some of the other crap that we've heard him say about Dominion.
I mean, maybe he's brilliant about everything, and it's just we are fucked, you know.
Yeah.
Well, the idea of women turning into bears every now and again, that is a familiar experience. But I was going to come back to Christianity, because one of the things that I wanted to ask you about is, from my personal experience, I was surrounded by a lot of Orthodox Christians when I was growing up. My family Orthodox Christians. And
Russian.
Okay.
Rich Russian family comes over here, goes to a boarding school, produces right-wing pro-Russian propaganda. Who knows what could be going on there?
Okay.
One of the things I found quite incongruous was that
loves Britain.
Was a doctrine of what you're supposed to do, and then I'd observe people who
orthodoxy.
There was an orthodoxy that nobody actually did any of those things. They just talked about them. And one of the interesting things to me about Christianity is, I imagine, my Anglican friends, let's say, who are kind of very peaceful and docile, almost you might say, and very kind and generous, etc. That is not the way that Christianity has been practiced through the centuries in some parts of the world. So how the message
met him though the first time someone, I mean, he's hinting at it, he's treading on eggshells a bit, but at least he is putting the question.
Yeah, well, let's see what he has to say about this.
Yeah.
Of Jesus turning the other cheek and all these other things, that is not also the way that Christianity has been practiced throughout the ages either. There's been quite militant periods. There's been periods of internal persecution, of all sorts of recrimination between different branches, etc. How does all of that happen?
Christianity, I think, is.
I will criticize him on the how does all of that happen, rather than your thesis.
Yeah, that's a bit vague. You should have
said,
best thought of as a kind of great pulsing matrix of paradoxes. Paradox structures everything about it.
Where does it say that in the book?
I think, like, is this a doppelganger? Like, I think someone probably like dressed up as him and like snuck up into an interview. Because like, ironically, I think like the probably one of the most like important reasons why Christianity has such a like staying power, and this is true to some degree.
It's because it has.
It's because it's so like internally diverse, right? You can be literally a fucking Marxist or like a fascist, and you can be a Christian at the same time.
Are you saying diversity is a strength?
Yeah. No, so like ironically, like all of the like weird internal tensions and stuff like that like apologists and theologians and stuff like that are trying to iron over
are actually
the reasons why the book Christianity is so useful, you know, because you can just be what
anything.
it just like says anything you want. Yeah.
I mean, you know, we've been talking about one, the guy on the cross who proves to be greater than the person who's crucified him, the man who is also a god. And I guess that this is the kind of the Christian understanding of the divine, that in a sense paradox structures the inability of the human mind to contemplate the potency of the divine. And that being so, there are many different ways of...
Again, where does he say this in the book? Where and in any of these previous apologetic things, like when he was talking to sympathetic Christians, he doesn't say, well, ultimately, it doesn't rationally make any bloody sense, which seems to be what he just said there. Instead, he's like, we understand the Pelagian heresy and like those idiot liberals who.
And when was this filmed?
This is more recent than the other videos.
All right.
About a 5-year difference.
Yeah, I wouldn't I wouldn't be surprised if
if he's read up a bit.
No, but like honestly, like a lot of these guys are eventually going to face like a dilemma.
Yeah.
So either they are just going to go down like a very dark path, or they're just going to have an epiphany and they will start pushing back against like some of this crap, right?
Yeah.
So like maybe he's got a moment like that. Like some people already made their like allegiances, right? Where they just like said like hold the fuck on, right? I need to maybe start talking about little things that are slightly more important, or I shouldn't be saying some things
so sympathetic. That's actually true, because a lot has happened in that 5 years in the world, and maybe at the time he was a bit more like, this is my shot, I'm going to be sympathetic to these guys, and now maybe he's a bit more like, oh shit.
Ironically, you know,
I can see some sleepless nights in those eyes.
Structuring and understanding what it is to be a Christian. And a lot of these are generated by the fact that, and it's a crucial development that might not have happened, that in the 2nd century, there's a guy called Marcion who points out that the God of the New Testament seems quite different to the God of the Old Testament. The Old Testament, King David holds a census and God goes ballistic and kind of wipes all the children of Israel out with a plague. There's a lot of smiting. And now suddenly Jesus will say, turn the other cheek and put up your sword, and what's going on here? And so Marcion's theory was that the God of the Old Testament was a different, essentially kind of subordinate angel who had usurped the true God's role, and that Jesus had therefore been sent by the true God to kind of put humanity back on the straight and narrow. And he proposed that there should be a very finite number of scriptures. So the Gospel of Luke, Acts of the Apostles, some of the letters of Paul, basically. And this is a key moment.
Acts of the Apostles, I think, were like deliberately written to be anti-Marcionite.
Right.
So he only had Evangelion and 10 letters. While I think that like Acts of the Apostles were actually written like as an anti-Marcionite,
but pretending to be.
No. Like Acts of the Apostles didn't exist when like Marcion was around. They were probably written in like 150, something like that, specifically in order to write like a version of history in which Paul is fundamentally subservient to the Jerusalem church,
right?
And he's like a loyal company man who doesn't go, because if you look at his like authentic letters, especially if you look at the authentic letters in the Marcionite form, and you look at the Book of Acts, you'll see that like a Book of Acts is deliberately like rewriting history, and also like then what happened is that the Book of Acts circulated in collection where it was first, and then the letters of Paul. So it was kind of a way for the reader to pre-program the reader with a specific understanding of Paul, like who Paul was, what he was trying to do, and what he was saying, so that then the reader can like safely go and read Galatians, for example, where he has a beef with. Like if you only read Galatians in isolation, you are going to be like, what the fuck, right? But if you have read Acts first, you know that this is not non-threatening, because like everyone was eventually on the same page, right?
There's a good point by Alejandro in the chat as well, which is that it's very easy to try and explain the psychology of like what's going on and the evidence in terms of categories and concepts that we have, either whether it's like the name of books or authors or the New Testament as a collection, when of course it wouldn't be like that from that perspective. So but that applies also to, I think, what Tom was saying, where he's like, how do I explain what Marcion's doing? Well, how do you make sense of the difference between the New and the Old Testament? Well, it might not have necessarily been those categories from his point of view. I mean, I'm sure that's just a slip of like Tom Holland trying to introduce the thing, the kind of like explain it, and he wouldn't necessarily be committed to like that. Marcion was like, yeah, sure, there's the canon of this and that.
Well, I mean, I think in the 2nd century, like
there were canon lists.
No, but I think that like they were like genuinely thinking through what the fuck we are going to do with the Old Testament, like with the Hebrew scriptures.
Yeah, with Hebrew scriptures.
Because like
they just wouldn't have thought of the New Testament. They just would have thought like.
Well, they had like a broader category. So they did like that. That wasn't like an agreed upon like a collection of books. Yeah. But there was sort of like a vague category of what it means to say graphe, like scripture. Like it wasn't just like anything.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like one specific thing. Yeah.
Because I think you can already by this point talk about Orthodox Christians who embody the kind of the mainstream of, or at least the kind of the central gravity in the church. They do not follow that. But because of this challenge, they have to decide what is the canon going to be, what are our scriptures going to be, and they choose the 4 Gospels because these are the ones that are the most closest to the time. They're the ones that are generally accepted as being the most authentic record, and the various lessons of Paul and the Book of Revelation.
This is like very liberal and based. Like this is like genuinely like a hot take in New Testament studies to like say that okay, the selection of the 4 Gospels was a reaction against Marcion. Like I would imagine that like a lot of theologians who are adjacent to like evangelical apologetics would basically freak the fuck out because they want to promote the version of history in which the 4 Gospels have been and
they were the historical eyewitnesses.
Yeah, exactly.
If there were more historical eyewitnesses,
exactly. But what he's saying is actually something. Yeah, I agree with him. Fuck yeah.
But who is this guy? Compared to the other guy, and the guy who wrote this book, like. Should we keep playing this bit, do you think? Or
I want to see if because the question was about violence in the name of Christianity.
Yeah, is he going to answer?
And he's talking about Marcion, so I'd like to see if we can get back to the question.
And so on. And they also decide to keep what they come to term the Old Testament, and the sense that God had prefigured the coming of Christ in the Hebrew Scriptures. And by doing that, it sets up opportunities for Christians to emphasize things that perhaps are being emphasized in the passion narratives. Let's put it like that.
Well, what I'm getting at, Tom, is let me put it more bluntly. You're very eloquent and a historian. What I'm saying is, in my understanding,
I have no idea what you were talking about. So
for example, I guess what I'm saying is,
but again, like he said again something that is like crazy theologically liberal. He basically said that the idea that Jesus was prefigured in the Old Testament was something that was invented by Christians in the 2nd century, specifically as a reaction against Marcion, right? So again, like if these guys actually knew anything about anything and they were like far right, they would like freak the fuck out, right? Because
whereas they think they're just redoing their first interview with him. The thing is, I also wonder if Tom has like read up more on his own subject in those 5-year periods, because these are very different answers. Like that first one was like, some run-of-the-mill dumbass apologist, whereas this is like someone who's actually read a bit of classics and like, watched all the Myth Vision episodes.
My experience of Christians today is that if somebody stood up and went, you know what, these people are heretics and they must be eradicated, most Christians would be like, well, that's a bit much. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's been a long process of weathering and transformation. And the thing is that Christianity isn't it's a constantly, it's best thought of, I think, as a kind of civilization. You would, things evolve and change, but the different emphases are happening all the time.
But this is why I'm asking, because when you talk to Christians today, they will say you compare it to Islam, right? If you say, well, Islam is not as drastic today as it was when it was first created, probably true, and process of weathering is perfect explanation to my layman understanding. You probably rip into this, right? But with Christianity, there was the message of compassion and empathy and turning the other cheek and all of that from the beginning. So what is it that's being weathered over the 2000 years?
So go back to the issue of paradox.
Wow. Not amongst all groups from the beginning, right?
It took them like 80 years to go from, I think less than 80 years, to go from we are being persecuted to like, if you don't confess specifically the version of the creed that is confessed by the Bishop of Rome, we are going to fucking kill you, Like, Theodosius II outlawed all forms of religiosity except for like what later became Orthodox Christianity.
But the highest form of love is creedal orthodoxy. I don't know if maybe you're lacking that in your secular.
Let's burn all the pagan books.
Paul in his letters, writing to the Galatians, so this is really, I mean, might even be among the earliest of letters, so right at the start of the Christian tradition. He writes to them and he says that in Christ, there is no Jew or Greek, there is no man or woman, there is no slave or free. So he's dissolving traditional boundaries that separated the two sexes.
For like all it's worth, you know. Like, does it mean that like gender has been abolished? Like, was Paul gender accidental ally?
The different peoples of the world and the different social orders. It's very progressive. Well, he's saying in Christ Jesus. I mean, he's not.
He's panicking.
The world is fallen.
Look, this is like a rage smile. Look, this is like that meme, you know, like the mask. That's like.
It's very progressive. Well, he's saying in Christ Jesus. I mean, he's not. The world is fallen. These differences and what stems from these differences are part of
I
a
can
lot of
see
the children
the
of
teardrops like you know.
Adam and Eve. We're all part of this fallen world. I mean, that's the
look at Francis next to him as well, right?
And what stems from these differences are part of the lot of the children of Adam and Eve. We're all part of this fallen world. I mean, that's the gist. But that in Christ, they will be dissolved. This is the heaven that is promised. Now,
isn't it weird though that like the moment that Tom stops being a moron, he just like unironically becomes woke? Like
that's what I was saying before.
Well, I mean, I'm really glad that we decided to watch something from like 2 months ago because like it could. I don't know. I just like knew about of him through like osmosis, probably like around the time when the book came out, and I haven't heard like anything about him since then. Right?
But what's in this book and what he was originally saying is a different political project to the crap he's coming out with now, right? Like he's completely changed what he's saying between the two times.
Well, we haven't listened to the whole interview, but it certainly seems quite different in tone.
I think my suspicion is the one thing he's going to be holding on to, which he'll come to here, is going to be like fear of Islam, basically.
Yeah,
and
I suspect that might be.
And maybe that's why he's allied with some of these right-wing people, whatever. But you know,
of course, there is. It's like an acorn from which a great oak will flourish. And I would say that the assumptions that govern a liberal society derive from that. The idea that men and women have an inherent equality, that differences between peoples are iniquitous to emphasize. I mean, we'll come to slavery perhaps in due course, but the idea that there should be. I mean, you can see that there is no slave or free. It feeds in the long run into abolitionism. It feeds into the French Revolution, into the Russian Revolution. I mean, these are very, very long term.
Yeah, apartheid South Africa.
And also in like the 6th century BCE, Buddha was like ordaining both men and women.
Yeah. Well, the Church of England, you know, they have just the first female archbishop, right? Today, 2025.
But doesn't also Paul say in some of the old letters that like women should shut the fuck up and they shouldn't be
the one to the church? Is it Laodicea or is it Titus? I forget. Like that they should wear head coverings is one of them, and
Laodiceans is not canon.
I shouldn't speak in the churches, of course, famous one.
In some of the letters, he does talk about.
But the thing is that like
who's he talking to?
The sexist, like not all of the sexist stuff, but some of this, like a good portion of the sexist stuff, was actually forged like in the name of Paul later.
Yeah.
What does that matter though?
It doesn't matter for like a historical analysis, right? But like
it depends on your purposes. Yeah, I mean, I think if you want to try and persuade people who are Christians to not be sexist, it's probably important.
Consequences. I mean, another metaphor, I love mixing up the metaphors, would be that is a grumbling of the earth, a grinding of the tectonic plates, and in due course Tokyo gets drowned by a tsunami. It's that kind of that's what it is. But right from the beginning, there is a problem with one of those in particular, which is Paul's assertion that there is no Jew or Greek. He writes what he means is Judean or Greek. He is a Judean. He's from Judea. He is therefore a provincial like any other. You know, there are all kinds of people, Judeans, Egyptians, whatever. And he's comparing them to the Greeks. And he's saying that the differences between Judeans and Greeks will dissolve in Christ, i.e., there will be a kind of universal brotherhood, sisterhood, whatever. However, famously, not all Judeans are keen on having their sense of distinctiveness dissolved into a kind of universal mush, and so they do not, in the main, follow Paul's exhortation to accept Christ as Lord.
Yeah, that's not the reason. Like the reason why the Judeans didn't accept Christianity is not because they wanted to be like culturally distinct, is because they like it was very obvious for them that like Jesus wasn't the Jewish Messiah.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he didn't build the temple and like didn't rebuild the monarchy and didn't like spread the Torah to all 4 corners of the world and stuff like that, right? So too bad.
Yeah. I'm also just like dying for them to then they have to put like a filler question about woke in between this bit before they then ask like, why is immigration bad? You know, from the point where he's like, there's no a real theologically important point is that there's no distinction between people and these boundaries don't matter. And then they're like, is woke a religion? Why is Islamic immigration bad?
Then means that there is a fracture point right from the beginning between people who will come to be defined as Christians and Jews. And that is obviously an incredibly dark shadow that has hung over the entire course of Christianity. But you can see how what seems to us a progressive message has kind of led to what we could also see as very dark consequences. And that is just one verse from one book of the New Testament, which in turn is part of, includes the Old Testament. There is a lot of material there that can provide sanction for a broad array of responses, and that can also set in train all kinds of trends that, would have seemed unimaginable in the first century AD.
Tom.
Okay, yeah. So basically, his answer to the question why like Christians were bad is because there's a lot of things that in the text that you can.
Christianity is a very amorphous concept. There's a lot of ways of interpreting the text, and
that's
and
a
the
bit of a
relation
walk
is
back.
very vague, so it can cause good things and bad things, and it's related in all sorts of ways.
Well, I mean, so that obviously, like, it would be like the kind of the answer that I was expecting is something like him saying, well, the bad Christians were not really Christians, right?
But he doesn't.
But he doesn't.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
But then
right?
you say, so why does Christianity cause good things? Oh, well, because, Christianity is very well defined and it's like a condition that has to be in play. Yeah, like what? Yeah. Why the answer? Yeah, with respect to the negatively valenced question, but the positively valenced question is like so different when it should just be.
And I would like an analysis of why Paul said that there's neither Greek nor Jew, neither men nor women. Like, why is it the case? Like, because there's a story to tell.
Yeah, male nor female.
There's a story to tell which has to do with like an intellectual environment, specifically like in the first century Roman Empire, right? Mm-hmm. So that maybe like wasn't so revolutionary to say, especially if you are like running a mystery cult, basically, and you are specifically targeting like unprivileged people in urban areas,
Right, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Is that why? So everyone can drink. So my mother's Venezuelan, and it's really fascinating to see the way that the Spanish conquistadors behaved in South America and the Portuguese Empire behaved in South America. And they come from a Catholic tradition to the way that the British Empire behaved. Was that a large part of the way they behaved based on religion, or was there something else to it?
What the fuck is that question?
Also, that was like a difference of like 200 years between those.
What is he actually asking though? Is he trying to say?
Well, if Christianity is the source of good things, then what about the colonization of the Americas, which he discusses in his book?
It's not. Yeah, but he's saying bad things happened, and
it was a confused. It wasn't very.
There were like Christians who did the bad things, but like, were they doing it because they're Christians, or is it something else? Or
something like that.
And explain that in terms of the Spanish, the Portuguese, and the British.
Well, the Spanish are the first to discover great powers in a world that no one had imagined before. And so when they conquer the Aztec Empire and then the Inca Empire, I don't know if you played a game like Civilization.
I played Colonization, which is very
Civilization.
It's a great game.
Civilization, you could end up with tanks attacking archers.
Yes.
And that's basically what you have, because the Aztecs is kind of Bronze Age civilization. Yeah. I mean, beautiful, fascinating, extraordinary, but collapses before.
Tom Holland gets his history from the Civ 5 tech tree.
It's kind of like a good illustration,
Well, we would talk about this though, how like it can be very misleading.
Sure.
Because it can lead people to think there's like these discrete stages, and
that like every civilization has the same like technological tree where you have to like unlock certain technologies to get other ones and stuff like that. Yeah.
Everything that the Spanish bring, because they're the kind of beneficiaries of thousands of years of Eurasian, crops and cattle and all kinds of things like that. And this and obviously the Spanish interpret this as an expression of kind of God's plan. They're bringing Christ to people who had previously walked in darkness.
If you're someone who values free inquiry and independent thinking, which, let's be honest, is why you're probably watching.
Oh, that was it? Oh no, we've got another ad. Another one?
Yeah, but did you hear what he said?
darkness.
Listen.
If you're someone who values free inquiry and independent thinking, which, let's be honest, is why you're probably watching Triggernometry, then our sponsor, Venice AI, is the tool for you. Here's a hot take. AI is exploding right
Do you value independent thinking?
Yes, use an AI bot to do it for you. Oh my gosh.
now.
I mean, there
But
can
seriously,
be-
most of the
My suspicion is that he went on to say something that was like too woke for them to not cut, you know?
Yeah.
tools out there are just
Maybe it was Venice AI that said it.
clones with slightly different skins. Venice AI is different. It offers uncensored AI chat, images, and coding. Why should
What?
a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones who get to decide what is and isn't okay for you to think? Whether you're
Yeah.
It's just
Look,
like,
if
what?
look, why should these woke programmers get to tell you who can and can't use computational tools to produce racist imagery and racist articles and race science and predatory journal articles? If you want to use technology for evil, you should be able to.
Well, pretty much.
What a dumb point.
researching topics that make other platforms nervous, or you're just sick of being told what you can and can't ask, Venice gives
How to create a bomb that blows up Constantine kissing.
you the freedom to explore without limits. No political filtering, no condescending footnotes, just powerful AI fast. We've tried it ourselves. And if you're someone who thinks
what?
No condescending footnotes is what he said. Oh, we don't need sources here. We don't need condescending footnotes. Oh my gosh. I can't believe that they're selling that as a pro. Like,
I think what he means by it, though, I think what he means by it is like you might get, it's saying like, by the way, climate change, there's like a consensus that it's
Or
real.
like,
You're like,
this is not.
Yeah, but that's
legal
entirely
now.
what these things should. If it's supposed to be a source of information to help you learn about things, that's exactly what it should be doing.
No, James, that's like woke politics.
Yeah.
If I want to not believe in climate change, and like if I want to create a bioweapon, like I don't want no woke AI.
I want free inquiry, but I also want answers that are what I want to hear.
Yeah, I should just be able to do whatever I want, not this woke nonsense.
about these things, you'll notice the difference immediately. If you want to use AI without fear of handing over your thoughts, ideas, or personal information to a corporation or the government, you
Without handing over your thoughts, there is no way. The only way for this to work is someone is running this somewhere and they're getting your information. It's being stored. Like,
Yeah.
And a company with these ethics.
can get 20% off a pro plan using our link, venice.ai/trigonometry. You'll find the link in the description of this episode, or type it in, venice.ai/trigonometry, and see what you've been missing. And now, back to the show. Sorry to interject very briefly. How much of it was that, were they genuinely seeking to expand in the New World for religious reasons, or was there a lot of pragmatism to it?
Obviously, it varies. I mean, the conquistadors are unbelievably brutal in the main, and if they hadn't been brutal, then they wouldn't have done what they did. They wouldn't have conquered what they ended up conquering. The lust for gold becomes notorious. It is absolutely about wanting material goods, but to imagine that the desire to win souls for Christ is simply cynical window dressing is that's a very anachronistic take. There are absolutely people who are going out there who feel that this is absolutely part of God's plan, and
Yeah, I agree.
there are friars, of whom the most famous is a guy called Apologetics de las Casas, who condemns the oppression and the greed of the conquistadors as an offense against God. And
yeah, but not because
there is a great,
like in principle bad to like genocide people. It's because you are not supposed to have like material wealth,
Yeah, right.
So not for good reasons, probably.
debate in Spain between those who are drawing on Greek philosophers, particularly Aristotle, to essentially, the strong do what they will, the weak must suck it up kind of argument. That there are those who are destined to be slaves and there are those who are destined to be masters, and they're drawing on Greek
hang on.
philosophers.
That's
And then
not what
there's
he
the
actually
saying,
says in the book. So, okay, so this is something that he talks about in the book. There was this debate in Spain about the proper treatment of the indigenous persons in the Americas, and there was now I'm just trying to find my notes on this, but there were two sides to this. Now he just talks about the one who was the guy who was saying that there should be more respect for indigenous persons and that they shouldn't be like forcibly converted or enslaved or anything like that, and then there was another, but what Holland doesn't talk about is who the other party was, and the other guy is not just saying that like, oh, we can do whatever we want because we have more power. It was actually saying that particularly like the Aztecs, for example, they practice human sacrifice. They're pagans. They don't worship our gods. They have so many. They practice infanticide. They have lots of bad practices. We need to be very active in going in and stopping these things and bringing them to Christ. So like they both wanted to bring them to Jesus, but they thought that different methods were appropriate. And so Holland's not correct here to say that like one of the sides was just like, oh, we can do whatever we want because we're more powerful.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find the name of that debate.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they're both just making theological points, whereas
but they were coming from different perspectives.
Yeah, he presents it selectively as like the good guy was using Jesus, but the bad guy was like
valid. How do you say this? Validolid debate. That's what he talks about.
Drawing on the Gospels, he's saying, slavery is an evil. These are people who are as worthy of respect as anyone else who's been won for Christ. They must be won for Christ. And you can see there the beginnings of kind of ideas that will feed ultimately into kind of notions of international law. And that's a Catholic perspective.
What? Sorry, that is a very loose relation. I mean, sure, there's like a similarity.
I would say that like an important precursor to international law were actually like the religious wars in Europe, right?
Yeah.
Well, like after the
international courts.
Yeah, no, but like probably the first like big international conference where all of these like pragmatic kind of
resolutions
rules had to be laid was after the 30 Years' War, because like 30% of Europeans fucking died in some regions, right? That was like brutally genocidal. And like Hugo Grotius and some of these guys like specifically then went on to do basically political history, political philosophy, to try to work out some like theoretical frameworks for how like these superpowers essentially should conduct diplomacy, because that's just like wasn't workable, right? And what specifically failed were previous regimes of engagement that were like deeply rooted in Christian theology as well, right? About like personal honor, about like the role of a politician as a person as opposed to a statement. Like Richelieu, for example, and this is again the idea that if you view like morality in these individualistic terms, you are like not going to be sensitive to like what's happening on the level of society. Like Richelieu, for example, his idea was that, look, I'm a Christian, and when it comes to my personal salvation, I need to be moral, but I'm also like a politician, and when it comes to politics, like
I see,
who cares, right? It's like homo homini lupus, right? I can just like do whatever. I can like genocide people. I can lie. I can trick people. I can engage in like espionage and like subterfuge and stuff like that. Because
that's
like
states, Augustinian theology.
Yeah, because states are not like subjects to salvation. So as long as I'm representing the state, I can be just like a moral monster, you know? Yeah.
I'm thinking, by the way, just in terms of time, James, what more is there that?
Yeah, can we just see the chapters again? So I think we've covered another couple of points.
So we're here on this: is woke culture a secular?
We've talked about that already. Scroll down. We talked about Islam already. Can we understand the West without religion? Well, like probably not, right? So what happens? Oh, yes, we talked about this before. What happens when we forget our religious boots? I'd like to see what he says about this.
Okay, let's
separation of politics and Islam. If you are a Muslim, well, classically, that's why I said theologically speaking, there are of course individual people who are able to do so, but within the way that the religion is, if you follow that.
By the way, I know we're not going to be watching this full thing about Islam, but I guarantee no statistics were given about the relative proportions of people who are Muslims and commit like violent acts or terrorism or anything like that.
Faith, and that faith controls everything. It controls the way you participate in society, the way you live your life, and the way you might vote in a society. Your loyalty will be to that above other things. Is that fair? It ought to be according to the doctrine. All right, people, it's trivia time. Financial trivia, to be exact. Do you know what?
Oh my God! There's so many ads in this.
Did you see his interview with Jimmy the Giant, where Jimmy had called him a grifter in like a video, and he was like, "You called me a grifter," and got all butthurt about it. And it's like, but you just try and watch some of his stuff. It's all sensationalist clickbait nonsense, and it's just filled with adverts for like
filled with embedded ads. They probably have the other ones as well.
Oh yeah, both layers of ads.
You probably guessed the stock market was the best since what's backing the most retirement accounts in America today is that.
I was like selling some like gold scam or something.
From January 21st through July 21st, the Dow Jones grew less than 1%. What about Bitcoin? President Trump loves Bitcoin, so it must have performed well, right? Well, it did. It grew nearly 15%, an impressive 6-month investment. But it's not the number one. The heavyweight champion was, wait for it, gold and silver. Gold and silver are considered to be safe haven investments, so many of you will be surprised to learn they both grew by a whopping 25% in President Trump's first 6 months. 25% in 6 months. Not bad for safe haven investments. Our partners are
when
which indicates
when the value of gold goes up.
Yeah, that's an interesting admission there, but
helping Americans move wealth and retirement into self-directed IRAs backed by physical precious metals like gold and silver. They are consistently scored as the most trusted gold IRA company by major financial publications, and they enjoy an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. In a world where governments print money and
So will I actually own the gold, Constantine, or will this be like some bullshit scam? Where
I'm sure it's not.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's not scammy. What are you talking about?
going out of fashion. I like assets you can hold in your hand. That's why I've always taken steps to secure my family's future with gold. If you have over $100,000 in your current IRA, 401k, or other retirement account, visit triggergold.com. That's triggergold.com.
What, transfer your entire pension?
Yeah, I should say this is not good financial advice, right? Like investing in gold
isn't there even?
It's not a very good hedge against inflation, and it's not generally going to yield very good returns. You should seek professional financial advice, but like.
Yeah, I'm very certain that he legally has to say, I'm not a financial advisor and this is not financial advice, rather than transfer your entire pension to...
Well, so this is difficult, right? Because unless you physically have possession of the gold, you're still trusting some institution, right?
Yeah, that's what
But
I'm saying.
if you do have physical possession of the gold, then you need to secure it very carefully, which is expensive. Right? And so there's many reasons why I think gold is extremely volatile. It may have gone up recently because of, well, let's say, uncertainties in the geopolitical context. But it's not a very good long-term investment if you want to earn returns, because it doesn't earn a return. It's just inert, right? Like, so this is just not good financial advice, I would suggest. And I don't know, that's independent of this specific company, which I don't know anything about, right? But I'm just talking about precious metals generally.
To learn how Augusta Precious Metals can become your lifelong self-directed IRA partner. As we understood, Muhammad is the seal of the prophets. He has brought God's last message. And the Quran is a record of humanity's disobedience to prophets. Prophets arrive, they reveal God's wishes, they then ignore it or they corrupt God's message or whatever. And so more prophets have to come. Muhammad is the last prophet. And what he teaches mankind is mankind's last hope. If Islam goes, then mankind is doomed. Everyone will go to hell. So it's absolutely existential stakes. And
as opposed to Christianity.
Yeah, I'm like Christianity.
That's exactly what.
Christianity isn't an existential religion. What's his point?
Proof that Islam is true, again, classically, is that Islam is triumphant for most of its existence. I mean, it pulverizes the Sasanian Empire, it dismembers the Roman Empire, conquers vast swathes of the Christian world, the kind of ancient Christian heartlands of Mediterranean Christianity. And it's really only with Napoleon's invasion of Egypt at the very end of the 18th century that Muslim powers suddenly brought up against the fact that the despised Christian powers are incredibly powerful. And over the course of the 19th into the 20th century, most...
No, I'm sorry, that can't be true as well, because Christian powers are obviously incredibly integrated with East and Western Rome during the rise of Islam. Like, what does he mean? They're not aware that Christianity is powerful until then?
I don't know. He's just sweet. Like, I think Holland is best when he's talking about classical antiquity, and whenever he says anything about anything else, I think that it seems highly oversimplified. So,
it's to do with Dominion, I think, because he's done good on like other historical topics that are just not where he's not like giving some weird meta narrative about like Christianity being good.
So the Turks were famously defeated outside of Vienna in 1699, and this was one of their sort of like final incursions into Europe. Well, I mean, they still occupied parts of Southeast Europe, but like this was the last time they besieged Vienna, and from then on, it was sort of gradually pushed back by Christian forces. So, like, to say that the first time when they thought that Christian powers were significant was Napoleon, I don't think is true. I mean, it's a very vague claim, so I'm not sure how to assess that. But
what about
there'd been many major defeats before that?
Yeah. What about when they were pushed out of Spain before then, right?
Yes, the Reconquista was centuries ago. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he's going
Muslim powers come
there.
Under either the direct or the indirect hegemony of Christian Western powers. And so that's a massive, massive shock. And it requires a recalibration of what Islam is. I mean, the attitudes to slavery would be a classic example. The reason that the Sultan in Constantinople is willing to contemplate banning the slave trade, even though it had been legitimized by the fact that Muhammad had slaves and that the early caliphs, they were all in favor of slavery.
Right, what does Paul say again about slavery?
Not much.
Oh, yeah. Just obey.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. And that it's mandated in Islamic scriptures. The only reason he was willing to do that was he needed the help of the British and the French in the Crimean War against the Russians. And so he essentially kind of employed...
As opposed to Christian leaders who never make pragmatic decisions based on...
Yeah, I don't know what the significance of that is.
His top.
This is all just cope. This is just like selectively...
And also like it would be interesting to do a deep dive into like what was the legal status of slaves, let's say in like early modern Ottoman Empire, for example, compared to fucking early 18th century United States, right?
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't be surprised if like they had some like legal protections and stuff like that,
Yeah, I'm not sure. But so So Islam, the history of Islam and slavery is interesting. So there is like a status for slaves under Islam, just as there was under Christianity. Islams weren't allowed to enslave. They weren't supposed to enslave free peoples, and they weren't allowed to enslave other Muslims. So their legitimate source of slave was like people captured in war, essentially, which was that's the main source of slavery throughout most of history for most societies. And most of their slaves came either from Christian places in like Southeast Europe, or I think even parts of Russia, and transported over this trans-Saharan trade from sub-Saharan Africa. And so there was initially quite a lot of pushback against the idea that you have to abolish slavery, because the British in particular put a lot of pressure on them to do that in like around the early to mid 19th century. But again, that happened in Christian countries as well, such as America, obviously, which we know about. So and Russia only abolished, they didn't have so much slavery, but they had very close to slavery with serfdom, which was extremely
the Russian army in Ukraine today comprised of Mongols.
We could talk about that, but that was only abolished in 1863, I think it was.
I mean, in Austria, Hungary, like serfdom was also like abolished relatively late, right? And like serfs were not able to marry without like a consent of their like feudal master. They were not allowed to relocate. They were forced to do unpaid labor, like corvée labor for the
like in the US prison system.
I mean, like after the 30 years war, there was such a like shortage of labor that actually there was like a huge financial, like just like economic incentive to make sure that your like peasants fucking stay on the land and like don't leave, because otherwise you don't have like anyone to work the fields. That like the system of serfdom that was developed was really like brutal, you know.
Yeah, this was called second serfdom.
Sorry.
Yeah, second serfdom. So the Black Death had opposite effects in Western and Eastern Europe. It undermined serfdom in Western Europe, but intensified it in Eastern Europe.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's to do with population densities and other things like that.
If you're an American, though, comparing things, right, I'd say at least the Ottoman slaves were people who you were fighting wars against, as opposed to, some kid who had a bit of weed in his pocket. And
also like that, they were like slave soldiers, like the Janissaries, right? Who are the elite unit in Age of Empires. And so they were basically like kids who were abducted from Slavic families, and they were raised as members of the Ottoman army, and they were just part of the army. You know, I don't know like what their like status was, but they had some like prestige and stuff like that. You know,
certainly. Well, I mean, there were times throughout Islamic history when the slaves ran whole kingdoms, like the Mamluk dynasty in Egypt, for example. Of course, not all slaves had that status, but it's complicated like anything else.
To try and work out a way in which this Islamic law could be squared with this radical new notion, and this has been part of the kind of the great trauma for Muslims in the modern world. Is how do you adapt it? And essentially, what Muslims did was to kind of Protestantize themselves. So they slightly adopted the sense that, it's in the heart. You may say this in the Quran.
Well, this is weird in tension with other things he's been saying about things.
He says that in the book as well. I think it's a weird take, because what does he mean by Protestantize?
Well, yeah. Why didn't the Protestants, whatever you would actually call the Muslim thing, itize themselves?
Go out and crucify people who are offenders against God. But what that actually means is that you should try and be kind to them. That's the kind of,
So this is the people who say jihad is the internal.
Should we all laugh at Christianity in the same way and go, essentially the whole point is just be kind to people, and then there's like all this like mythy angel Jesus nonsense around it, but the good bit is just be kind to people, basically.
That is which it kind. I mean, that is a part of it, but it's not. It absolutely is not part of it. But yes, absolutely. And so you have the you look at your heart, and therefore you can adjust and adapt the legacy of Islamic scripture for the modern world. Get on the right side of history, all these kind of very Protestant ideas. Or the counter reaction to that is again a very Protestant one, which is to go fundamentalist. Because in 20th century Protestantism, you have Protestants who were faced with Darwin and all this kind of stuff, and they say we've got to go back and interpret the scriptures literally, which neither Christians or Muslims have ever really done.
Any mention of economics, geopolitics, sociology,
They have very, very sophisticated, complicated, almost poetic understanding of the scriptures. But fundamentalist Protestants were saying, well, what does the Bible say? It's inerrant. That's what we're going to do. And so Muslims also have adopted that policy. And the consequence of that has been a kind of very brutal understanding of Islam, because there's quite a lot in the Quran.
What's that, sorry?
I said some Muslims have, yes. And we talked about previously some of the factors behind that.
in the Hadiths and in the life of Muhammad, that if interpreted in a kind of brutally literal way, sanctions quite a lot of bloodshed. And so that's part of the problem.
Well, quite. And this is so informative, Tom. I'm so glad we're talking about this because I'm really keen to understand this from a deep perspective. And one of the things that I wanted to ask you about in this context is how is there a unique challenge for Islam to, you call it Protestantize itself, which is to start to develop an interpretation that's more compatible with modern reality for a number of reasons. One of them being the Quran is the literal word of God.
But that question is so poorly phrased. Is there a unique, or is as long as you can differentiate anything from anything else, there's a unique aspect to it, right? So a better question would be, is it probable that, Muslims what he's really asking is, should we have Islamic immigration to the UK? Right?
Exactly. Yeah. Because if not, like, what's the point, right? Like for me, the question would be, what can we do? Like, what kind of policies we can adopt so that like Muslims are not radicalized into.
Maybe we should make murder illegal and terrorism should be illegal too, and maybe we should be nice to people and not just racist. And, maybe we shouldn't have an Islamophobic podcast where we go around fear-mongering about people who are Muslims. Maybe that might be a contribution.
And the last word of God. This is the kind of the problem. You can't have a reformation if this is it, right? Like you can't challenge any.
I think Islam is uniquely indigestible for a secular mindset. And people don't.
What the fuck does that mean?
Same talking point here.
But it's like, what does that mean? Because some Muslims in Britain are the same as Muslims in Indonesia, the same as Muslims in Pakistan.
It's been working like relatively okay in Indonesia,
Yeah. But even in Britain, like there's so many different Muslims in Britain because being from different backgrounds, they have.
What about all the Turks who moved to Germany in like the post-war period with the work programs they had? Like I felt that was fairly successful.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of Muslims who have fought for Britain in almost like every war since World War One, and have been there's a lot of very conservative, like in a British conservative sense, like Muslims who have been proudly British.
And also, like, obviously, if I was genuinely concerned about like potential radicalization of Muslims, I would just like shut the fuck up about it, because like every time they say this. Like some Muslim kid is going to hear that, they are going to internalize it, and then they'll go on growing up thinking that Islam is actually
incompatible.
Incompatible with the
Yes, exactly.
But what I genuinely don't even get the claim. Like is he saying they're not going to go to Tesco's and this week in the UK? Millions of Muslims have gotten with their lives and paid their taxes. So where's this unique indigestibility? Why are societies digesting things? What are these metaphors?
Well, I think like
because you vomit it up.
No, I think like what these people are probably imagining will happen is what happened like in late antiquity, is that like as soon as you have large enough populations of Muslims in the country, they will start organizing themselves like in ways that are like parallel to Western state structures, and eventually they will just establish their own countries that will be liberal.
The problem with this thing as well is like they always model it as if there is no back and forth. I think that the narrative that he's like operating with and modeling it in his head in that way is this kind of totalizing idea of like they must assimilate, which means like essentially abandon their culture, rather than tolerance and acceptance being this two-way process where, sure, we have laws and things, and if people don't agree with those laws, they have to conform to those laws. But we can also learn something from other cultures and interaction with them.
But do you know there's a YouTube channel called The Tribunate? It's just like one guy, and his point is to show that you can be like a fan of Roman history without being a fascist, because he's like
I don't know.
No, like he's like a leftist person, and he's got like genuinely hot takes where he's basically trying to tell the story of these various like important moments in Roman history and like draw parallels to what's happening today, right? And like do you know, for example, why why was it the case that like in the Western Roman Empire all of these like various Germanic tribes started to organize themselves and eventually established as like independent kingdoms?
Is it because the capital earning class owned the means to production in the Roman Empire?
No, like the reason is because at some point the Romans started being fucking racist.
Okay.
Right? Like in late antiquity, actually racism, like in anti-Germanic like prejudice
Yeah.
started to become a problem.
Okay.
And like he makes an argument which is really interesting, that like the Romans essentially radicalized the barbarians
Right,
into thinking
of
about
themselves
as different from them.
Yeah.
You know, because like early on in like the Roman
Yeah, they're just
Imperial
like,
expansion,
whatever, there's
yeah,
this-
like people just didn't care, right? Like you something happened, there was war, you got
Yeah.
defeated, you became an ally, eventually you were integrated into the province,
Yeah.
but like nobody cared, right?
Yeah.
But the problem is that especially along the German lines, that there were such like long, protracted like interactions and conflicts and stuff like that, that eventually these Germanic tribes started thinking about themselves in terms of these like ethnic categories that were originally foreign to them.
This is the same thing that happened with the Rwandan genocide, going back to Leopold and Bel,
Exactly.
where the Hutus and the Tutsis
Exactly.
were just these mythologized groups that the Belgians invented. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that it's actually the Romans who were racist, and that's why the Western Roman Empire fell. And that's what's going to happen in Europe.
Yeah, well, maybe, I don't know, but I do think that what they're saying, they're just digging and digging. They're like, basically what the question is Tom Holland, please justify us in being racist and opposing immigration, and add in a few Christian words in the mix, right? That's all they're saying. And it's like, well, if that's your political project, you're telling people. I mean, how has that worked out between, you know, the Gaza Strip and Israel?
And also, like, what are they going to do with the Muslims that are already in the country?
Well, you've seen the proposals that some people have. I mean, Nigel Farage said deport 600,000 migrants, even people who have settled status.
But I mean, still, like,
yeah,
there are like millions, right?
Yeah, it's still not as big as a lot of the right-wing propaganda is like this modeling of like exponential growth, which just like never happens. Like Sam Harris actually has an article he wrote in 2005 about how by 2020 France would be majority Muslim because of the rates of immigration, which obviously hasn't happened. And they tend to
majority fascist now, actually, unironically.
But there are a lot of Muslims, obviously, and I think that all of the policy proposals that dog whistle around this is completely unrealistic and implausible. Like how the fuck you would even, what they're even saying, how you'd implement it. Oh, we're going to send 600,000 people back to where?
Yeah, exactly. Back to where? Yeah,
back.
Yeah,
just,
back.
You know, back where they came from. You know, in Islam land.
Yeah.
Want to admit that in a way because there's a default assumption that secular civilization can swallow anything up. There's a kind of arrogance there. The secular civilization of the West is such a.
If you eat the wrong things, it's like a parasite. Or
then you have to throw it up.
Yeah, it's like a disease in the body, in the body of the nation. Yeah.
Tent that everyone can be brought into it. But Islam is at least as sophisticated a civilization as the civilization of the Christian West, and a very ancient one, and for most of its existence has been much, much more powerful than the Christian world. And therefore, the idea that it should accommodate itself to what liberal secularists think it should do isn't a given. So Muslims in say, in a country like Britain have freedom of religion, but there are lots of Muslims who do not see Islam as a religion because they see religion as a Christian category. Islam is much more than a religion. It's something that saturates every aspect of existence, and therefore
which Christianity does as well, as we discussed.
Want that they want to live in a world,
especially like Muslims who speak English definitely know the word religion. Like, what is
where as has traditionally been the case, Islam is everywhere. But that is obviously something that the liberal state is not prepared to offer. So there are limits to what secularism and liberalism can and will offer.
So I don't know that he understands what secularism even is, right? Secularism doesn't say anything about how many people are Muslim. They have secularism in Turkey, right? You can have secularism in a state where 100% of the population is Muslim. It means that there's freedom of religion. There's some degree of separation between state institutions and religious institutions. The exact details of that do vary by case, but there's at least not complete overlap and subordination one or the other. And also that there is a secular basis for decision-making about policy, so that you don't just decide what to do based on what the Bible says, but there's also a consideration about, factors of well-being and social policy and things like that. So those are the key elements of secularism. It's practiced in all parts of the world. India is a secular country. Turkey is a secular country. China, well, they're communist, but they're also
the
secular.
United Kingdom, we have 13 bishops in the House of Lords.
And ironically, in some sense, not the UK, although I think that in practice it is pretty secular. But not nominally, because it does have a state church. But this is the point, right? Like the idea that, there's something so special about Islam that you can't have secular Muslim countries, or that secularism is so distinctively Western that it can't be relevant anywhere else is ridiculous. And the fact that
it's just empirically false. It's not.
Yes, and the fact that ideas of separation between church and state have, ancient roots, and then in the Middle Ages because of the disputes between the popes and the kings and so forth, like that just doesn't really have any bearing on how it's practiced in the world today.
Yeah. Albania is a secular Muslim country,
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's not the most the best place in the world, right? But like it hasn't collapsed into like Muslim fucking dictatorship or theocracy,
Caliphate.
Yeah.
Like a historian, but where's this going? I don't know. I'm not a prophet, unlike Muhammad. I mean, my guess is that Islam, rather in the way that Judaism has done, will accommodate itself to
what? Well, you just said that what? You just said that can't happen.
Well, to accommodate itself to what?
To the host society. I mean, that's traditionally what happens, but that there will always be kickback because of what makes Islam distinctive. And also, obviously, the more Muslims there are, the more weight their voices will have. And so the more...
That's just a nothing burger of like, he's just saying like, well, stuff will there'll be like a bit of give and take, and things will happen, but there'll be differences, but it'll be the same in some way. Like,
no, but what he says next, I think, is important, because he basically says like if you like let too many Muslims in the country, that they will reach like a tipping point when they will be able to like rebel and establish the fucking Caliphate of Cornwall or something.
I'm actually for Cornish independence.
Okay,
it's a very small bespoke movement.
All right.
Not from the UK necessarily, but like devolution in a similar way to what Wales has got.
Let's not devolve every village.
Yeah.
Under pressure, the kind of the secular assumptions of the West will come, and I don't quite know. I don't know where that will go.
Because I mean, the worry for a lot of people is it's not necessarily Islam; it's that kind of very hard extremist edge of Islam that we see in this country. And if you go, will that remain? Will it ever be weathered? I mean,
do you mean like things that are illegal, like being murdered? People are worried about being murdered, Francis.
Well, he could be talking about Islamism generally, which I think is a concern. But like, again, how much of a threat is that actually? I don't think it's actually that much of a threat.
But my point would be that there are existing laws that deal with terrorism and that, those like incitement to violence and these sorts of things. So what is he actually saying, right? Because we as a society have decided we will use state force in these cases.
Because want to try to rebel or something like that, well, we'll deal with them. We can.
Yeah, like there are already laws around these things, and there's the armed forces with Muslims in it, by the way.
Also, just like convert them to Christianity, because there are some, like I since I came here, I became aware that there are some like like Christian like individuals and like groups and stuff like that who are like somewhat adjacent to far right politics and stuff like that. But that they actually like their strategy is actually to just like target Muslims and just convert them to Christianity, And like that could backfire in like a hilarious way, because if they turn out to be very effective, then the threat is no longer going to become a threat, right? I think like I wouldn't be surprised if actually like Islam was like relatively fragile in the West, right? And like a lot of people were susceptible to deconversion.
I think it's complicated though, where a lot of the Muslims who are in Britain have been like, I've got some kind of like unique cultural background, but it is a secularized form of Islam. But then I think it's these fuckers drive them
into these into
where they're like, well, I can't wave the British flag.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's so that's counterproductive.
I think that's a worry for a lot of people, Tom. Is that
I think it is.
And if there's no Reformation possible, then is this just a continuation?
Well, I think Islam, to a degree, has had a Reformation, because the Reformation.
Where's Muhammad bin Luther and his 95 Theses?
Well, he already said that Islam's been Protestantized, though.
Yeah, it has happened.
Well, Protestant. He said it sounds Protestantish, but he's also said it can't be reformed. So he said a lot of things.
Yeah. Talking out of both sides of the mouth, I think.
Yeah. again, which is such a shame when he was so good on certain parts of this interview.
Back to scripture and getting rid of the kind of accretion of what's seen as superstition. And Islam has repeatedly been doing that. It's a constant kind of summons to reform Islam. And so certainly, the ideologues of the Islamic State would say that they were reformers. That's why they for instance, completely dismiss any notion of international law. It's why they dismiss notions of human rights. It's why they think that slavery shouldn't just be allowed, but should be positively encouraged.
Well, that's also who's they here.
Yeah,
because
He's talking about radical Islamists, because that's not what the majority of Muslims say.
Right, and there are also Islamic nations that do sign up to, certain kinds of international rights and courts and things like that, right? I mean, isn't this a perennial sort of problem of Turkish involvement in EU affairs in various ways?
It's like Turkish one. At least I'm not sure how it is today. It's probably 50-50 still, but at some point they were like super eager to just like join, right? But I would say probably the only reason why they didn't join is because it's a big country, so they would get a lot of votes. But also, it would just completely wreck the agricultural
well, that's true,
right?
Yeah, well, I think the EU now wants them to be involved because they have something like 750,000 standing army.
and also they are like gatekeeping, like 2 million. No, but they're like.
Refugees.
There are like I don't know how many, but like at least hundreds of thousands of refugees are being like physically held in Turkey, and it's like a huge bargaining chip for Erdogan because he can just at any point he can just release he can like physically move them to EU borders.
Do you not remember when Belarus were doing this as well, where they were literally Russia were flying refugees into Belarus, and Belarus were just pushing them into Poland. The Polish were like pushing them back.
And they were arming them as well. Like this was a way how to like engage Poland almost like militarily without doing it. This is what I'm waiting for. Like, someone will like. As kind of like rivers dry and oceans rise, and there will be these like hundreds of millions of people wandering around, like fleeing from like famine. Someone will start like arming them and just forming like militias and like armies.
And the Czech Republic has already given all of its gepard to Ukraine. So
we have natural borders. We have mountains, so we'll just mine the mountain passes and we'll be fine.
Because it's in the Quran, and therefore, if you want to be true to God's message, you should have slavery. I mean, that's a very, very radical minority position, but it is an example of the direction of travel with a certain understanding of the Islamic.
And also, Islam's actually very interestingly progressive towards transgender issues. Like even it's very uncommon, even within conservative Islam. I don't mean like the super radical ISIS types to be like oppressive. It's just, in fact, they're very affirming because they're like they still kind of occupy. So if you're non-binary, sure, it's not as progressive or whatever. But if you were trans, they'd just be like, sure, like God put your soul in the wrong body. Let's help you.
And also, you have to keep in mind that these like Afghan warlords have like femboys. Yeah, no, like I don't know, because in those societies, like male homosexuality is like a power symbol, or like absolutely,
it's true.
Absolutely.
Inheritance can lead people in, and it's of course it's a worry.
But I find this conversation very valuable, actually, because what you are actually explaining, that even people who go, I'm an atheist, I don't believe in God, I don't believe in Jesus Christ, I reject all of that, but you are still a product of Christianity.
Yes.
And as a result of that, you look at the world, whether you accept it or not, through Christian eyes.
Yes.
And I don't think that people...
No. See, that is the step that's wrong, right? You look at the world through Christian eyes, but...
Well, that obviously doesn't follow, right?
If it's giving a conceptual reduction of secularism to Christianity, sure, that's going to just trivially be the case. But then it's still true that you look at the world through secular eyes, and the relevant points that you might be raising are that the secular viewpoint is the one, the correct one that you should adopt as well. And now you can give some conceptual reduction, say, well, that's technically also a Christian one. I mean, maybe you disagree with that, but suppose you don't. You say, so what, right? We disagree about the things we disagree about still. Focus on that. Don't make some bullshit point about something else. Like...
quite understand what that means, particularly when we look at religions like Islam, or we look at other cultures and we're like, we're all the same.
Yeah. Well, so that is the foundational principle of whatever our new religion.
All the same, except the Muslims, except the dirty Muslims.
is. This kind of this gelded, mutated, be kind, isn't Paddington wonderful kind of post-Christianity that remains the kind of the dominant ideology. And I would say that the paradigmatic pulpit that this religion has is Thought for the Day on Radio 4's Today program, where you will have
Thought for the Day
priests and Anglican bishops and rabbis and Islamic scholars and Sikhs and Hindu.
Let go of that
How dare
one
they?
for 5 years.
Yeah, how
Really
dare
fucking
they
pissed.
have multicultural BBC Radio 4? This is like just genuinely some like almost like racist old man like rant. Like they even have a Muslim on now. Like it used to be that you get some extreme Christian on Radio 4, but now it's multicultural. It's PC gone mad.
All preaching exactly the same message. One will give it a little bit of garnishing from the Gospels, one from the Quran, one from the Bhagavad Gita or whatever. But basically, it's the same core message. And the idea, and this is
that's a good thing, surely. Presumably,
Was this like wrong? He's sort of implying that the religions don't share a core message, which I think many of the major religions do.
No, they should all be fighting all the time. That would be.
That's just like back in my day, the religions would fight each other, and now they're like agreeing on stuff and being on the radio. It's terrible.
Islam is uniquely indigestible, but you have an imam come on and put forward a liberal message on Radio 4.
It's not supposed to be that way.
Yeah. These people just hate that we live in a multicultural, like broadly secular society that broadly works and has some imperfections. And so they're like, well, yeah, throw it all out and start again with my crazy nonsense.
Now, what does that mean? Be kind, diversity.
Be kind is brilliant. Yes, we're all basically the same. There are many routes to God. There are many paths up the mountain.
Isn't that all true?
No, I don't think it's really true. I think that what the study of history reveals, and it's why it's so fascinating, is the infinite number of ways there are to be human, and the infinite number of ways there are to order.
Yes, but that doesn't mean
how does that relate to the point?
Society. Like, unless you're like some kind of race essentialist or something, you're like, so when you mix the races in a society, those ones can't stop behaving that way or something. Like, what?
But again, I think this is like a legitimately like a nice sentiment, right? So again, I would like rate him much higher. Like this performance, I would rate him much higher than the previous ones. Right?
I agree. But this ending point is terrible because it's like, well, studying history tells you all the ways there are to be human. So we should be even more like, in wonder and defensive over the good things we've got right and see how precious and valuable that is. And, not tell extreme stories about stopping immigration and needing a revolution of Christian nationalism to...
I mean, let's see what he says next.
Yeah.
Order of society. And at any given time, the majority of people who live in a particular place at a particular time will assume that their way of doing things is obviously the standard way of doing it. Why wouldn't you do it? And that's as true of Athenians in 5th century Athens as it is of us today in 21st century Britain. We just assume that the way we see the world is the way that the world is. But it clearly isn't. And you just have to look at the world through the eyes of...
Where he's like saying... unfortunate pause there. It's not
okay. Did you see Amos's comment? It's not remotely true that the Bhagavad Gita says to be kind.
Yes. Obviously, people throughout history have thought that their way of doing things and thinking about the world is the right way, right? But then he says, but it remotely, like, that's not remotely true. Well, but he almost sounds like he's saying that he comes from like some superior perspective that can tell all the other ones are false, right? Now, like, I think that there are better perspectives than others, right? More justifiable perspectives than others. And you could talk about the, benefits of science and, good scholarship and whatever. We should also be trying to learn from other people's as well, because we never know everything. We should always be aware of our blind spots. But it's odd that he's saying, well, it's not true that many of the like major religions have important teachings in common. And the reason that's not true is because people throughout history have thought that their way of doing it is right.
Yeah, I think that what he's doing here is this kind of like this really terrible misunderstanding of relativism that a lot of people go with, where they say, oh, like you acknowledge that there's different perspectives and that none of those perspectives is like intrinsically superior to the other, or a kind of Archimedean point, that is beyond being socialized as something. Therefore, you don't believe what you believe anymore or something, right? Like people do this with, say, I'm not like a moral relativist, but, like, say, relativist views in metaethics, where they'll say, oh, you say that...
relativism is terribly understood in it.
Like, your ethical views are, say, dependent on either you as an agent or your society that you're a part of. And then, so what follows? Therefore, you can't resolve disagreement anymore. No, that doesn't follow, right? Because you would just say, my values are the ones I got from my society. That's what grounds them or whatever. Same sort of thing, I think, with these historical explanations. It's like, sure, I can recognize that there are all of these different ways that people have held beliefs and existed and believed things, but that doesn't stop me from having the values I have and advocating for them.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll reflect on them and change them in light of some of the new things I'll learn, but I still have the values I have, right? Just because I don't think I'm standing nowhere, you know, giving like the intrinsically Platonic form point of view on what's right or wrong. I'm still giving, it's good enough for me to give my point of view and to advocate for, you know, I think murder's wrong. You're like, but what about God's opinion? I'm like, I don't care. Like, I'm giving you my opinion. I don't want you to do that.
I don't need other people to agree with me in order for them to be wrong, you know.
I don't know, Protestants in the 18th century, or Muslims in the 14th century, or Aztecs in the 15th century.
It's kind of like if he's like, well, you're like, how is it? Who are you to disagree with these people who said child sacrifice is right? It's like, well, I'm Nathan. Like, what are the kind of I'm me? Like,
exactly.
What answer do you?
How can you condemn? How can you condemn them?
Yeah,
watch me condemn them.
Yeah, like this.
With my mouth.
To realize and to try and see the world through their eyes, and to realize how relative one's own cultural assumptions are.
I mean, it's a very powerful point. I guess the next
but
question
that doesn't address the
religion.
question. But that just completely. The question was, isn't it true that there are lots of commonalities across different religions? And he says, but you know, perspectives are relative to your culture. Well, yeah, sure, there are differences, but there are also commonalities, and part of coming together is to see the commonalities, and then to see what you can take from others, right? Well, it's like, he's part of the way there. I sort of agree with what he was saying, but that was advocated in expression of this idea that there's a problem with different religions coming together and finding commonalities and expressing that on the radio.
Yeah.
What's the problem? Like, I don't get it.
Well, I think the problem to take what would even make sense from what he just said would be that the fact that there's a lot of different ways of viewing things would mean you can't advocate for one way of doing things, but that's just not true.
Yes,
you can
exactly.
advocate for one way.
Said, yeah.
You would either dishonestly try and forget or distort those other things that you learn, or you would synthesize them in a way where they're consistent with the thing that you believe and advocate for, right? Which I would say that one's better than the other one, but
whatever this is, as you've said yourself. But to me, it doesn't seem more a religion. It seems kind of a mishmash of ideologies with no real.
That is what religion is.
But there is no God. But there is no God. And what I was trying to say is there doesn't seem to be a core. And I guess my question. And I guess my question is, unpleasant as it may seem, is can society last without this core to it?
We will find out. I mean, I would say
That's an optimistic.
What American society is still like 80% Christian or whatever, right? And that's like the most powerful. So what the hell? Like, this is the thing as well. These people are always like, we're in a post God society. Well, not in America, you're not, right? Which is the target audience of all these podcasters who talk about this shit all the time. They're like 80% Christian still.
I mean, I would say that there are many, many paths, and many paths that our society will take, because it's fracturing in all kinds of ways. There are many, many different perspectives, and those aren't just political; they're cultural, all kinds of ways. But I would say that, say for Britain, this ancient Christian country, one.
Yeah, and before that, because the older thing is the more true.
Yeah.
What Stonehenge, that famous cathedral of Christianity.
One path is that this kind of post-Christian Paddingtonism, if you want to call it that, it's like the head of the rocket. It's gone through the atmosphere. Everything else underneath it has been jettisoned, and now it's got the power to blast through the solar system. And all that kind of all the stuff that's been jettisoned is all the nonsense about the Bible and Jesus and the church. It's just baggage. It's gone. It's detritus. We've now blasted out, and we're going forward. And the secular principles, the liberal principles, are sufficiently self-evidently right and good that it will sustain the future evolution and development of our society for decades and centuries to come.
What does self-evidence have to do with anything? Why does he only brings that up in defense in relation to secularism? Like, he doesn't think that he hasn't said that people believe in Christianity because it's self-evident. I don't think anyone's really
revelation on
self-evident. So he's like unconcerned about how to justify Christianity. Apparently, that's just fine that people just believe Christianity. But when it comes to secularism, it has to be self-evident. But then he's like, well, it's not actually self-evident, and therefore it can't be justified. Like, there's a problem with justifying secularism and humanism, apparently. And the only way that he could think of doing that is to say that it's self-evident. But he says, but it's not self-evident, therefore it can't be justified, therefore it's going to fall apart. But never does he ask, how do you justify Christian belief, or how do you maintain that? Because it's not self-evident either.
But
so why is it a problem for one but not the other?
Well, I think also, firstly, he's making an empirical claim, right, about what people think is self-evident or don't. I've got no idea what the hell people think is self-evident, but if engaging with experimental philosophy has taught me anything, it's that people are very inconsistent and have a whole lot of attitudes, particularly about, you know, kind of theological and metaphysical type concepts, right? That's it's very rare that you find kind of consistent responses where people find these sorts of things self-evident in any particular way in the response.
But he's the one who mentions that, right? Like I wouldn't.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not
criticizing
self-evidence. I'm saying so firstly, there's the empirical content to the claim he's making, which is like, well, is it even true that self-evidence is playing a role at all in anyone's political activity? And I think that empirically that is probably going to turn out to be wrong, but I don't have the data on that, right? But I'd love to see it. And then the second part is whether it's even conceptually coherent, this idea of self-evidence. Because what does he mean by that, other than that when you ask someone, they give this answer, right? Like there's not like a particular property of self-evidence or something that is like had by certain types of claims or something like that. I mean, does he just mean it's people's familiarity or how much certainty they feel when they say something?
I think it means something like upon sufficient reflection, you just realize that it's true without having to give any further justification.
Yeah, like what does
maybe
that
like
mean?
a basic arithmetic truth or something. I don't know.
But I still don't know what that means, right? Beyond like, because even in the case of like a basic arithmetic truth, it's like it wasn't obvious to me until people taught me to count that way.
Until you learned how to think in a certain way. Yeah. Look, I'm not defending this way of talking. I'm just trying to make sense of it.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I get, and I'm like, so I just think that this whole storytelling that he's got about the self-evidence of his theory and how important that is just complete bullshit. However you look at it, right? It's not empirically backed. And it's conceptually dubious.
Well, but what he's saying actually is he's saying it's not self-evident, it being secularism. The question is, why are we talking about self-evidence?
Yeah, that's
it could just be the Declaration of Independence because they use that language there.
But this is my point, is that his whole story that he's telling about the relevance and importance of the self-evidence to something happening in the world is either going to be empirically false, or it's going to just like not make any sense at all. Or, you know, it's just going to be untrue or unintelligible.
Yeah, but secularism, it has a problem because it's not self-evident. Christianity is also not self-evident, but apparently it doesn't have a problem. This is what I don't understand.
So does some people say it's obviously true to them? Do things become better then when people think things are obvious? Like what? It's just a rubbish claim.
It's culturally determined. I mean, it's clearly derives from Christianity, but you don't need Christianity anymore to kind of provide the rocket fuel. It's going on the same way. Another option, which the history of the 20th,
and also this metaphor of the rocket, like why are rockets?
What the hell is the rocket?
why are they? Why is the way that rockets work relevantly analogous to how cultures work over time? Like,
essentially suggests is that the default assumption among humans is that strength and might is right. Power does have
an empirical claim requiring.
Well, if we look at pretty much any sort of religious tradition that has like any written religious traditions, that's not true because there's a consistent support for the golden rule across all religious traditions and anything you might call like
morality as a concept seems to actually be this thing that is kind of saying there's additional factors to what you physically can do, right? To your your abilities power wise that should moderate your behavior. It seems to be like a social technology.
But when he says that's the default is might makes right, I don't really know what he's talking about. Now, it's true that there are tendencies in all societies for people to try to use power to get what they want, but they usually don't purely justify it in those terms. There can be some exceptions. The Mongols kind of did that, but like in general.
Should I sin for the Mongols?
I mean,
do we really have to?
But just to say, like, you know, if there's one thing that's sort of uniquely human, it is going to be something like our ability to use language, which we do to explicitly avoid and mediate sort of the types of behaviors that other types of animals and mammals engage in, right? Where they fight and power struggle in those sorts of ways. Instead, I mean, an important point that anthropologists will point out is amongst many apes and primates, we're the only ones who laugh when someone like beats their chest in a display of dominance and power. Though, you know, these linguistic technologies function to moderate behavior, because if you try to simply assert power, you will be laughed out of the room and not get along with others. We're a very collaborative, cooperative species. So yeah, I don't know what he's saying here. But do you want to simp for the Mongols?
I mean, well, I mean, the problem is that you have like societies always draw boundaries between like the in-group and out-group, right? So like even society that can like that finds it like morally permissible to inflict like horrible suffering on like out-group usually has very like
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like for Mongols, like conquest was a source of like personal honor. You know, like it was a way how to like perform like, because it was an honor culture, right? But it didn't mean that if you were like a Mongolian warrior,
you just were an asshole to everyone.
You can just like go ahead and kill like your neighbor and just, like take his shit. Like that wouldn't fly, obviously.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, that's true. And many societies have regarded it as acceptable to fight against and imprison outgroups,
including Christians.
Exactly, including Christians, for a lot of history.
A glamour, and this is what Nietzsche predicted. You know, he said when Christianity goes, there will be this great convulsion, and there will be terrifying powers will emerge. And of course, he was right, because they emerged in the form of fascism. And fascism and Nazism cast such a shadow over us that we've lived in their shadow. In a way, one of the reasons I think for the decline of institutional Christianity is that Hitler has taken the place of the devil, and that a modern liberal now, rather than ask what would Jesus do, which is a Victorian forebear.
I think he's not completely wrong about this, but it's not like, I don't think it's Hitler's taken the place of the devil. It's more that it's appropriate to use the kind of...
No, but he said that's partly explains the decline in institutional religion.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's part
ridiculous.
I think that part.
We've done says what would Hitler do and does the opposite, and that's kind of kept us on our liberal straight and narrow. But that is clearly fading as the experience of fascism becomes in Europe dies out. Lived experience of it,
promoted by podcasts like Triggernometry. Like how like what a moron.
So the kind of the bogeyman power of Hitler will fade.
There's Constantine nodding away as he has defended January the 6th insurrection for the past 5 years.
Experience of fascism becomes in Europe dies out. Lived experience of it. So the kind of the bogeyman power of Hitler.
He's like yeah. The guy who made many videos about how Trump should be re-elected after all that, and
will fade. And people who are no longer bounded by Christian inhibitions or assumptions, I can imagine them turning around and saying, "Well, what's wrong with? Why shouldn't I do what I like? I'm very rich. I'm very powerful. Why shouldn't I do exactly what I like?" And it's not obvious what the answer to that is. I think if you don't have
what do you mean? What's not that?
Christian answers.
He's gone downhill again.
If you can't say...
Why does it have to be a Christian answer? There's lots of answers to this question.
I'm very rich and very powerful. Why shouldn't I just do whatever I want if it involves harming you? Well, let me tell you, there's a guy with 2 holes in his hands, and he's the eternal Logos, and he created everything. Oh, okay, sure. I think I'm just...
It's just ridiculous. Like, if people believe Christianity, then they won't do bad things, which is obviously false. But then if they don't believe in Christianity, then there's no other religion, no other philosophy, no other worldview, which will rein in, personal desires. Like, that's just ridiculous, because there's all sorts of other worldviews that do that.
I mean, ultimately, right? Here's a solution. Here's an answer to you, billionaire. Luigi Mangione. Maybe there's a reason to moderate your behavior, right? Like, not to say, but it's like there's no recourse at all in the world that anyone can
and also there is like a very plausible third scenario is that people who like already have a lot of power and wealth and want to acquire even more are going to say, okay, we should like fund Christian propaganda. Who are going
literally
to, like,
Paul Marshall in the UK is
who are going to like brainwash people into like either turning the other way or being like too busy discussing metaphysics to like ask questions about like where their like money is.
And why does it keep flooding all the time? Where are all these migrants coming from anyway that I'm so angry about?
But like this is a very plausible third alternative that actually this is just going to become like a tool.
Yeah. Right. Well, we're very near the end.
And I suppose a third possibility is that people will return to the source and say, well, actually, maybe I am Christian. Maybe I should take this a bit more seriously than I have been. And there are.
So to conclude it outright, his final option was that maybe people will.
Nice.
Shall we conclude, or is there anything else you want to get to, James?
So we've gone through almost everything on my list. If I can just quickly mention one or two little points. So one thing we have not talked much about is feminism, women's rights. That's been obviously a perennial area. Now, early Christianity did have a lot of involvement for women. That was quite important, and that was noted by early thinkers. But it's, of course, very clear that in Christian societies, well, still today, but particularly throughout history, women have not had equal rights as men have, and that's not really been consistently taught by most Christians throughout history. Now, Holland does talk about this issue a couple of times in his book. Let me read a quote here.
In fact, Victorian Christian England was so eager to give women rights that feminists had to create bombs, right? And also that they would starve themselves in prison and have pipes forced down their throat to be force fed in order to try and, stop them from starving themselves in protest. And that's just, all of this didn't have to happen because Christians actually really wanted women to have rights the whole time.
Yeah, that's why in Switzerland the women were given the vote in 1974.
Yeah.
I think
at the federal level, that's what the federal.
Yeah, the federal level. I think there was one canton that only they had like a referendum about it every couple of years, and like the results always turned out no, because only men were allowed to vote.
I think something similar in the UK about women being like their husband's property with respect.
Well, hang on, we're jumping ahead.
What actually happened is that like the federal court eventually had to force them to give like female suffrage in like 1992 or something like that.
Oh, that was in like one canton, I think. Yeah.
What?
One
canton,
one
specific canton. I think that's still like the record when it comes to female suffrage, like being that late,
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
That's crazy, man. Imagine it's 1990 and one random Swiss canton there's women.
Well, you have to realize though that like when it like Switzerland is a country that like the reason why there wasn't such a strong like push for female infringement is because like they didn't really have that many problems, so that wasn't like such a pressing issue,
My based feminist feminist dominion, right, which is my meta narrative that explains all of history, is that the reason for all the bad things is actually because men have been in charge, so they just keep doing wars and things. But like the moment that women get in charge, we'll just have like fully automated luxury communism because women care about other people because of their biological essence.
Yeah, this is like one story that you can tell, or you can just be like race supremacist, and you can just say that it's all like white genes.
So as I was saying, let me read that quote. So the context here is that Holland's talking about modern like feminist movements essentially, and he like later he talks about the Women's March in 2017. But anyway, quote: "If opponents of abortion, regarding opponents of abortion, if those who argued against them were likewise drawing on deeply rooted Christian supposition that every woman's body was her own and to be respected as such by every man, any condemnation of Christianity as patriarchal and repressive derived from a framework of values that was itself utterly Christian. The measure of a man's compassion for the lowly and the suffering comes to be the measure of the loftiness of his soul." He's quoting someone else there. So this is his, again, his standard fare here, where he says that anything that's like good is really just Christian or an outgrowth of Christianity. Now, I want to raise the question here. What part of Christian theology says that a woman's body is her own and should be respected by every man? Because I don't know where that comes from.
That's a good question.
I mean,
it's true that men and women are both will both be judged before God, right? But as we talked about before, that's a theological claim.
That's after this life.
Yes, exactly. In terms of in this life, I don't really know of much of any Christian teachings to the idea that like women should have equal civic and political rights, and as to the idea that a woman's body is her own. So, as you were saying, Nathan, historically in pretty much every society, women have not had the same rights as men, and in particular, women have not had autonomy over their own bodies. Women were typically regarded in varying degrees as property of or legal guards of their fathers, and then which was then transferred over following marriage to their husbands.
Marriage being a political sort of transactional.
Exactly. And of course, like with no consent.
That's what I was about to say. So consent wasn't really a concept. I mean, it sort of was a little bit.
This was the legal thing I was going to say in the UK, where I think it was similarly in the 80s or 90s where a woman couldn't legally be raped in a marriage?
Yes, correct. I was about to say that.
Yeah,
so rape
yeah.
in marriage only started to become a phenomenon, like legally possible in Western societies in the 1970s. And I think it was, 70s through 90s, it was sort of formalized, like legally, I mean. And it still isn't that way in many countries around the world, by the way. This is still a very modern idea. The idea that essentially a woman's body is her own prerogative and she can refuse consent even to her husband, that is not a concept that I'm aware of ever existing until very modern times, because the idea of consent was implied in being married, right? And the notion that a wife could decide on that was just not.
Well, Christianity does
that
have something
people
to
had.
say to this in the New Testament, which is that if you can be single, but if you burn in the flesh, use a woman and shag her, because then, you know, it's better to do that than to burn.
Well, yeah,
love.
and Paul talks about the idea that like women and neither wives nor husbands should withhold consent because they were they're like captive to each other in marriage or something like that, which is sort of an odd idea. But at any rate, this idea that a woman's body is her own and to be respected by every man, I don't know where Holland gets that from, because that is just not, not in any modern understanding.
It's the Imago Dei. It's all in there in the Imago.
Remember that historically, if a woman was raped, it was considered to be a proper and fine solution for the rapist to marry her, because the primary problem was that she'd been damaged as property of her, if she was unmarried, this is, of her father, because no one will marry her anymore. So if the rapist married her, well, that was fine. And the woman's consent was completely irrelevant. No one cared about that.
Yeah.
So, like, where did these ideas come from? I don't think that you can really say that they have a clear Christian heritage. They're very modern ideas that have post-Enlightenment and feminist antecedents.
Yeah,
I don't think Holland just doesn't do a good job in discussing these, as usual.
It's a bit farther to put them in video games, I think.
Oh dear. Well, we can talk about that. I still have an old-fashioned belief, right, that if we're playing a video game that's set in World War II and we're storming the beaches of Normandy, that there should not be women there. This is a regressive take.
Not even serving tea.
Anyway, we can. Yeah. Okay, so that was one point, the women's rights one. Was there anything else? I think there was.
What else is in? Let's go the woke chapter. Let's see if we can find. I'm sure we can find some good. He moans about Angela Merkel. So that's a
well,
good,
sort of. Yeah,
that's going to age like a fine wine, you know.
Welcoming Muslims to Germany. Boo, woman.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is one other one that I wanted to cover. So another thing that Holland talks about is how Christianity, which we haven't covered so far, Christianity changed sexual morality with respect to the Roman law.
Yeah.
And so this is undeniably true to an extent, but I think Holland dramatically overstates this. So let me read a quote here.
Yeah.
Quote, a sexual order rooted in the assumption that any man in a position of power had the right to exploit his inferiors, to use the orifices of a slave or a prostitute to relieve his needs, much as he might a urinal, had ended. This is, with the coming of Christianity. Paul's insistence that the body of every human being was a holy vessel had triumphed. Generations of monks and bishops, emperors and kings, looking to tame the violent currents of human desire, had labored to erect great dams and dikes to redirect their flood tide, to channel their flow. Never before had an attempt to recalibrate sexual morality been attempted on such a scale. Never before had one enjoyed such total success. End quote.
There was a video clip we watched before this as well, where he said that Christianity was the only society to have like matrimony or something, like monogamous matrimony or something like that.
Well, do you remember Romans, pre-Christian Roman society was monogamous?
Yeah. Well, this was what our immediate response to that.
Yeah,
was.
I mean, matrimony is not biblical, and it's actually like really ironic, because the idea that you're supposed to be monogamous is specifically like a Greek invention that postdates like the conquest of Alexander and him taking over where Palestine is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's not biblical.
Where Palestine is for now, where Israel is, you mean?
Let's not go there, gentlemen.
Where Palestine is for now. Where Palestine happens to inconveniently.
Yeah, so not only is monogamy not like that doesn't have a biblical basis, but also it's like specifically coming. It was specifically the case by the time the New Testament was put together because of Greek cultural influence. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say about this is that Roman sexual mores held that marriage was monogamous, so you could only have one wife. A Roman citizen was allowed to use any of his slaves for sexual purposes pretty much whenever he wanted to. Like they were his property, so he could do whatever he wanted with them. Their consent wasn't relevant. That wasn't considered rape or anything like that because they were his property. He was not allowed to treat other free Romans like that. So again, there's a similar distinction we had here that Romans had rights, but slaves and non-Romans didn't, right? So this is a sort of a limited conception of rights, not universalized. Now, obviously, with the coming of Christianity, Christians, of course, taught that you're not supposed to have any sexual liaisons outside of marriage. Actually, they didn't just teach that. The Catholics in particular taught that you weren't supposed to have any sexual relations for any purpose other than procreation. Augustine, was it Augustine or Aquinas? Actually, I'm getting muddled. One of them said that masturbation is more wrong than sex outside of marriage because
Aquinas says that. I'm pretty
that was
sure.
Aquinas. Yeah, sorry. Because it's not directed towards procreation, and so that's
this is your mind.
I don't regard that as a step forward. Let me put it that way.
This is your mind on scholastic Aristotelianism.
Exactly. But anyway,
nature.
so yes, so in that sense, there was a moral change, and that was now considered socially unacceptable. But here's the key point that I want to make here. So there was definitely a change from Roman perceptions, although monogamy had been there before. But what Holland says is that never before had there been such an attempt to recalibrate sexual morality. Never before had one enjoyed total success. What I'd like to know is how much evidence does Holland have that there actually was a change in sexual practices? There was obviously a change in what the church taught relative to what was accepted in Roman society, but people still had sex outside of marriage all the time, and powerful people still exploited their inferiors. I'm not aware of any evidence that there's actually less of that in Christian societies. It's just it was the church taught against it.
I
But
would like to see if you look at the Medici family, like how often they got their dicks wet, when it came to like their servants and like these kinds of people.
Yeah, there are some of the more corrupt popes had wives and concubines.
Actually, isn't the reason that Catholic priests can't be married now because there was such a problem with corruption where they would have families and basically.
Yes, I think exactly. That was part of it.
I think that there's also a story to tell about like an attempt to prevent bishops from establishing like dynasties, basically.
It was related.
But also that there was this right for the king to take virginity to deflower all the women like in their realm or something like that. Right?
That's an urban myth.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure how much.
Although it may have happened, right?
I'm not sure
probably happened a lot, but it wasn't a legal right.
How much?
But the point is that again, Holland is just looking at the surface level here. He says, well, because the official, like what was regarded as acceptable by the authorities and polite society changed, therefore that there was a total success of a change in sexual morality. But it's like just not at all clear that really happened at all. And I don't know that there's any way to quantify this, but
and the counterfactual is just not established at all.
Exactly. Yes. So it's I think a very overstated point there.
And of course, like the one thing that's also cultural universal is sex work, right? Like it doesn't exist in every society. But let's say like if you have metallurgy, you're going to have sex work, right? And the problem, like there's always an issue with prohibition that if you like make something more like unacceptable or like illegal, it just becomes an issue, right? It becomes integrated into organized crime and stuff like that. So I would actually like argue for temple prostitution because like in many societies in the Near East, ancient Near East, temple prostitution was just like a normal institution, and I would argue that like that could actually be like conducive to like harm reduction.
Well, we wouldn't have the incel Christian nationalist.
Well, I'm just saying they had like state-sponsored girlfriends, I
mean, like Jordan Peterson's enforced
reproductive. What is it?
Oh,
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so I think that's really under theorized there. There's one other point that I want to make about infanticide, because this is another thing that Holland talks about, which is true that infanticide has been practiced in the vast majority of societies throughout history. And including in Roman society, and it was
the Child's Crusade, famously being.
Yes, well, that's not infanticide because they're not infants, but anyway,
in a way, you're not directly killing them; you're just sending them to their deaths. It's an important distinction.
So so Holland presents Christian changes to sexual morality as improvements, and what I want to suggest is that that's much less clear. So in particular, yes, it was an improvement that in Christian societies that there wasn't an ability for the man to just exploit his slaves, although that's in part an economic change because they didn't have slavery in the same way. And I think that there probably was still a lot of exploitation, but there was some change there, which was positive, but there were also negative changes as well. Like this idea that there's no place for sex just for pleasure, and that it has to be in service of reproduction, and that masturbation is sinful. I think that that's been horrifically bad as a teaching for Christianity. Now, there's another side to the infanticide issue, because it's true that Christians did come out in condemnation of infanticide, and they did save a lot of exposed infants who were left out. So that's true. But there's a point that is made here by so Holland says that Christians were like the only, or basically the only culture to come out against that. I couldn't find any evidence to support that. But infanticide.
Okay.
He doesn't provide evidence to support that. He just asserts it. But anyway, I found this a journal article, "The Abandonment of Children and." Sorry, what is it? "The Abandonment of Children and the Ancient and Medieval Family," which was quite interesting. So let me just read the quote from here. Quote, "It is hardly surprising that abandonment of children not only persisted but underwent elaboration and refinement in medieval Europe. If the continent was underpopulated during most of the period, it was also desperately poor, and balancing the number of mouths to feed against the number of hands to feed them is as difficult in a sparsely populated subsistence economy as it is in a crowded urban setting. By insisting that sexuality be directed always and only to the reproduction of children, and by prohibiting every means of preventing conception or terminating pregnancy, the prevailing moral and legal systems of Catholic Europe all but forced Christian parents into coping with an abundance of offspring. Whether in acknowledgement of some responsibility for the situation or simply out of Christian concern, the Church intervened in several ways to ameliorate the one means of family regulation available in medieval Europe, abandonment of infants," end quote. So what they're saying there is that, first of all, it was talking about how infanticide was still widely practiced in medieval Europe. It was condemned by the church, but it was still very widely practiced. And they're also making the point that, in part, the church made the problem worse because they forbade any other sexual expression other than for reproduction, and also campaigned against any means of like abortion or birth control. Which, of course, people still tried to practice as well. But the point is that they're making it wasn't out of primarily a concern for well-being of like the families and their infants, and ensure that they were able to care for them correctly. It was out of a very specific theological approach towards like when it's how they saw it appropriate to take a human life, I suppose. But they didn't provide the mechanisms necessary for essentially what we would call family planning today. So the church did ameliorate a problem in a way, but also made it worse in another way. And it's just not true that infanticide was widely practiced in the ancient world, but then ceased to be practiced in Christian Europe. It was still widely practiced in Christian Europe, just like all of the sexual practices that the church taught against. They were still very widely practiced. So it's really unclear how much of a difference Christian teachings made to actual practice. It made a difference to discourse, yes, and what was officially sanctioned, but how much difference did it make to practice? That's much less clear. And Holland is very triumphalist about this when he doesn't really interrogate to ask how much of a difference did it actually make on the ground. And this is true for many things that Christians taught against, like, you're not supposed to start wars for personal gain, but that happened all throughout Christian history, both against other Christians and against Muslims and other groups as well. So it's like there's a huge discordance between moral practice and official moral teaching, which arguably was that exists in any society, of course, but arguably was much worse than in the Roman period, where I think that they were a little bit more honest with themselves in some ways, that they didn't have this this extreme moral teaching, which then was just completely seems to be ignored.
Also, I want to say, like, it's definitely not the case that like infanticide wasn't like viewed as problematic even in pre-Christian Europe,
there were some people who were concerned about it, but I think his point was that there wasn't a consistent.
So for example, in Greek medieval literature, that there are definitely instances where like what is expressed is like moral disdain specifically towards infant exposure, where they are arguing that like you shouldn't you shouldn't kill babies and you shouldn't expose them. What I think is the case, they advocated for infanticide in cases when the child was unlikely to survive. So basically, when there was like a medical,
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Euthanasia, as we would.
Yeah, and Holland doesn't really. That's what I was trying to do some research on this, and Holland doesn't again talk about this, but that's what I found, that there was a range of views in pre-Christian, like the Greco-Roman world, about infanticide, and when it was acceptable, but Christians came very hard against it. But the point is, it's not clear how much that actually changed practice.
This is also the case, like when you read, for example, some like Stoic philosophers, you get like a lot of commentary about like humanitas, about humanity, about like extending basically moral concerns even to slaves, even to like foreigners and stuff like that, you know. So like that was what you are not going to find are people who are, well, I would argue that there were some actually abolitionists in the ancient world, but the evidence is like very complicated.
I haven't come across any clear cases of abolitionists.
Yeah, there aren't any cases, but there are some cases of philosophers, Greek philosophers, who tried to implement very radical legislation in specific Greek city-states in like very specific periods when they had the opportunity to do so. Mm-hmm. But the problem is that we only have information about that from their opponents. So what they are actually, like the way how they are painting the situation is that these philosophers came into the city, they armed the slaves, and they like use them to coup against the legitimate government, and then like gave them property, draw out the original elites and stuff like that. But like you can very easily read it as like an attempt to build like a more just society.
Yeah.
Because like especially in early Stoicism, you had a lot of very radical utopian projects about like just like radically changing social institutions. But what you do definitely get are some comments that are not like abolitionist when it comes to the actual institutional slavery, but about like extending moral concerns to slaves.
Yeah, right.
Basically treating them well, which was it was an appeal to like individual morality, that you as a slave owner shouldn't like abuse your slaves, and stuff like that, you know. So that was definitely like a thing.
Yeah, I mean, and that's how most societies have dealt with slavery. They've not been abolitionists, but they said you should treat slaves well, and be just. Which, I mean, is interesting, because slavery is a complex phenomenon. And the other thing is that slavery...
You've been in America too long, James.
Well, slavery is, in the form that was practiced in the Roman world, did not really exist in medieval Europe, at least not to a significant extent. But serfdom was not really that different. It's just it was...
and
they were bound to the land, and they were obliged to provide a lot of services for their lord. It's not clear that it was dramatically better, really, in many ways, is the point that I'm making. And it largely depended on the whims of your lord, how like fair they were, and the particular legal protections you had, right? So I think that it's the fact that Christianity that Christian Europe didn't practice slavery in the Roman sense, I don't think was really that big of a moral improvement, if at all, at least for a long time.
I think actually, I would argue that like in early medieval periods, that like Roman type slavery was actually practiced even in Christian Europe. Like
initially, I mean,
one of the biggest like slave trades, like centers of slave trades, actually in like 10th century, let's say, was Prague. You know, like that. Ironically, like probably one of the important like economic factors for why it became like a capital eventually is that it was just like on the crossroads, and like one of the like the goods that moved around were people, you know, like slaves from the Slavic countries,
and non-Christians,
into like southern and Western Europe.
Right. Well, I think we're gonna have to wrap up soon, to be honest.
That's the last thing that I had.
So overall rating of the book, I will give it 5 out of 10.
You're more generous than I am.
I think. I think like if you don't know anything about a lot of the history and Christianity, like you'll get something out of it, but it's also like very loosey goosey.
And 1 out of 10 would be like Mein Kampf, or
question. 1 out of 10 would be
Frank Turek.
no. What was Wrestling with God or whatever? What was the?
Oh, that was worse. That was worse.
That was like literally it just come out of ChatGPT. It was like his lecture notes. It was terrible.
No, ChatGPT would refuse to produce some of the things that Jordan Peterson says in that book.
It was so bad, and then he just skipped from like Moses to like to Nineveh, Jonah and the whale. And then
have you ever read Freud? Like his like religious analysis.
I want to read the monotheism one. What's it called? God and monotheism or something like that.
How like the Jews are guilty because like they killed Moses or Moses killed
I didn't know he
someone
says
or
that.
something like
I
that.
thought I'm just interested in like how messed up it's gonna be, where he's like explaining everything in terms of dicks or whatever. But,
yeah, I mean, I'm just like not surprised that this sounds like psychoanalytic.
I
tradition.
agree absolutely. Like
Yeah.
I mean, that's where Peterson's coming from with all this stuff. But it's just like very bad. This is why I say he should have just done English, right? Because it's like he wanted to. He just
Well, I'm super glad that I didn't spend any time actually reading the book because it sounds like I was kind of thinking in advance when like in terms of what kind of points it's going to make and like how I would respond to it, but it's like turns out that it's not even that. Like it's
just
like
Frank
it's just like not as good even as I expected it to be. So
until we had a brief moment where the light shone through.
Yeah, there was a brief little good bit there, but then we went back to our old ways, unfortunately, like a dog to its vomit. So let me just with a few closing thoughts. So what the part that's of interest to apologists in Dominion is essentially when Holland is arguing that all of the good things in modern society, secularism, science, human rights, and
ice cream,
motherhood and apple pie, that they all derive from or in some way dependent on a Christian background, a Christian history, a Christian theology. And in order to establish that point, he doesn't spend much time really arguing for it. He essentially identifies certain historical threads which exist and are real, but then he ignores everything else that contributes both before and after Christianity that contributes to the emergence of these ideas and solely attributes it to Christian influences, like with
in
human
a
rights.
vague sense, though.
In a very vague sense as well, yes.
Does he attribute it to, or does he just establish that there is a relationship?
Well, he attributes it to it in a number of cases. I've shown that with some of the quotes, but he doesn't argue for that. He just asserts that on the basis that there is historical connections, right? Like with secularism and with human rights and with abolition of slavery is another one, humanism and so forth. He ignores all other influences and focuses only on the ones that support his thesis. The other thing that he does is he ignores important threads throughout Christianity, which if you apply the same logic would lead you to saying that Christianity is an important ingredient to or sort of leads to really bad ideas, like racism would be one, the great chain of being we talked about. Anti-Semitism and the Holocaust would be another one, the Christian history of that. The intolerance of different ideas and incredibly strong push towards orthodoxy with like the Albigensian Crusade, for example, and condemnation of heresies throughout Christian history. So he essentially is a massive exercise in cherry picking because he only emphasizes the things that he thinks are good.
Didn't talk about animal rights.
We didn't discuss that either, but that's another area where Christianity, again, there have been antecedents, but generally Christianity has not been very good with that, I would argue. And so I actually think, so this is my sort of 40 take that so Tom Holland wants to say that secular humanists like me are really should be looking back to our Christian roots because you can't justify secular humanism on its own terms. This is the idea that it's not self-evident, therefore can't be justified, even though he doesn't apply that same logic to Christianity, which I don't understand. I don't claim that secular humanism is and Enlightenment values and so forth are self-evident. I would defend them in different ways, but it's sort of unclear why you would need to say that. But that's what he thinks about me. But I actually think it's almost the opposite. I think that Tom Holland's view of Christianity is strongly shaped by the Enlightenment and by values that have become dominant in the West through the Enlightenment. And granted, there's Christian heritage there as well. But the Enlightenment dramatically changed the way that Christianity practiced and is thought of, and that's contributed, I think, in a very important way to the abolition of slavery, to women's rights, to equality before the law, human rights, and all these other concepts, which have very clear antecedents from Enlightenment thinkers. I would say that his version of Christianity effectively is like a post-Enlightenment, sanitized, modernized form of Christianity, and that's what he thinks is really good. But he has ignored that and only looked at a sort of very selective historical view of Christianity that is the bit that he likes, and ignored all the other traditions. So I'm essentially saying that Tom Holland's argument should be reversed and applied back to him. It's like the know you kind of thing, that he is not appreciating the importance of Enlightenment and post-Enlightenment thinkers in altering and changing and sanitizing, modernizing, rationalizing, and humanizing Christian teachings. And that's really the version of Christianity that he likes, is this post-Enlightenment humanized form.
Yeah, I think I basically agree with that. I think that there is also within that more comparative religion that could be done, more non-Western perspectives. I mean,
he doesn't talk about that at all, really, other than some vague comments about Islam.
And in particular, I think that, this has been the experience of a lot of like linguists and things, is that, like Daniel Everett, who was an Christian evangelist, for example, talks about how when he went to teach the gospel to the Paraha, he actually came to the conclusion that their way of living was like better than his, right? and that's what deconverted him from Christianity, was being embedded in their culture and being like, wow, these are like some of the most beautiful, kind, loving people, and I just much prefer their outlook on life and way of living. Now, I'm not saying that Tom Holland would come to that conclusion exactly, but that my view is that a wider education, a more consistent application of that critical lens would lead him to a view that is less susceptible to then the way that, and this is one of the really important points, apologists and really harmful political actors want to take Tom Holland's project and use it for like really bad political goals that are, basically fascist through to sort of, really bad forms of Republican evangelical conservatism. There's no good in the political utility of whatever this story is, right? It goes from like weird Republican, like God's Not Dead 1, to like full-on theo-fascism. And if you've written a history book that does that, you should be probably questioning.
Yeah, and I just don't think it's a good history book, even on those purely historical terms. I think that it's just going to be hard to follow for people who don't know much.
If people want history,
there's better places to go.
If people want that, there's this. But I tell you another book that's interesting. Do you know who Alice Roberts is? She's written what I suspect is marketed as a rebuttal to Dominion, which is domination.
The fall of the Roman Empire and the rise of Christianity.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, I think that this still has some ideological problems, but it's basically the antithesis to Tom. So it's like the kind of bad side of the things that kind of Holland, and she's explaining often.
And she's a professor.
Well, yeah, but not of history as well.
Oh.
She's I think it's evolutionary biology or something. But she focuses more on the archaeological record and basically the ways that power and violence were used to spread Christianity, which which I think
Holland doesn't talk much about at all.
Which I think is obviously is a bit ideological, but I also think is really important if you want to understand, balance off like Holland's thing, right? So there's my 2 cents. Anything you want to say to close out, Camille?
Unfortunately, this is not going to be signal boosted by like Russian oil money, right? Blood money.
That's true. Yeah. Okay, right. Well, thanks everyone. We'll see you around for another Bad Apologetics in the future. Who knows? Maybe it'll be 2 months, maybe it'll be a year, maybe it'll be 5 years, the way these things go.
God only knows.
Yeah, inshallah.
Thanks, everyone.